You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to rock.
I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, you, what up, fools? Today is 4/9/2026. It is 11:12 p.m. Eastern Time. How's it going? Yeah, sorry about that. I was posting something on Twitter. Wanted to try to get it out before coming online. I had said this the other day, but I was looking at Mantis had quote tweeted Hassan where he's talking about like, oh, Democrats, I guess you're not going to do anything again, and you're not going to impeach Donald Trump when he just threatened to genocide a group of people. So here we go again. And I've said this a bunch of times before, but I don't even know that I want to impeach Trump. Like I don't think that's a good idea, and I'm not sure that that's like the move. While again, the stuff that Trump's done is definitely impeachable, I don't know that that's actually beneficial to Democrats in any way whatsoever. Because not only am I more afraid of J.D. Vance than I am of Donald Trump, but on top of that, I don't want to be running against J.D. Vance in 2028 as the incumbent. I want going into the 2028 election for people to think the Republican Party is Donald Trump and Donald Trump was just a massive failure. That's what I want. The flip side to that is that not impeaching Donald Trump makes it to where there's not accountability for him, and that he's setting a precedent, and even Democrats are setting a precedent to what it is that Donald Trump's doing right now is okay, and that this is acceptable. This is an acceptable way to be the president. This is not something that you should wait, is Destiny starting another debate right now?
Incentive to now be shielded from.
Oh, this just ended? So wait, Destiny did the WIC panel and then this debate? That just ended. Yeah, he did 2 debates. Okay. But yeah, I don't know that this is actually like a good move to impeach Trump. And I'm happy to have people convince me out of that. But so far, I have not even heard people actually weigh the like negatives of impeaching Trump. I have not even heard people actually acknowledge how bad that could be for us. It feels like a lot of people, like, again, obviously, Trump does, 10 impeachable things a day, and so I understand that he deserves impeachment, but I don't know. As far as, like, political strategy goes, I don't know that it's actually a good idea. There's 0 point to impeach him unless Dems have the Senate. Well, I mean, that is true. It is weird that, like, Hassan's acting as though Democrats even have the ability to impeach him when, yeah, like, it's not going to go anywhere. We tried that twice in Trump's first administration where we were able to impeach in the House, but it didn't make it through the Senate, and it was just kind of a I would say, I don't want to say a pointless venture. I think it's good that he had 2 impeachments on his record, but and obviously he's been way worse in this term than he was in his first term. I don't want to run against Vance as the incumbent. Like, that is not something that I want going into the next election. Let him finish his term and then imprison him. I mean, exactly. Exactly. Like that is what I think. Is like I think that like the accountability needs to come after this if we're going to be strategic about it. Generally, the accountability for Trump and for any president should always come during their term. It should always come while they're in the presidency. But whatever it is that we do, it should be done through the legal system and it should be done afterwards. I want this term to end with people looking at the Republican Party as the worst decision ever. And it sucks that we're put in a position to where we're not even able to like hold our president accountable for the disgusting stuff that he does on a daily basis, but that's where we're at right now. Making shit up again? Damn, baby girl. One day, you'll grow some fucking balls and be able to come on and actually challenge me on the shit that you say I make up. One fucking day, dude. You'll get a father figure to where you will not engage in this fatherless behavior anymore. I believe it. I believe that somebody will find you and adopt you and teach you how to act like a man. Short-term memory is the scourge of this country. Totally true. I mean, that is part of the problem going into this right now as well, is that when Democrats get the majority in the House and the Senate, if they actually do try to impeach and do all this other shit, the Republicans are really good at like using this sort of this sort of action against Democrats and doing their whataboutisms and finding ways to make it look like they're being hypocritical, and then people, oh, Democrats are going a little overboard here. Like, I don't agree with what Trump did, but impeachment, I mean, come on. And like, then, people go back to like, oh, the Democrats are going overboard again. And it's just, it's, once the Democrats have the majority in the House and the Senate, they're actually able to do stuff. It's gonna be wild. Democrats won't get a majority. I didn't think so either, but right now, I don't know if you've seen, there are tons of Republicans retiring. Tons of Republicans are retiring right now, and they're not even running in the next elections. So, like, the main thing that kept Democrats from becoming the majority was that they were running against a number of incumbents in the Republican Party. But lots of those incumbents are retiring now. I think it's at 10 now, 12, something like that. So while telling us it was a false flag 1 EG. What? Tom looked it up and found it to be true while telling us it was a false flag. I said that never fucking happened. I never called polling a false flag. You're just a fucking lying piece of shit. Or it was false. I never said the polling was false. I never said that. Okay, you never said flag. Okay, I never said it was false. You're just lying. You're the fucking liar here. I never said the fucking polling was false. You're a fucking lying piece of shit. Yeah, you can keep repeating it. I never said that that was false. I never said the polling was false. You're a fucking liar. You're such a fucking liar. Yes, you did? I did not. I never said that I disagreed with the fucking polling, dude. I never said that. You're a fucking liar. I go to polling for everything. Why the fuck would I turn around and be like, oh no, I don't agree with polling now? What the fuck? That never happened, dude. Then you looked it up. Then I looked it up, and it said that they had about the same approval rating. I didn't. So you said ICE has a higher approval rating than Democrats. That's what you said. I said no, they don't. You said this NBC poll says otherwise. I said okay. Then I pulled it up. Yes, that one NBC poll says otherwise. Overall, the plurality says that they have literally the same approval rating. Literally the same. You just remembered? No, I said, hold on. You're too fucking stupid. So I'll explain this to your baby brain for just a second. I said, I never said the polling was wrong. You said I disagreed with the polling. I never disagreed with the polling. You're now saying, no, I said this. You disagreed with me. And then looked up the polling. Yes, correct. I looked up the polling, did not disagree with the polling. I disagreed with you and what you said. Stop insulting. I'm not insulting. I'm stating facts. Twist it. You're just too fucking stupid. Adios, bitch. You're too fucking stupid. You gotta be kidding me. I said like 5 or 6 times. I never disagreed with the polling. Never disagreed with the polling. Never disagreed with the polling. No, I never said the polling was wrong. Never said the polling was wrong. Never disagreed with the polling. And then in the end, well, I'm saying you disagreed with something totally different than the polling. Okay, now, yeah, now you're fucking saying that. Okay, buddy. What is the approval rating of Democrats? Democrats, around 28 to 34%. What is the approval rate of ICE? Roughly to 30 to 40% of Americans approve the job of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. ICE, while 60% disapprove. So yeah, so this is 30 to 40%. They have about the same. The plurality is 33%. It's the same for Democrats. But then he moved to one very specific poll from NBC. Yeah, I agree. One very specific poll from NBC does say this, but I never disagreed with that. But yeah, on top of that, the majority of Americans felt like the job that ICE was doing had gone too far. The majority of them felt like it was too much. When you have a spectrum where you ask them like 5 different questions, the no one likes Dems. Nobody likes government. They all just dislike government overall. Dems have about the same approval rating of Republicans, so it just doesn't mean anything. While voting rates are at the highest, people are voting at the highest rate they've ever voted at. They are disapproving of all parties at the same rate. It doesn't mean it. It literally means nothing. Yeah, but Republicans have Trump. I don't know what that means. Arguing with Tom about some pedantic argument is pointless. He will always manipulate his words so it changes what he says into whatever narrative he wants. No, that guy was just misrepresenting the argument that we had. He said initially, ICE has higher polling, they have higher approval records than Democrats. I said, no, they don't. He said, yes, they do. Look it up. I said, okay, I've looked it up. It showed that they had the same approval rating. Then he said, no, look at the NBC poll from today. Went to the NBC poll from today. Okay, yes, this NBC poll from today says that ICE has higher approval ratings, but the plurality of everything says otherwise. Then today he comes in and says, I disagreed with the polling. I never disagreed with the polling. I never said the polling. He literally said, Tom said the polling was false. Tom said the polling was false. I did not. I did not say this. This never fucking happened. He's just a lying piece of shit. I never said the polling was false. Never, ever did I fucking say that. I use polling for everything. I go over polling for everything. I'm always referencing polling. Why the fuck would I go to polling and then be like, nah, I don't believe in polling? Like, why the fuck would I do that? That's not me manipulating shit. That's just him fucking lying. What up, Sonny? Next Up just hates Dems. Yeah, Next Up hates Dems and whines and cries about how much people don't like Dems, while they seem to obviously like Dems more than they like whoever it is that they're voting for. So whoever it is that they want in charge, them and Polly are the two people in chat just whining and crying about the fact that they don't think Dems do enough, while in that everybody wants their politicians, that the politicians who literally can't win shit, everybody wants them so badly. They just refuse to vote for him for some reason. It's just so random. Of course we think that. Yes, because you're like Republicans. You are Republicans. You think everything's unfair. You think everybody agrees with you. You think the media lies just to make you look bad. Every time you lose an election, it's stolen. You guys are MAGA. Tell us how libs are fixing any. No, I'm not gonna let you pivot the fucking conversation again. That has nothing to do with what I just said, but we can have that conversation. If you just said that, I would still disagree with it, but that's not what we're talking about right now. All the things you said were lies. I just joined. I'm sorry, you can't do both. Did you just join, or is everything I'm saying lies? You don't know what we're talking about? You don't know what I said? Or was it all lies? Which one is it? You're just unaware of what my claims are. The list of stuff you just said. So the list of stuff that I just said is that you guys think that nobody likes Democrats, and that they would much rather your politicians, that your politicians are way more popular, but nobody votes for your politicians, yet you then act as though it's all a scheme and that it's all corrupt. And that they're always cheated out of these positions that everybody wants them for. That's what I said. It's not a lie. That's just what you guys think and what you say. 1, no one likes Dems. 2, much rather your politicians. 3, ours are more popular. Okay, so, oh my goodness. Alright, so that you're not going to engage with what I just said. Okay, never mind. 4, no one votes for them. It's a scheme, and 6, cheated out of everything. Okay. Alright, whatever. Apparently, Melania Trump came out today to say that she was not introduced to Donald Trump by Jeffrey Epstein. Seems weird. Seems like weird timing. This was something that came out a while ago in the recordings from Jeffrey Epstein when he was in prison. Michael Wolff released the recordings from his interview with Jeffrey Epstein, where Epstein made this claim. And then now, I think it's about 2 years, 3 years later, all of a sudden, Melania decides to come out and say this isn't true. In the middle of a war, nobody's talking about this, nobody's thinking about this. And now she wants to come out and talk about this. This is really weird. Like, it would have made a lot of sense if she had come out and said something about this initially when people were talking about it, when it was part of the news, when it was something that was relevant. But to now come out and talk about this, you're just bringing it up. I almost like, I always say that, like, I'm annoyed with the way that everybody always tries to claim that Trump is doing shit just as a distraction from whatever is happening in the moment or whatever the criticisms are of him in the moment. But this does seem like that. Like, there's no reason to be talking about this now. This wasn't even a big part of the conspiracy. This isn't something that was ever brought up a lot. This isn't something that was like was even remembered by most people. And then they just brought it back up. Yeah, it's like they need a distraction to kind of throw out there when Trump just flopped on his deal with Iran to address something 2 years later. 2 years later seems so fucking weird, bro. That's so weird.
So how do you know this?
That was close to straight. 10 years. You probably know he had a scalp reduction because he had the same male pattern movement that we all have. He had his scalp movement, which is terrible. But he'd say, Michael, come on, let's go to the office. And he'd say, tell me, what's it like in there? He'd say, you know, do you like having sex with your wife? How often do they? He'd say, it's great. Seriously, Michael, how often do we have sex? I mean, don't you want the trouble? You and I can go upstairs or tomorrow, come over. There's this girl's coming in from Los Angeles, part of the Hawaiian Tropic contest. So come over 3 o'clock. You're going to have a great time. I promise you, Michael, you know, it's just me and you. You're going to have a great time. Be up here at 3 o'clock. We can go upstairs. The whole time, Victoria's been on the phone, listening. He's setting it up. Because he wants Victoria. You must have had a better wife, right? I said, yes. Tell me about it. And the wife's on the speakerphone, listening to Donald and said, you know, I think you're really hot. And I know you think you're a guy. Michael is like the end of the world, the best guy on earth, you will be married. person who next part of that, and you know that you were up or set you up.
Let's see. Author Michael Wolff released the recording of his interviews with Jeffrey Epstein in November of 2024. Okay. So November of 2024, they released this. And then in April of 2026, they answer. So I guess a year and a half later. I don't even think this was ever even addressed before now. I don't even think it was ever even acknowledged before now. Trump put out like a bunch of tweets about this at the time, saying, you know, Michael Wolff is a liar. He didn't engage with any of like the exact claims. Just kept saying like, you know, nobody trusts him, nobody likes him. This doesn't make any sense. Or sorry, it doesn't make it. He didn't say it doesn't make any sense, but he just kept saying, Tom, you're being gay as fuck right now. Okay. Tell me why it makes sense to not respond to something when it happens and then respond to it a year and a half later. Tell me, explain that. Why does that make sense, Fad? Why is that? Can you give me other times where this has been a thing? Where like people just stop talking about something and then a year later you address it? When it's not a popular theory, it's not something that's brought up a lot, it's not something that's consistently engaged with, it's not something that a bunch of people talk about, it's not something that's like a big part of a theory, it's not in the news again, it's not, you just bring it back up now and address it. Especially when it's not like they didn't have the ability to address it then. It's not as though Melania didn't have a movie come out where she could have addressed it. It's not as though there haven't been just tons, just every single day since then. They've had opportunities to address this. Why does it make sense to now address this? I would love to hear this out. I'm being weird to think that it's odd to address this now. I'm not saying it's odd to address it. I'm saying it's odd to address it now. You keep arguing against whether or not I think it's... You keep acting like I think it's weird to address this. No, I think it's weird to address it a year and a half later. So yeah, that came out in 2024. And then I guess today?
I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania. The first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. At the time, I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI interviews surrounding the Epstein matter. I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior.
Then why address it? What the fuck?
The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me, such as Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins, UK. Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
This is so weird, dude. This is so strange. I don't get this.
How do you read the First Lady making a public statement like this at this time?
How are things going for the Trump administration?
At this time, who cares what the time? Why does anybody care about the time? What does the time have to do with anything? What is normal to address things a year and a half later? That's always how.
Right now, Antonia, things are going so well that a war that has bumped the Epstein investigation to the back page for the last 5 weeks is going so badly that the First Lady of the United States makes an unscheduled, impromptu statement about the Epstein investigations that the administration was so desperate to get out of the headlines, to get back in the headlines.
Like, I wondered if maybe, like, I just missed it and there was some bombshell article that just came out about this, because she's saying in the beginning of this, like, the smears have to stop, and, like, she does never talk about anything, dude. She never comes out and says anything about anything. She's very behind the scenes. She's probably the most like behind the scenes first lady we've ever had. And then all of a sudden, this is the thing that she wants to come out and address. She just had a whole documentary, and the whole documentary isn't about politics at all. It's about fucking like her, you know, her modeling career and her designs and her company and, you know, her wanting to dress nicely and redesign the White House and, you know, Christmas and like, it's not. And then this now, it makes no sense. They were panicking because right-wing media was talking about it. You mean like Candace Owens, or who was talking about it? This indicates that Trump thinks the Epstein ties have been covered up and that talking about Epstein is better than the war. I mean, that's what as I said before, I don't ever like the arguments that like, oh, they're doing this because maybe something's dropping soon. That's what I was thinking. Maybe like she was like reached out to where they said like, hey, we've got an article coming out soon that proves that you have connections to Epstein, and we wanted to, you know, get your comment, and she just refused to comment and then just came out with this statement instead, where she doesn't even know what they're gonna say in the article. She's just scared and decided to come say something. Or I feel like there's got to be a reason for this, because yeah, as I said, I don't ever think that they like, people always make up that like everything's a distraction, everybody's always doing X, Y, and Z to distract from this other thing, and I just always think it's kind of lazy arguments. But this just makes no sense. Like this just as of right now, I have no steel man of how this makes sense. Again, could come out, could be more information later. But right now, this seems so
headlines during an international armed conflict where 48 hours ago, the President of the United States, her husband, was threatening the destruction of a whole civilization. So we are 48 hours separated between threatening war crimes and distracting from the threatening of war crimes and a colossal disaster of our own creation in the Middle East.
How do you read the First Lady making a public statement like this at this time?
How are things going for the Trump administration right now, Antonia? Things are going so well that a war that has bumped the Epstein investigation to the back page for the last 5 weeks is going so badly that the First Lady of the United States makes an unscheduled, impromptu statement about the Epstein investigations that the administration was so desperate to get out of the headlines, to get back in the headlines during an international armed conflict where 48 hours ago, the President of the United States, her husband, was threatening the destruction of a whole civilization. So we are 48 hours separated between threatening war crimes and distracting from...
This is the weirdest crap, dude. I was wondering if I missed something or like what. Well, I'm so confused by this. This is the weirdest shit of all time, bro. This is the weirdest fucking shit. We live in the weirdest timeline. I have no idea what's going on. Maybe this is like a flood the zone thing. I don't know. Like, it's strange because even like when Trump, you know, he threatens to genocide all of Iran and backs off of his claim again. He should be like getting ready to genocide Iran. He should be getting ready to drop a nuke on them. He spent the whole fucking day tweeting about CNN, and like he's supposed to be in the middle of like negotiations with Iran and having these back and forths with Pakistan. He spends the whole fucking day freaking out about CNN on Truth Social, just like posting nonstop about them. I think they said there were something like 39 posts about CNN on a single day. Like it just, this guy's lost his mind. This guy's lost his fucking mind. Iran was bombing people and not showing up, so there was nothing to do. What do you mean? That means that he's supposed to end their civilization. What the fuck do you? No, that means that he should be getting ready to end their civilization. He had a lot to do. He had a lot of shit to fucking do. If they're bombing people and not showing up, then he needs to be prepping to end their civilization in that moment. Getting ready for the panel, so I missed the panel again today. Thankfully, I'm kind of glad I missed the panel because it turned out that Speakeasy was on there, and I promise you, I get on a fucking panel with Speakeasy, I will make that shit as personal as fuck. Then I will make the whole fucking thing a conversation about him. But yeah, I accidentally missed the panel today. And in prepping for it, I went and drew up all of the threats that Trump made pertaining to this war, and the response afterwards. So March 18th, Trump berates Israel through a Truth Social post for bombing Iran's largest power plant, South Pars gas field, saying Israel didn't tell him they were going to do it, and if they had, he would have stopped them. But Trump adds that if Iran bombs Qatar or any other bordering nations again, he'll obliterate South Pars gas field himself. Israel responded to Trump's Truth Social, saying that they kept him in the loop the entire time and that he was well aware they were going to bomb the power plant. And Iran continued to bomb Qatar and other neighboring countries without the US ever obliterating South Pars. March 21st, Trump says they have 48 hours before he obliterates their power plants. March 23rd, Trump says he's delaying the obliteration because Iran reached out to make a deal. Iran denied that they ever reached out or that negotiations were even happening, but Trump extended his threat 5 more days anyways. March 26th, 5 days from March 21st, Trump now extends the deadline 10 more days, saying that if Iran doesn't open the strait, they will see a period of energy plant destruction. They have until 8 p.m. of April 6th. April 1st, even though Trump said they have until the 6th, Trump now says that until the strait is open, free and clear, he's going to bomb Iran into oblivion, or as some say, back to the Stone Ages. April 4th, Trump again tells Iran they have 48 hours to open the strait, or all hell will rain down on them, again making the deadline April 6th. April 6th, Trump says he's extending the deadline to April 7th at 8 p.m., saying if they don't open the strait, it'll be power plant and bridge day. Later that same day, he said every bridge and power plant in Iran was going to be decimated by 12 o'clock on April 7th, even though earlier he said it was 8 p.m. April 7th, Trump posted on Truth Social threatening to kill the entire civilization of Iran, never to be brought back, if Iran doesn't open the strait by 8 p.m. that night. That night, Trump referenced the 15-point plan, 15-point list of demands that he had sent a week earlier, asking Iran to agree to the proposal. Iran rejected the 15-point plan and instead responded with their own 10-point list of demands, of which Trump accepted as a starting point for negotiations. April 9th, as we sit here, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, South Pars gas field has not been obliterated, and the Iranian civilization is well intact. And Iran is still bombing their neighbor countries. So, like, this is This is, I guess, peace through strength. Is that is that what this is? This is peace through strength. This is the YouTube screen's doing this again, where it's just not, it's not loading down. Every time somebody chats, it goes down and the screen stays here, and so my chat is not loading new chats because it's not moving. Weird. Peace through confusion. Yeah. This is a really biased construction of his message. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That is not a biased construction of his. This is just the facts. These are just the facts. Donald Trump has continuously set deadlines that he did not follow through with. And he says, you have to do X. And if you do X, then I will not do Y. But if you don't do X, then I will do Y. And then they do the exact opposite of what it is he's demanding, and he does nothing. Every fucking time. This is not a biased version of his message. This is not biased at all. This is just what he does. This is an explanation of how he makes threats and never follows through with them. That Iran has no reason to be afraid of him. They have no reason to think that he's ever going to follow through with anything that he says. They have no reason to trust him. They have no reason to think, oh no, he set a deadline. We better hurry up. They have no reason to do any of this. I don't know who this chick is, dude, but she's gonna make me fucking Republican, bro. Is this the chick that we saw on Bill Maher?
To be clear, we've had two witnesses, or not two witnesses, two individuals. One that accuses President Clinton of unfounded allegations of there being sex tapes, etc., by the name of Sarah.
Why don't you compile Iran's messages too? Because that's not, I don't fucking live in Iran. I don't care. It has not, what does that have to do with anything? We're not talking about how inflammatory he is. That is totally irrelevant. We're talking about Trump making threats and not following through on them. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Tom has the worst taste in women. But you don't think she's good looking?
Ransom. And there was an individual under the name of Katie Johnson that also had unfounded allegations of rape against our sitting president of the United States, both being claims that did not have evidence for grounds of that. And so just as we wouldn't call in an individual like Sarah Ransom, who we know made up claims, we're not going to do the same thing for President Trump. So I think
who? Sarah Ransom? Sarah Ransom, sometimes spelled ransom, is a notable accuser of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, who has publicly detailed her experiences being trafficked and abused by them in 2006. She has written a book about her experience and was a prominent voice during the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. Oh, this lady. Okay. I didn't know that she was disproven at all. She is fire. I'm still a Republican, so lucky me. Yeah, lucky you. I think Mantis has bad taste in women. Recruitment and abuse. At age 22 in 2006, Ransom was recruited into Epstein's circle in New York City and was subsequently traveled to his private Caribbean island, Little St. James. She alleged that she was sexually abused by Epstein and that Maxwell acted as the primary facilitator of this abuse. Silenced no more, Ransom authored a book. Legal action. In 2017, she sued Epstein and Maxwell, settling for an undisclosed amount in 2018. Despite this, she attended the 2021 trial of Ghislaine Maxwell to support other victims and witnesses, and witness the proceedings. Reaction to Maxwell's conviction, credibility challenges in 2026. It was noted in a True Crime Tapes podcast that Ransom previously admitted to fabricating claims in earlier emails regarding the existence of tapes of high-profile figures, which she did in a desperate attempt to bring attention to her situation, for which she expressed remorse. Okay, that's a little bit different. That is a little bit different. There's times where, like, I've considered, I don't think I've ever actually done it, but there's been times where I've considered, like, where I know that somebody's lying about me, and I've considered being, like, saying, like, oh, I've got proof, so if you want me to pull up the fucking recording, I'll do that now, but you can just admit it here before you get fucking obliterated. Completely obliterated. Back to the Stone Ages. Like, because it makes sense if you know that you're telling the truth and you're just trying to get them to admit it. Like, it can make sense to as like a pressure tactic, I suppose, but only in certain situations. It doesn't make sense if you're doing this like under oath. It doesn't make sense if you're doing this to where you're just accusing somebody of something without it making sense, but considering the fact that she won lawsuits or won settlements, like that says to me that she had good reason to kind of threaten these tapes. So
the reporting that we have, and we have receipts, we have intercepts between Viktor Orban's foreign minister.
I like interesting, not plain Jane Christian virgin. You mean you're just ODD?
Peter Siarto and the Russian foreign minister Sergei Lavrov. These intercepts show really a conspiracy. One European intelligence official that we queried said, listening to the two of them talk, it's like Lavrov is a case officer handling an agent in the field. What do they show? The latest disclosures that we have, which is going to go up online at V-Square in about half an hour, show that when the European Union was negotiating Ukraine's accession talks, Ukraine wants to join the EU very forcefully. Also, the accession talks for Moldova, another impoverished nation in Europe. Siarto would step out of the meeting, call Lavrov, and give him a play-by-play of how Hungary was threatening to block, financial aid to Ukraine, doing everything it could to stop that accession. There's a direct quote that Lavrov tells, again, to the Hungarian foreign minister. He says, Peter, sometimes goodwill direct blackmailing is the best option.
What does I keep asking, like, what does the United States want in fucking Hungary? Like, what do they want in Hungary? What is it that they're looking for in Hungary? Like, you would assume that they're going to go back Victor for some sort of like return on investment. They're hoping to have like an ally in Hungary. But for what? What do you want from Hungary? Why Hungary? Like, what is it that they're supposed to offer? I sent you a tweet on this? Okay. Where? Oh, this. Okay. Wait, you sent me this. Am I crazy? Absolute bombshell leaked. Absolute bombshell leak. You sent me this. I had this on the list yesterday and just never got to it.
Now, this is one of several phone calls of this nature. They also discussed the famous Alaska summit between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. In this instance, it was Siarto querying Lavrov for information about how...
What did he just say? Vladimir? Vladimir?
And Vladimir Putin. In this instance...
Vladimir.
It was Siarto querying Lavrov for information about how badly did...
Lost all credibility right there. Lost all credibility out the window. Vladimir. Whatever, bro.
Because in Europe, there's high dudgeon about the Russians basically eating the Americans' lunch and selling Ukraine down the river. Lavrov was reassuring him that things are going well. I mean, again, it is a weird conspiracy because Hungary is not only a member of the European Union, it is also
So, I mean, really, all that came out of this is that they said the conversations between them were odd, and that the way that Viktor Orban and those people talk to JD Vance, it sounded more like a handler. Leaked intercepts completely expose Hungarian government, and expert journalist reveals Hungary's foreign minister is secretly taking orders. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay, they're taking orders from Russia. Okay, from Russia's Sergei Lavrov, like a recruited agent. They are actively sabotaging NATO from the inside. I forgot that they were part of NATO. I forgot that they were part of NATO. That now makes sense. That makes sense. They're obviously trying to forge some kind of new alliance. Yeah, they want allies, because I forgot that they're part of NATO, and so yeah, that makes total fucking sense. It's weird, though, that they're still talking shit about Zelensky. It's so strange that they're still talking shit about Zelensky the way that they are. Like, JD Vance was whining and crying about the fact that Zelensky threatened Orban yesterday, and so yeah, well, of course he did. Orban's like obviously an enemy.
I wasn't even aware that Zelensky had said that he was going to send private soldiers to the prime minister's residence until yesterday. Victor actually told me that, and then I went and looked it up. Almost couldn't believe it's true, but it's true. It's completely scandalous. You should never have a foreign head of government or a foreign head of state threatening the head of government of an allied nation. It's preposterous. It's unacceptable. And what I find so interesting about, there's a lot of conversation about foreign influence in our elections. So you saw this back in 2016, where a lot of the American media said that it was a true scandal that the Russian government bought like $500,000 of Facebook advertisements during the 2016 campaign. And for what it's worth, I don't want Russia involved in our elections in the same way that I'm sure you don't want any other country involved in your elections. I've also been told that the Vice President of the United States coming and saying that Viktor Orban is doing a good job and is a helpful statesman to the cause of peace, that's foreign influence. But what's not foreign influence is when the European Union threatens billions of dollars withheld from Hungary because you guys protect your borders. That's apparently not foreign influence. What's not foreign influence is when the Ukrainians shut down pipelines, causing suffering among the Hungarian people in an effort to influence an election. That's allegedly not foreign influence. It doesn't pass the smell test. Foreign influence is when other governments threaten, cajole, and try to use economic influence to tell you how to vote. And that, to the Hungarian people, whether you like Viktor Orban or not, whether you agree with this or that policy, that is fundamentally an assault on your sovereignty. You know what I have never done, even though we have, of course, a lot of economic power in the United States of America. We are the economic and military superpower of the world. We have never threatened Hungary, saying, if you don't vote for Viktor Orban, you're not going to get this and this. We would never do that because we respect the Hungarian people.
You guys don't have your entire fucking civilization on the line over what it is that Orban does. You guys don't have like all of your like I think it's Hungarian parliament who keeps voting for aid for Ukraine, and Orban as the prime minister keeps vetoing this every time that it goes through. And Zelensky is like expecting this aid for his war against Russia, and then Orban continuously makes sure that Zelensky doesn't get it. Obviously, it's not good to like threaten to send your military to his address. He did say to have a conversation in his own language. How you want to interpret that? It seems obvious he's threatening violence, but not great. Not great, but I can understand the straits that Zelensky is in. Zelensky didn't threaten him. His address is public. What does his address being public have to do with anything? What does it have to do with sending military agents to his address? Like, his address is public. Okay, so I can say I'm going to send the military to your address? Like, what does that have to do with anything? That is a threat. He did threaten him. He obviously threatened him. It's just it makes sense with the situation that Zelensky's in, that he's gonna try just about anything. No, he said he would let members of his military go and have a conversation. Yes, I literally just said that. Like dialogue. Yeah. Yes, I understand. It's obvious that he's threatening him, yeah.
Enough to respect their sovereignty. The fact that so many foreign actors, whether they're transnational organizations like the bureaucrats in Brussels, or whether it's foreign governments, are literally threatening the Hungarian people, vote this way or we're going to exact our revenge on you, that should make you very angry. You should vote against that for the simple reason that you are sovereign in this country. One of the coolest things about my visit is, late yesterday, when it was closed down, we went and saw the crown of St. Stephen in the Parliament. And I love the symbolism of this, of course, because it's one of the oldest, maybe the oldest surviving crown that exists in Western civilization, but it's there at the center of the parliamentary building. What does that mean? That means that sovereignty rests with the Hungarian people. The people are sovereign in Hungary. But for that to be true, the Hungarian people have to reject these foreign influence operations, vote for who they want to be their leader, reject the Brussels bureaucrats.
Only J.D. Vance and Orban stated that with no verifiable evidence. That's not true, dude. Was it the EU or was it NATO? He got like an entire condemnation from, I think it's from the EU. Several high-profile international and domestic figures have condemned Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky for remarks directed at Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban in March 2026. Zelensky stated he would give Orban's address to the Ukrainian armed forces so they could speak with him in their own language after Orban blocked a major EU aid package. The following entities and individuals have issued condemnations. The European Commission spokesman Olaf Gill described the rhetoric as unacceptable, stating that EU member states must not be threatened and that such language is not conducive to shared goals. J.D. Vance, Peter Magyar, Robert Fico, Matteo Salvini, That's the Slovak Prime Minister, Italian Deputy Prime Minister, the President of the Republika Srpska, Russia's presidential spokesman, Vilimsky, the Austrian MEP. Maybe I'm wrong, I didn't remember evidence being presented. I don't think it's even been denied. All the Putin allies. The European Commission spokesman Olaf Gill described, okay. I don't know. Is Italy a Russian ally? Evidence of alleged threats from Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky against Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban stems from March 2026, where Zelensky suggested Ukrainian soldiers could talk to those blocking EU aid, interpreted by Hungary as a direct threat. Orban characterized these remarks as death threats. Yeah, I thought he made the statements publicly, but that it was just Orban said that he's obviously talking about me, and I think everybody agreed because Orban had just blocked aid to Ukraine again, that he had just vetoed it again, to where everybody's like, yeah, it seems pretty obvious he's talking about Orban. Orban characterized these remarks as death threats or warnings of physical harm amid a severe diplomatic dispute regarding EU loans and oil pipeline shutdowns. The threat remarks Zelensky alluded to giving the address of a certain person widely understood to be Orban to Ukrainian troops for a direct talk in their own language, following Hungary's veto of 90 euros or pounds, euros, billion EU loan. Hungarian reaction, Orban accused Ukraine of bandit behavior in insulting and threatening messaging, claiming Zelensky intended to pass his address to military personnel. The EU condemnation. The European Commission deemed the rhetoric unacceptable, stating there must not be threats against EU member states. Escalating tensions. The dispute coincided with Hungary's elite counterterrorism unit raiding Ukrainian registered vehicles and an intensifying energy dispute over Druzhba oil pipeline. Allegations of interference. Orban argued that the rhetoric, along with the pressure from Brussels, was a coordinated effort to interfere in Hungarian elections. They raided Ukrainian registered vehicles? Politico is worthless. EU blasts Zelensky over veiled threat. Brussels, the European Commission on Friday rebuked Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky over remarks that Hungarian interpreted as the threat against. Hungary interpreted as threats. Okay. Zelensky alluded Thursday to giving the address to a certain person. Hungary took offense to the remarks. Specifically in retaliation or in relation to the comments made by President Zelensky, we are very clear as the European Commission that the type of language is not acceptable. There must not be threats against EU member states. Commission Deputy Chief Spokesperson Olaf Gill told reporters Friday in a rare condemnation of the leader in Kiev. So they're saying it's a rare condemnation of Zelensky. Based on available reports, October 2025, Olaf Gill is the European Commission spokesperson who expressed a pragmatic stance regarding potential diplomatic meetings involving Russian President Vladimir Putin rather than having personal ties to him. Official position is European Commission Deputy Chief Spokesperson Gill has stated in October 2025 that the EU would welcome a meeting between then US President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin in Budapest if it served the purpose of creating a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Gill noted, we live in the real world, acknowledging that while the EU maintains severe sanctions and firm stance against Russia's aggression, it would support initiatives aimed at ending the war. I'm sorry, I don't... Yes, the exchange between Orban and Zelensky didn't come out of the blue. I'm sorry, I don't know what that has to do. You just said that they're... Am I crazy? You just said that their headline was bombastic. But it says EU blasts Zelensky over veiled threat against Orban. How is that bombastic? It's not bombastic at all. That's just what happened. And then you're acting as though all of these people are friends to Russia when the EU Commission has fucking sanctions on Russia right now over this. It does. I'm sorry, you're not making any sense. What about that is bombastic? And how do you think that Gill or the EU Commission are on the side of Russia? A spokesperson had some slight criticism of Zelensky. It's nothing. We are very clear as the European Commission that that type of language is not acceptable. There must not be threats against EU member states. Okay, I disagree. I don't think this is bombastic at all. I don't think that that's an overstatement. I would say that yes, they are obviously condemning him for his statements. I don't think blasts is that much of a difference, but whatever.
Your point is to stop drugs and alcoholism by just people never starting?
Well, you two believe in this fantasy of addiction in which people lose...
Fantasy of addiction.
Complete fantasy, in which people lose all power over themselves and become victims of this terrible, frightening disease.
But right now you're quoting...
Let me finish. This is what you believe, this terrible, frightening disease after which they cannot stop taking drugs. If you really believe that, then you would presumably think the best thing would be that they never ever came in contact with those drugs.
Of course.
Wouldn't it therefore be wise to deter them from doing so by a
This is old, right? He's dead, yeah?
stern and effective criminal justice system which actually persuaded them it was unwise to take the drugs in the first place?
When do I get to speak? I'm dying to speak.
If you really believe in it, you'd agree with me.
When can I speak?
Speak.
Okay, so...
I didn't come here to be quiet.
Neither did I.
No,
I didn't come here to listen to ludicrous things like that either. So...
Well, you tell me why it's ludicrous if you're so clever.
I will. I will. The American Medical Association diagnosed it a disease in 1976, so you're saying that that's incorrect?
Yeah, look, people.
Are you saying that that's
the medical
incorrect?
profession is constantly doing extraordinary things. The American Psychiatric Association said for years that homosexuality was
Peter,
a
the
disease.
key thing is...
They were wrong. All kinds of things
Peter,
are said by medical
the
professionals.
key thing is
turn
we've
out to be
had
not
this
true.
policy
What's
for
the objective
50,
evidence?
50 years. We've had this policy
My life.
of
My life is the
of
objective
treating
evidence.
addiction as a crime. 50 years.
No, we
and we
haven't.
now know that it doesn't work. It doesn't work anywhere in the world. Increasingly in the US, Uruguay, and elsewhere, and in Europe,
Finish your
things
point,
are changing.
My life is, I'm a drug addict. I'm a person that if I have a drink, I can't stop. And so it would be following your ideology that I'm choosing to do that. That I'm choosing.
That's exactly not my ideology, it is my belief. Yes, you do choose.
It is, and
You have a
it's
choice.
a belief that you wrote in your book, correct?
You have a choice over whether you drink or not. You have a choice over.
But your book is the only book in modern times that has this ideology.
Yeah.
So doesn't that teach you something?
Well, it's quite often unfashionable ideas are unfashionable because they are unpopular with influential people. Doesn't necessarily bother me. You tell me what the objective diagnosis is to establish the existence of addiction in the human body.
It's an allergy of the body, and it's an.
Allergies of what?
We're supposed to be grown men here, and you're making faces like the guy who's wearing the pants that you were talking about earlier. I'm expecting you to come out in the pants in a minute. It's an obsession of your mind and an allergy of your body. So this is what happens to me. I start thinking about alcohol, I can't stop. I can't stop thinking about it.
And what's the objective physical proof of this inability to stop?
Whenever people do this, they sound like they don't believe in any mental illnesses at all. Just so you guys know, if you ever hear people say this, the arguments that they're going to make against addiction or even transgenderism or gender dysphoria, like being fake or whatever, all of their arguments are going to be against all mental illnesses. The same way that we categorize these things, the same way that we can see them, the same way that we can diagnose them. It's all the fucking same. It's all the same. All mental illnesses are kind of done in the same fashion, where we can't just like do a brain scan. We can't just do like an objective test on them. We can't test their blood for a mental disease or a mental disorder. And so we have to just observe what the differences are. We can talk to the person, and then when you see that there's a very large amount of people all over the world who have nothing to do with one another, especially before the internet, where they could communicate with each other and actually like, get in like forums and stuff like that, and all tell each other like, hey, let's all pretend we're doing this at the same time. Like that before this, even before that, all of these people were having the same outcomes from the same cause, the same side effects, the same everything, and they all describe it the same. They all have the same inclinations. We're going to come to the conclusion that they're correct, that they like what, and when you see the compulsive behavior from them, that this is something that you can just observe. You can see it. You can see that when somebody gets addicted, they just don't have as much autonomy over their decisions. They don't have as much agency anymore. That like people who really, truly, with every fucking fiber in their being, want to stop doing drugs will continue doing it anyways. There's just so much fucking evidence for this, but this is going to apply to literally all mental illnesses. Like the same thing. We can just observe the differences, and we can see that when somebody seems to meet the criteria, they act in accordance with what it is that we would predict. Sad that Perry ended up losing the fight. Yeah, they're both dead, aren't they? Hitchens and Perry are both dead. Using drugs isn't a mental illness. It's an addiction, and it's not even a real one many times. You're saying that addiction isn't a real mental illness? It's crazy the depths that heroin addicts can sink to. They do things they would never do. Yeah. Yes. This is it's not Christopher Hitchens. That's his brother Peter. Yeah. Oh, Christopher Hitchens is dead. Peter's alive. Okay. Addiction is not a mental illness. No. Okay. You're doing the like hippie bullshit that there's no real like scientific evidence for. You're probably thinking of like the Vietnam studies where they say like, oh, people who came back from Vietnam, they had families and they loved them, and so they just didn't even have withdrawals, and they weren't addicted anymore. And there's just there's these things have not been replicated. They're not able to be replicated. There's no good long-term data for this. And we have like evidence of the opposite, that people who do have good family structures, they do have acceptance, they do have people who are there willing to help them, that they still go the other direction. Like, that's literally what rehabs are. Rehabs are places where it's accepted, they understand you, they give you all of the positive reinforcement that you could possibly want, and they fail 85% of the time. And then we have places where they've decriminalized it. The addiction rates have not changed. I think there was a period where in decriminalized states they had lower overdose rates, but not lower usage rates. And then I think those overdose rates eventually went back up, if I'm remembering correctly. I could be wrong on that part. Yeah, you know how they avoid their addictions? They avoid the drug, but the addictions make that act hard. Yeah. TLDR, are you for the regulation, taxation, etc.? Or are you for the war on drugs? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what kind of dichotomy you're creating here, but I'm not in favor of the war on drugs. I don't know what the fuck the other thing was. Like, there should still be like legal mechanisms to make this harder to get, to make it less likely, to make it to where people aren't as easily, to where addictive drugs aren't as easily accessible. But we should be criminalizing the drug dealers, not the drug users. Look at the Switzerland and Portugal examples on how they dealt with it. I remember the Portugal one vaguely. Portugal treats addiction as a public health issue rather than as a criminal one. Well, this is, just to be clear, regardless of like what I'm in favor of as far as like treating the things, this is a totally different conversation when, if you're gonna tell me that it's not like a real addiction, yet the countries that you're gonna point to still believe that it's a real addiction, this is not gonna help your point. I'm saying this as a recovered heroin addict. Like, I was arrested, went to prison, and got clean because I was put in a place where I was able to stay away from everything for long enough to where when I got back out, I didn't go back to it. So then, is all addiction bad, or is it just some things? There's differences in types of addictions. So when we're talking about like a physical addiction to something, you have a very different chemical reaction within your body versus like what we would call like a mental addiction. There's more like scientific language for it than that, but the addiction for something like alcohol, benzos, and opiates, that is a very different type of addiction than one that somebody could get to like cocaine or weed or, you know, caffeine or cigarettes. Like, these are drastically different, drastically different, and they have very different prescriptions for them as well. So we can't say, oh, it's either all addictions or no addictions. Well, no, they're all different. They're all different things. Cigarettes is one of the most addictive substances, frankly. I don't know what you mean by most addictive when we're talking about, I just separated them into different types of addictions, right? We're talking about like physical addictions to where it literally like changes like your body chemistry. So with something like heroin, okay, your body tends to like produce the chemicals needed less. So like the dopamine, it starts to produce it less because you're overusing the receptors. And so once you overuse the receptors, you now need kind of more and more to chase the dragon to get back to the point that you were at before, which means that you're overusing them that much more as well. So now every time you're not using it, your body is producing way less in between uses. So now you don't even feel like a normal person compared to everybody else. Now you need this to even feel normal, to even get back to a normal spot. But then on top of that, you still want that high on top of it. So now you're adding more on top of this. Your body has reprogrammed itself to have issues without this. But on top of that, because it gets used to a higher dosage of this now, your body is now adjusted to this. And so once it's adjusted, if all of a sudden you stop using it, after a couple of days, you go through withdrawals to where now you have a physical repercussion from not having the same intake, right? This is not the same thing that happens with like weed or caffeine or cigarettes, where you still have a withdrawal because your body isn't getting the same thing that it's gotten used to, but it doesn't go through this like long-term process of trying to readjust itself. And the addiction to it, to something like caffeine, how addictive caffeine is not even close to how addictive heroin is. The need for that thing and the cravings for that thing, these are in different worlds. They're in different realities. Yeah, I just addressed all of that, Polly. You're just repeating everything that I said, so I'm not.
Secret security clearance while she worked with Delta Force there with the Army in Fort Bragg. She's the whistleblower that called out the maltreatment that she was experiencing while working there. But the feds believe she was giving away a lot more than just workplace secrets, secrets that could have put soldiers' lives at risk. For 8 years, Courtney Williams worked in the Army's Delta Force at Fort Bragg, behind-the-scenes work to help maintain cover for one of the military's most secretive groups. But now she's being accused of leaking top-secret information to a journalist that could have put soldiers' lives at risk. Williams was quoted in Seth Harp's book, The Fort Bragg Cartel.
My book is critical of the
But that I just separated them to say that they're not like addictions. That's what I just said. These are not alike for these reasons. I literally just went over all the reasons why those things are separated, and to just say like addictions overall isn't the same as like separating these out into different types. And I gave you 3 types that are the most addictive, with the physical addiction being a much longer term problem. And yes, I just finished separating all of them out. And then you're like, yeah, but I'm trying to separate them out. I just did that. That's literally what I just finished doing.
these institutions, because I think that waging war in secrecy for 20 years gives rise to a host of cultural problems that spill over into communities like Fayetteville.
WRAL interviewed Harp about the book in October. Williams was quoted extensively when referring to a toxic work environment within Delta Force, where she claimed she was sexually harassed and discriminated against while also sharing information about work she would do. A criminal complaint filed today indicates she had concerns about how Harp's reporting could affect her, telling her mother, "I might actually get arrested," and also telling Harp, "I would definitely have been concerned with the amount of classified information being disclosed." She continued, saying in part, "I'm taking deep breaths, but have a feeling this is going to be more of a nightmare for my children than not." Harp declined an interview but sent me a statement calling this a vindictive act of retaliation and saying in part, "Former Delta Force operators disclose national defense information on podcasts and YouTube shows every day, but the government is going after Courtney for the sole reason that she exposed sexual harassment and gender discrimination in the unit." So the Eastern District of North Carolina says they will be releasing some sort of press release sometime soon, but don't have a public comment to give me at this point. I have also reached out.
The FBI has arrested former U.S. Special Operations and Delta Force veteran Courtney Williams for violating the Espionage Act. DOJ says she transmitted classified national defense intel to the media and put our warfighters at risk. So she's the one who reported that the pilot was... No. It was a book. I'm so confused. Oh, okay. They're just saying in a separate note, now find the leaker who put our troops at risk. Okay. I got you.
Breaking. All right, we have a wild breaking news story regarding Pope Leo being threatened by the Pentagon. The reporting from Christopher Hale says that the Pentagon summoned one of Pope Leo's top American diplomats and threatened him face to face after the US-born pontiff Pope Leo gave his January State of the World address. Apparently, the Trump administration and the Pentagon took such offense to Pope Leo's State of the World address back in January that they felt the need to threaten him face to face. I want to play for you what Pope Leo said during that address a few months ago, and then I'll play for you JD Vance's response to all of this, because he was asked about this on the tarmac in Budapest, Hungary only moments ago, and he dug himself into a deeper hole by making snide remarks about the Pope's top American diplomat. So we're essentially in a situation where the Pentagon is trying to use thinly veiled threats, not even thinly veiled, direct threats in order to control the Pope. It even reports that the person who made the threat invoked the Avignon papacy, which I had to do some research into. It's a period in the 14th century when the French monarchy controlled the Pope by force. So the Pope was controlled by force during the Avignon papacy, and somebody threatened one of Pope Leo's diplomats with this exact wording. Let's jump into all of this. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed if you appreciate these breaking news videos and the debate content that we make. We're so close to 2 million, and that's because of you all. Okay, Christopher Hale reports, a stunning new report claims that the Pentagon summoned Pope Leo's top American diplomat and threatened him after the US-born pontiff gave his January State of the World address. Leo used the address to denounce a world ruled, quote, by a diplomacy based on force and zeal for war. It's worth pointing out Pope Leo has made more comments since the Iran war started, but back in January, he was largely referring to the Venezuelan operation that Donald Trump launched and the prior Iran war called Operation Midnight Hammer that Donald Trump launched. This says, in January, behind closed doors at the Pentagon, Under Secretary of War for Policy Elbridge Colby summoned Cardinal Christophe Pierre. One more time. Elbridge Colby summoned Christophe Pierre, Pope Leo's top ambassador to the United States at the time, and delivered a lecture. America, Colby and his colleagues told the Cardinal, has the military power to do whatever it wants in the world. The Catholic Church...
This is really fucking annoying that they don't have quotes in any of this. They don't have quotations in any of this. America, Colby and his colleagues told the Cardinal, has the military power to do whatever it wants in the world. Why aren't there fucking quotes there? That's so confusing. It's so stupid.
Had better take its side. As tempers rose, one U.S. official reached for a 14th century weapon and invoked the Avignon papacy, the period when the French crown used military force to bend the Bishop of Rome to its will. That scene, broken this week by Mattia Farlisi, an extraordinary piece of journalism for the Free Press, may be one of the most remarkable moments in the long and knotted history of the American Republic's relationship with the Catholic Church.
As tempers rose, one U.S. official reached for a 14th century weapon and invoked Avignon papacy. This sounds like an anime, dude. These people are so cartoonish. They're all so fucking, like, overly performative with their shit. What the fuck? You reached for a weapon and invoked Avignon papacy. What the fuck, dude?
Long and knotted history of the American Republic's relationship with the Catholic Church. Let me just tell you all, this has sent shockwaves down the Catholic Church. In the speech that enraged Pete Hegseth and top Pentagon officials, Pope Leo said, quote, a diplomacy that promotes dialogue and seeks...
I mean, this isn't even religious. Like, the fact that, like, the fact that they're trying to control the Pope is very anti-religious. Like, I wouldn't even, like, relate this to being religious. I would say that this is very anti-religion. This is very anti-Catholicism. This is to say that, like, you're going to control the Pope when if you believe that the Pope is, like, you know, holding the key and that he's, you know, the highest ranking you know, prophet, that you can't just... The Pope is just a person, Tom, unless you believe in him. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, you get it. So you're repeating what I'm saying. Is that it's them treating him like just another person means it's very anti-religion. If he was, if they were actually religious, they wouldn't do anything like this.
Consensus among all parties is being replaced by a diplomacy based on force. We actually have the clip right here. Let's play it for you all.
A diplomacy that promotes dialogue and seeks consensus among all parties is being replaced by a diplomacy based on force by either individuals or groups of allies. War is back in vogue, and a zeal for war is spreading. The principle established after the Second World War, which prohibited nations from using force to violate the borders of others, has been completely undermined. Peace is no longer sought as a gift and a desirable good in itself, or in the pursuit of the establishment of the ordered universe willed by God, with a more perfect form of justice among men and women. Instead, peace is sought through weapons as a condition for asserting one's own dominion.
We're at about an hour left in the stream, almost 2 hours in. We got to get $25 in the next hour to continue stream. You're new here. If we don't hit the $25 mark, we'll end up ending stream when the clock hits 0. The chat still isn't moving down. It's really weird. I'm having to go and push it down myself every couple minutes. Yeah, if you guys want to donate, use the tips link in the description, not super chats, but the tips link. I will try to pin it at the bottom of chat real quick. And you can use that link to send money with debit card, credit card, or even PayPal. And it'll still read your messages through TTS.
This gravely threatens the rule of law, which is the foundation of all peaceful civil coexistence.
If you hear that and you take personal offense at the Pope just calling for peace, at the Pope saying a zeal for war is spreading and that we shouldn't abuse the principles founded after the Second World War with NATO, if that is personally offending to you, then you're just a warmonger freak. We then learned, not long ago, update, Letters from Leo, the publication, can now independently confirm that this meeting took place and that the Vatican was so alarmed by the Pentagon's tactics that Pope Leo shelved plans to visit the United States later this year. Wow. Many in the Vatican saw the Pentagon's reference to an Avignon papacy as a threat to use military force against the Holy See. Let's hear about J.D. Vance. Let's watch J.D. Vance responding to this exact thing.
Okay, X has been abuzz the last couple of days with the Free Press story saying that senior Pentagon officials in January, including Rich Colby, brought Cardinal Pierre into the Pentagon.
Brought who?
Cardinal Christophe Pierre
okay.
into the Pentagon.
I haven't seen the story, unfortunately.
Small fry tip $25. Tip.
Thank you, Small Fry, with the full $25. Let's freaking go, boy. Let's go. Let's get some W's in chat for Small Fry, everybody. Thank you, Small Fry, with the full $25. Damn, Mantis. Oh, jeez. Oh, so embarrassing. Oh my goodness.
And essentially the reporting by the Free Press is that they told him that the American military has a lot of might and they can do whatever they want and the church should get on its side. Does that message sound correct to you? Is that something you would sign off on?
So one, I with no disrespect to the Cardinal, I don't know who Cardinal Christophe Pierre is.
He's the ambassador to the Holy See and the U.S.
Oh, okay. I've met him before. Sorry, I just didn't remember the name. I've never seen this reporting. I'd like to actually talk to Cardinal Christophe Pierre and, frankly, to our people to figure out what actually happened. I think it's always a bad idea to offer an opinion on stories that are unconfirmed and uncorroborated, so I'm not going to do that.
I mean, you don't even seem to know the guy who's in the story despite meeting him, so I wouldn't trust your opinion either way. Pedro points out, it's so funny, man. Vance wants to be seen as some pious statesman humbly converted to Catholicism. But the moment his political prospects are threatened by the Catholic Church exposing the moral corruption of the Trump administration, the mask slips and you can see the seething psychopath smirking through. Vance never stopped being the creep who wore wigs in college. He just changed the wigs a few times throughout the years. And in this clip right here, he's essentially trying to downplay the story, act like he doesn't know who Christophe Pierre is, and the original story is just effing absurd. In January, behind closed doors at the Pentagon, the Undersecretary for War delivered a lecture. America has the military power to do whatever it wants in the world. The Catholic Church better take his side. This is the man who delivered the threat, Elbridge Colby. He's not very threatening. I guess it just underscores.
Aram Sound tip $25. I've had a drink. I will not be undone. Just the tip, let there be content for all. Come be bald like Baldy Bald. Bald and shit bald.
True. True. Well done. Aaron M. Sound. Let's get some more dubs in fucking chat. Let's fucking go, boy. Damn, we got Small Fry and Aaron, the sugar daddies for everybody else in chat, just making sure that y'all get content. They're just providing all the money to make sure that the show goes on. Make sure that you guys all thank your sugar daddies. Thank you, sugar daddy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, daddy. Yes, there you go. Ah, fuck. It's not scrolling again.
A broader point about how the United States is losing all of its moral clarity on the world stage. I mean, I can't believe I've made this entire video and I haven't even mentioned that only 48 hours ago, Donald Trump threatened to wipe out an entire civilization. He's threatening to wipe out civilizations while the Pentagon then threatens Pope Leo, or sorry, the people around Pope Leo, and Pope Leo by proxy, if they're not okay with these threats. Behind the scenes, Vatican officials were reportedly so alarmed by all of this, they began reconsidering major diplomatic engagements with the United States. Most notably, Pope Leo planned to visit for America's 250th anniversary, but that was shelved. He shelved it because he said he doesn't want to go due to the tensions building. Now, Pope Leo's address was so incredibly common sense that I can't believe people like Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, they are so drunk and high off of their power that they are trying to step all over the Catholic Church and say they know better, they have moral high ground, they don't care what the Pope or the Catholic Church says. We'll see how this turns out for the people in the country that claim to vote for the Republican Party due to religion, yet are repeatedly smacked in the face in doing so. If you appreciate these videos on the Adam Mockler channel, double check to make sure you're subscribed. Sometimes people get unsubscribed, but we're getting so close to 2 million subscribers, we need all of the help we can get. I love you all. I will see you all in the next video, and peace out.
The way that YouTube unsubscribes people from channels is really odd. It's really, really weird. I can never figure it out. I've even messaged YouTube a couple of times, and they always say that because a lot of bots will subscribe to channels, they kind of find the bot channels and delete those channels, and so then people lose subscribers out of nowhere. And I can watch lots of times when, like, it seems like every time I hit another, like, couple hundred, it seems like every 200, if I hit that number, all of a sudden I drop, like, 20, 30 subscribers. And, but that makes sense to me. But then people start showing up and they're like, bro, where have you been? You haven't been around for months. And I'm like, I literally never stopped streaming for years, dude. I stream like daily for fucking years. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And they're like, wait, I'm not even subscribed anymore. What the fuck happened? And like, this happens regularly enough to where I don't think people are just accidentally unsubscribing. It feels as though YouTube does actually unsubscribe people sometimes in a really odd way. So I don't understand how it works or how it happens or anything, but they do be doing that. For really though.
I don't really feel like you guys take accountability for what you're doing, because
accountability, guys. Our fucking queen just pearly things, dude. Preach, baby girl. We are huge Just Pearly thing stands over here. She is so smart. Oh my goodness, she is the smartest woman, and she's here to make sure that all of the other modern women out here are being held accountable. Thank God.
Because when I hear you tell me your story back, you always seem to point the blame on being broken and being and the evil men.
No, I'm not saying.
What? Did she bleep? Did she get bleeped out? Or it sounded like she was about to say, and then being horny, and then instead said, and then something the evil meant.
Point the blame on being broken and the evil men.
Bro, they're putting the blame on the broken. You need to put the blame on your brain being broken. I don't know what the fuck is going on here, dude.
No, I'm not saying there were evil men.
Yeah, I know, but when you say like, you know, when you say like, oh, this happened because I had an abusive childhood, there's lots of people with abusive childhoods that don't do that.
That's true.
You know,
I think
it kind of takes away from the, you know, it'd be like if Jeffrey Dahmer came out and said, oh, I murdered all these people because my mom was mean to me or my dad was mean to me. It takes a little bit away from the actual apology.
Yeah.
Right? And I mean, it makes it seem less sincere when, you know, throughout the whole story, I never heard you say, hey, I was horny. I enjoyed having sex on camera, and I did it because I liked the attention. I didn't want to work. It was easy money, and it was wrong.
Yeah, well, there's a few layers. I hear what you're saying. I totally do. But brokenness doesn't take away from accountability. I own up to everything that I did. I made the decision.
This is what I said to her on the panel. Like, I had a debate with Pearl and like, I forget the other people's names, but it was like some of the top, you know, red pill, anti-modern woman people. I had a debate with them a couple months ago, and the debate prompt was, is black fatigue racist or something like that? And I started off by just saying, like, I obviously, like, if you're incorrect and you're just spreading blatant misinformation that says that, like, everybody ought to be tired of black people, but it's for really stupid and bad reasons, then yes, in that case, it would be racist. And I do think that's what you guys are doing. And I start talking about systemic racism, but every time they're like, oh, you're using systemic racism as a reason to for black people to avoid accountability. And I was like, no, I'm not. Like, they still have to be arrested, they still have to go to court, they still have to be held accountable. And they're like, but they're not, though. That's the whole thing, is your idea here is stopping them from being held accountable. And actually, like, literally every study says the exact opposite, that instead they're actually held accountable at disproportionate rates, and that even two people charged for the same crimes, the black person will get a longer period of time in jail, that that white people are more likely to have their charges downgraded, where black people are more likely to have their charges upgraded, and that black people are more likely to be found guilty, whereas white people are less likely to be found guilty. Like, you're just wrong across the board. And they're like, yeah, but then this idea that they're held accountable more often now says to everybody that, like, oh, well, we just shouldn't hold them accountable anymore. I'm like, you're just saying that. That's obviously not the case. They're still being held accountable at higher rates. This hasn't changed. Nothing here has changed. They still get held accountable at higher rates. We have tons of more recent studies. This has been the case every single time the studies are done. They are still held accountable at higher rates and for harsher crimes, and all this across the board. Like, do they even believe systemic racism exists? No, they don't believe it exists. But the reason for why it doesn't exist is because they don't want to give black people an excuse for doing bad things. That's literally what they keep saying the whole time. And so it's circular logic where they keep saying like, oh, you're giving a reason for why this happened, so you're just giving them excuses. And I'm like, no, like I'm explaining what is objectively true. That doesn't mean that they get to just turn around and use this as an excuse. And if anytime something happens, if a black person stops and is like, oh, well, it doesn't matter because I'm a victim of systemic racism, like fuck that person. They're like, yeah, but that's what all black people do. They all do this. No, they don't. They don't do this. This is stupid. Like that. I'll give you that it happens sometimes, and with the not that I've seen it, but that's just the assumption that it probably happens. That it exists, but you know, just with probabilities. What up, non-fun and non-fun chatters? Welcome in, guys. Appreciate you guys joining. But yeah, that like this is. That they always go back to like, instead of engaging with what is factually true and whether or not that is real, they always fall back to like, yeah, but that's just an excuse for this. And it's like, we're not talking about excuses. Like, we're not talking about like avoiding accountability right now. Well, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about whether or not these people are held accountable whatsoever. We're talking about whether or not this is the reason for why that happens. That's all we're talking about.
Decision to get into porn. I made the decision to date a pimp. I actually did say that men were my weakness, so that's me taking accountability. I was weak.
Not really. If you're saying men were the weakness, so you were the weakness. It was your.
No, not men were the weakness. That it's her weakness. Holy shit, Pearl is dumb, bro.
They're like my kryptonite, right?
I'm so glad they gave her different lighting, though. Finally, holy crap, they finally got somebody to give her some different lighting. She has had the most atrocious lighting within her studio for the longest time, where it really just magnifies those wrinkles in her face. Like, she has very odd, like, sideways wrinkles on her face that are very just they're not proportionate in any way, and they've always had like the lighting like coming straight sideways, so that every time she moves any muscle in her face, it's just like glaring right there every time. This is way better. It's still not good. They could do way better with this, but they need a light that is directly right at her. They need a light that it goes directly right at her face, straight on, so that it doesn't have any sort of angle. I understand wanting the shadow there. I generally like having a lot of shadow here as well, but they need to have direct light. A ring light? Yeah, sure, a ring light. I have a ring light here. I kind of get rid of the ringiness of it. I put white trash bags over it and then tie them at the bottom so that it fills up the trash, like a white trash bag with light, so that it's now giving like a more like rounded light than the ring light would provide. So it like spreads the light out more and dims it, so that I don't have this like direct light right on me. But either one would be better than what she has right now.
Like
No, because there's many women where men are their kryptonite and they don't have sex on camera. It's like not a hard thing to avoid, right? It's pretty easy to not have sex on camera.
Absolutely.
Who is she? She looks familiar. Who is she? Is she like a porn star or something?
Absolutely. And I totally agree with you. But I would also say then
Wait, is that Megan Rain? That's Megan Rain, isn't it? Yeah, that's Megan Rain. Yeah, that's definitely her.
goes beyond just being horny, because if I was just horny, I wouldn't need a camera and producers and directors. I could have just done my thing and been, you know, a part of hookup culture in college. It goes much deeper than that. It was the promise of fame. It was the, you know, feeling like so empty inside that fame would have validated me. And that's truly what I
No,
believe
it
as
wasn't
a
being
little
empty. It
18-year-old
wasn't
girl.
being empty inside. It was attention seeking. You wanted attention.
Absolutely.
I'm not even kidding. I was just thinking the other day that like this chick just disappeared off the fucking face of the planet. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I wanted attention.
And you were willing to be greedy, and you were willing to embarrass all of your friends, all of your family to do it. And I do appreciate you coming back and saying it's wrong, but you have to understand, when I hear you talk about the story, it just doesn't seem sorry. When you're the way you're telling it, it's like you're the hero and the victim.
Were you looking for her? No, she's fucking obnoxious, then. You hear her voice. Her voice is so fucking obnoxious. But just normally, like, she was, I think, one of like the more popular people that was just kind of always recommended. But I think she even like this is what we've talked about before, and I remember this specifically because I was planning on mentioning this on stream, is that I don't know if I did, but it was like a year ago, I think, that like girls within the porn industry that like once they get to like 25 to 28 years old, normally it's around 28, they now become a MILF. Like you get to that age, you now either leave the porn industry because you're just too old, or you start doing MILF content. You're now a mom. And normally once they get to the MILF like stage, about 28, that they go and get like a boob job and a bunch of plastic surgery, and which is obnoxious as fuck. I mean, I don't really like those things, and that's like, to me, when they like become most attractive is like when they're actually getting around those ages. But then every time they go and get a whole fucking array of plastic surgery, and their lips look weird and their cheeks look weird and their boobs are fucking rocks, and it just seems like such a fucking horrible idea to me. I guess I assume guys like it because they keep doing it every fucking time, but the women who continue to stay in the porn industry past that age, they all go and do that every fucking time. And yeah, I think it was like a year ago, all of a sudden she just had a fucking boob job and had all of this plastic surgery done. And then I think that was the last time that I saw her, was when she all of a sudden had like all this work done. And it's just so, to me, I remember a while ago when I said this, I had somebody in my chat who was a woman who was very upset that I said this because she apparently had a boob job and had massive like double D's and shit, and thought that I was being discriminatory against them. I'm just giving my own personal preference that like I'm not interested in this, though. Again, it seems as though guys are. But it just seems like such an odd trend. Doesn't make sense to me.
Them at the same time, when really it was just a selfish decision. And I don't lose sleep at night, right? It's not my life. But you have to understand, to the average person, they're going to hear this and they might not say it to your face. I'm probably one of the few people who will be honest about it, but
they do it for us, Tom. It's yes, literally, when you're a porn star, yes, that's your fucking job, is to do things for men. Yes, that is your entire fucking job. Yes, that's your whole existence. Correct. Yes, they do it for men.
Going to think you're full, because throughout the whole story, you're blaming everybody else.
I just think there's this whole movement of people saying that if you say anything about brokenness or anything about trauma, then that means that you're not taking accountability. But if you actually study the impact that parenting has on a child, whether to set them up for failure or success, then you would understand that
No, I'd
parenting does
I'd
play
say
a big difference.
I'd say that because
It's
my
not.
my family, we've adopted kids from really bad situations, probably worse than yours, and they didn't make the same decisions you did. They
But
didn't.
what decisions did they make?
They made good decisions. To be honest, they're good kids.
And they were adopted by what? By what was your family like?
Awesome.
Okay, so see, they had a redemption. They had a chance. They had a second chance. They were given a second chance. For me, I just had to learn life the hard way.
That's such Brittany. It's complete. To put it on your childhood when you're born in America, one of the greatest places to be alive in the country, like ever, and one of the freest times ever to be alive. Like, there's just no excuse. There's none. There's kids that had worse childhoods than yours that didn't make your choices. They didn't.
Right. And
This is so stupid. I think this is one of the things that I brought up on the panel as well, is that like people who grow up in single parent households are just much more likely to have negative outcomes. And they even seem to tout these studies all the fucking time, is that like, yes, somebody who's growing up in a single parent household, but the problem is that they twist this into no, it's not single parent households, it's single mother households have bad outcomes. Single mother households have bad outcomes, whereas single father households, they have really good outcomes. This is bullshit. This is not true. There's, I think, maybe one study that says that like single fathers have a disproportionate, like a much better outcome. Pretty much every study says that they have slightly better outcomes. The percentages are slightly lower in whether or not they're going to go to jail or be a drug addict or have a long-term job or whatever. Like the stats are a little bit better in the father's favor, but it's literally like 1 or 2 percentage points. Like, it's not a massive difference. It is not a huge difference to where you could actually think that there's like that they're going to be better off every time with a father than they are with a mother. Like, generally you want both parents. You want a masculine figure and a feminine figure. You want the full spectrum. And and especially 2 parents is always better because it's double the amount of parenting, like double the amount of time spent with the child, double the amount of time that they have the ability to take you to your friend's house or to after school projects and to basketball practice or football practice or whatever. Like, it's double the amount of opportunities for all of these things as you're growing up to have some sort of development there. And it seems like these are studies and things that they bring up all the time, and then all of a sudden they now seem to deny them. Or I guess they don't deny them outright, they just say that it's better for fathers.
Like that.
And men, they don't get a get out of jail free card. They don't get to blame things on their trauma, on their brokenness. Like,
that's literally your whole fucking job. Your entire career is coming up with excuses for men all the time. That's your whole job. Again, I don't mean to keep bringing this up, but on the panel when I was arguing with these people and arguing with Pearl, I literally say at the end, I was like, that you guys keep complaining about the fact that all of these people are using excuses and that they're all just like whiny babies. And I agree that those people exist who will use excuses for everything and who will whine and cry about everything. I think you guys are just the other side of the coin, where instead of whining and crying as a woman, you're whining and crying as men or for men, just making excuses for them and making up a way to get them out of every single situation because it's not their fault. You guys are the same exact people, just the other side of the fucking coin. You just really want to be victims.
To me, it's kind of You know,
I don't
just
understand. So you're saying that women have the opportunity to blame things on brokenness, but men don't. Actually, Joshua Broome, he's an incredible man of God who was in the porn industry for 6 years. He talks about the fact that he had a fatherless home, and that played a big role in as to why he
well,
wasn't
I mean,
validated and
I
got into the
I
adult
would
industry.
say the men that do it, I also think it as well. I do, but it's much more common for women to do it than men, because in general, most people won't hear men out. They won't ask them why they did the bad thing. You know, like when men commit crimes at 18, they don't get a get out of jail free card because they had a bad childhood. They go to jail and pay the time.
For the life of me, I don't know why Brittany De La Mora agreed to go on Just Pearly Things podcast, but I'm glad she did. This is how you deal with an alleged reformed prostitute by bringing accountability to bear. Defiant Baptist. Got him. You made her accountable. Now she's dealing with the accountability. Oh, what up, Zyrex? Oh, she's accountable now. Got him. These people are so fucking stupid, dude. Holy shit. The level of cringe is too much.
What are you seeing about Melania Trump and how her polling is shifting?
Yeah, I would say that the American people really don't care for Melania Trump. Take a look at this. All right, let's take a look at Melania Trump's net favorable ratings. Look at this. The lowest ever. The lowest ever. We're talking about now 12 points underwater. If you go back a little bit more than a year ago, she was 3 points above water. You go back at this point, about this point in term number 1 for Donald Trump. Look at that. She was 30 points above water. So at this point, historic lows for Melania Trump. These numbers are absolutely awful.
One of the questions is why the shift now? But also, I guess, you need to look at this always in the historical context of how does she line up against other first ladies?
Yeah, okay. If we look at this historically, the worst ever at this point in term number 2. Look at this. We got her at 12 points underwater. Look at the rest of these first ladies on the board right here. They're all way above water. 42 points above water for Michelle Obama, 46 above water for Laura Bush, 25 points above water for Hillary Clinton, who was not always the most popular, and 50 points above water for Nancy Reagan. And I even looked at Joe Biden's numbers at this point in that presidency. Of course, that was term 1. She was above water as well. So this is the worst at this point in a presidency as well. Melania Trump breaking records in the way that you don't want to break records. Historically awful she is. The American people really don't care for her.
And you also, I'm saying you have new numbers or another look at the impact or the appeal that her appeal after her documentary came out?
Yeah, okay. So you asked in question number 1, you said why? What is one of the reasons why? And I think one of the reasons why was this documentary. I think a lot of people saw it as political, even if she didn't want it to be. And you could just see it here. This is real world data. This is not just the polling data that shows the lack of appeal, historic lack of appeal that she has for a first lady. Look at this. Some of Melania's budget sheet. Look at this. The budget, rights and marketing, $75 million. That was what is estimated to have been spent by Amazon. Compare that to the box office, both domestic and international combined. We're talking about $17 million. That makes this a bomb. There was a lot of talk when the film came out. Hey, you know, it had a good opening weekend. But then basically it stopped making money. So unless Amazon is able to make this up through streaming, this is going to be a historic bomb. Amazon spent a ton of money on it. And look at that. Simply put, the money was not made back. That coalesces, that combines with the polling data to say that Melania Trump is historically unpopular for a first lady.
Oh, interesting. Good to see her.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
I'm trying to find, there was some fucking, like, some insane fucking tweet that a guy put out about seeing the movie. Oh my goodness, I think this is it. Holy shit. Did you guys see this? Holy shit, did you guys see this? This is a masterclass. When I'm talking about how cringely overly performative that conservatives are, how they are all just like pretending they live in a movie, this is a perfect representation of that. This is a perfect representation of that right here. So this is somebody named Nick Adams. It says best-selling author endorsed by President Trump, founder and CEO of Flag USA, naturalized American citizen, Trump appointee. So I think he's in like Congress or something. He says Trump appointee, so maybe not, but I thought he was in Congress. But okay, so he posted this. This is beautiful, guys. This is fucking beautiful. Okay, get ready for just one of the most amazing things you've ever seen. All right. It says, I am settling in for a showing of Melania and the theater is packed. Earlier, a bystander asked if I was heading in to see Avatar, and I stopped dead in my tracks. Avatar? No, son. I curtly replied. I don't watch woke movies. I'm here to see the groundbreaking documentary about our incredibly talented First Lady. The man's two little girls began jumping up and down, pulling on his sleeve and begging, Daddy, we want to see Melania. But, he stammered, I thought you girls wanted to see Zootopia too. No, they said, now nearly shouting. We want to see Melania. She is the most beautiful First Lady ever. Their father was scrambling, stressed out and disoriented. Girls, I'm afraid you aren't the only ones who are captivated by President Trump and his beautiful wife, I said, kneeling to get on their level. Virtually everyone in this theater is here for the 7:30 p.m. showing, and it's been sold out for days. Tears began to well up in their eyes. But, I said in a hushed tone, I happen to have a few extra tickets with me, and I'd like you and your dad to have them. This guy went to a movie by himself and bought extra tickets for this fucking movie. He went by himself and happened to have bought something that's been sold out for days. So days earlier, he bought these tickets for this. And for the single showing, bought extra tickets. I'd like you and your dad to have them. They jumped for joy and began hugging their father. He looked relieved as he wiped the sweat off his brow with a smile. I handed him the tickets and pulled him close. Raise these girls right, I whispered. Teach them to be classy conservative women of faith like Melania. Don't let them become like Meghan Markle. Capiche? He hugged me and thanked me profusely. What are you going to do now? He asked. Don't worry about me, son, I told him with a twinkle in my eye. I've already got tickets to the next showing. This is too ridiculous, dude. And he's serious, bro. This guy's fucking serious, dude. Holy shit. Kung Fu Panda fanboy. So this reminds me of a similar experience I had when I went to see Kung Fu Panda 4. Someone came up to me and asked, "Are you going to see Dune Part 2?" I said, "No. I'm here to fulfill my purpose in life as the legendary Kung Fu Panda fanboy and see Kung Fu Panda 4, the very first movie of the second Kung Fu Panda trilogy, which I have steadfastly waited for over 8 years." Oh, this is too fucking great, bro. With tears starting to fill his eyes, he said, "Kung Fu Panda? I thought I'd never see another Kung Fu Panda film. Now that I know of its existence, I need to see it." I smiled and said, "I have extra tickets. I'd be more than happy to spare you some, my brother, in fictional panda doing Kung Fu enthusiasm." He said, "That would be swell. I wish there was a way to repay you for this generous gift." I told him, "There's no need for any of that. Just trying to help. It's what Poe would want." He said, "No, I insist. Please take my wallet. There's $400 in there." I smacked his hand away with the force of 10 strikes of lightning and once again stated that there is no need to repay me for my heroic sacrifice. He stomped his foot and said, "No, there will be no more of this nonsense. You will take your reward." I demanded, "Never! There is no time for this. We will be on our way to the theater now to watch the legendary film about the funny Jack Black Panda skadooshing bad guys." He said with a scowl, "I'm not going anywhere, and neither are you. Not until you take my wallet." I was so confused how the fucking second sentence on this is him giving them the tickets, and this is like there's still so much more left to this post. I was wondering, where the fuck is this gonna go, dude? This seems to be over with the first two sentences. What's going on? Democrat here. I've been a hardcore Marxist-Leninist since I fought alongside this in the 80s. Well, last night I saw Melania and something deep inside me was transformed. I will be voting for Trump in 2028. This is fucking good, dude. Yes, and he replied and said, "Great news. Great news. We just saw it at an afternoon matinee in Tyler, Texas, and it was sold out. Great documentary. It is sold out nationwide, Jerry." Low IQ Joe said, "This is the Lord's work." Thank you, Low IQ Joe. Did this happen? Blue of the pie graph is no, which is about 80% of it. And then yellow, the other 20%, is no in yellow. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I was literally so sure that this was satire. Bro, you fucking wish that was satire. You fucking wish it was satire. You read it and you think, there's no possible way this isn't satire. It has to be satire. Nobody could possibly be this fucking cringe, right? Nope. You forget that conservatives exist. You forget about MAGA. Jeopardy! Things that never happened for 1000. This event is something that has absolutely never happened ever. Wow, as I was reading that, tears started streaming down my face. My young son looked up at me. He said, "Daddy, why are you crying?" I told him, "MAGA are so pathetically stupid, I couldn't help it." He hugged me and told me a blue wave is coming in 2026. Based. Flag on the play, unnecessary dick riding, 15-yard penalty. OMG, I am going to parody your made-up story. That is the most never happened thing that never happened. Funny story though, I'll send you my video and give you writing credits. Nick, I thank God every day for the work you do for this country. Me too. Me too. I don't know what I would have done without this post in my life, dude. I don't know where I would be if I had never read this post before. This is the greatest post. This has made my life complete. Well, I'm exhausted after reading that. Melania ticket sales suggest weak box office opening, and some theaters are canceling screenings. Nah, that's just the woke movie theaters that are doing that. Abraham Lincoln said, just saw Melania. Was my worst ever experience at a theater. Nice. I get it. I get it. I understand the joke. And then this person with Palestinian flags in their profile and pronouns in the bio said, it's true, I was the movie. What? Melania is going to set so many records for documentaries about first ladies. Documentaries about first ladies, yes. Correct. They should have added a lot on there. They should have just kept adding. She's going to set so many records for documentaries about first ladies who were born in another country married to Donald Trump. Yep. Melania was actually good. Debate me. Bet you didn't even watch it. I planned on seeing it. I will still probably watch it at some point. Like unironically, I will exactly. So how is everyone so sure it's bad? I never said it was gonna be bad. I mean, it actually did like do really well in the box office on the first couple of days, as they just said. All right. $24 million. This is quick thoughts and from UFAP reposted this, and I just reposted it again. But this is quick thoughts. He was on our panel about the Wired article from Taylor Lorenz. He was defending the Taylor Lorenz side, but he's one of the TikTokers that I brought on. And he's going over, we hear this study quoted a lot, that there's more diversity of thought on the political right than on the political left. He goes over why that's the case. So
24 million views on Twitter. How did this happen? There's more diversity of thought on the political right than on the political left. But I wonder, do people know what this graph is? Do you know what the nodes are or the edges are or what this means really? The graph comes from this paper, and what the authors do is get 400 people to reply to statements. Like abortion should be illegal, the government should take steps to make incomes more equal, and so on. They have 8 different statements, and a respondent needs to give an answer 1 through 5. 1, strong disagree, 2, disagree, 3, neutral, 4, agree, 5, strong agree. 5 possible answers for each of 8 different statements. That gives us 40 statement answer pairs. That's what the nodes or the vertices are in this graph. Each node is a statement answer pair. There are 40 different nodes, and they're colored so that the blue is the strong Democrat opinion, the dark blue is the strong Democrat, light blue is the weak Democrat opinion, light red is the weak Republican opinion, dark red, you get the idea. Edges on the graph represent correlations to the other statement answer pairs. How likely are you to give this statement answer pair if you also gave this statement answer pair, for example? And then the strength of those correlations is going to essentially set the distance. So strong correlations are going to pull the nodes closer together. In other words, what this graph is showing us is that the Democrat coded answers, these 8 statements, are highly correlated. I think this graph is showing us more about these 8 statements and their answers than it is about the political left or political right. I should note that the paper doesn't actually say this. The paper doesn't make the claim that there is more diversity of thought on the political right than on the political left. I'm not certain where this comes from. If I Google for it, I get this post on the Asmongold subreddit. I'm not sure that's the right source, but this kind of language, although they pride themselves on open-mindedness, liberal thinking actually
Claims that the political right possesses more diversity of thought than the left often center on the idea that the right, while generally pro-hierarchy, allows for a wider range of views, whereas the left is more focused on achieving equality. However, this is heavily debated as other studies show both sides tend to underestimate the internal diversity of the other. Arguments for greater diversity on the right. Proponents argue, I probably believe that there probably is more diversity on the right. I would probably actually believe that there probably is more diversity of thought on the right, because they're all conspiracy theorists. They all have their own conspiracies. They all, when you don't actually believe in like data, you don't go to authorities for information. You don't look to professionals. You don't look to educated people. You're not educated yourself. Like, I don't have a problem believing that, yes, amongst a ton of people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, that those people are all going to have a bunch of different ways of explaining the thing that they don't understand while they're talking about the thing that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That is not hard for me to believe. That, like, this is like, I talk about it all the time, that even if you ask somebody, like, why is Trump at war with Iran, okay? For right-wingers, every fucking debate that I have about that issue, they all have totally different theories for why we're at war with Iran and what we're doing there and why this war has to happen and why it actually makes so much sense and how it's actually 5D chess, like, because it doesn't make sense. Like, if you're actually looking at reality, if you're actually using the information that's truly available to us and not just making up shit, you'll all just come to the same conclusion. This war makes absolutely no sense. No vertical tonight? I do have vertical up. I don't know what's it's being weird. It's being weird tonight though. The vertical is up, but it has 53 views throughout the entire stream. I don't know what the fuck is going on with it. It seems to be heavily suppressed right now because it hasn't even gotten up above 9 viewers, when most nights it gets up above 100 at some point, so I have no idea.
The right may be creative in their diversity of thought, but they're all equally batshit insane. 99% of conspiracy theories are anti-science and insinuate everyone is trying to disprove Christianity.
Yes. Correct, which is exactly my point. Thank you, ZD, for the $10. But yes, that is exactly my point. That, like, because they're not actually using a real logical thought process or a real scientific thought process, they have to find a creative way to come to the conclusion that they've already decided on. They decide on the conclusion first, then work backwards to try to explain that. And so, yes, I believe, yes, they will likely have more diversity of thought on the side that has to find a creative way to come to the conclusion that they're trying to come to. 100%, yes. That is not like, whereas if you actually look at facts, if you actually look at information, which the left does more, or they're more likely to do, then yes, they're more likely to all come to the same conclusions if you actually look at the facts. So yeah, that's not hard for me to believe. I don't have an issue believing that at all. I think there's a larger diversity of values though on the left, and so when we say diversity of thought, I think that that's what people think of. I think they think of diversity of values probably. I think that there is more diversity of values on the left than there is on the right, but that is kind of the problem with the right today, is that I think back in like the George Bush days and before, we were actually fighting against values. We were fighting values versus values. Now we're fighting facts versus bullshit. We're just trying to convince them of what is happening in reality. Like we don't have different values today. We don't have a problem with values. When we talk to the you know, when you talk to conservatives and you say, hey, do your values include loving pedophilia? And they're like, what? No, I hate pedophilia. It's like, okay, well, here's the Republican Party right now. Like, the issue is not whether or not they like pedophilia, it's whether or not they're willing to believe facts. That's where the disagreement comes in. So the real value difference, there is one value difference, maybe one or two, between the Democrat Party and the Republican Party, and that's when it comes to like trans people. Okay, I can understand there being a value difference there. When it comes to abortion, I can understand there being a value difference there. But that's two things, LGBTQ and abortion. And then you've got the billion other things that Donald Trump does and says and, you know, fucks up across the board, that out of all of those values, we would all agree on it pretty much across the board. We would all agree. It's just and this is why a lot of times when I talk to people and I say like, hey, why would you vote for Donald Trump? A lot of times they're like, well, because of abortion. I'm not going to vote for the party that wants to murder babies. It's like, okay, do you think Donald Trump's, like, when you voted him in this time, did you think he was going to change the law on abortion? Or no, I don't think that. Okay, so then you didn't vote for him because of abortion. So shut the fuck up. Did you think voting for Kamala would have changed it? No, I don't think. Okay, so you didn't vote because of abortion. Shut the fuck up. Like, they bring up the one or two things that can actually apply to the value difference there. That didn't they do a study on this showing the right has way more diversity of thought? That's literally what we're going over right now, is that the study doesn't actually exist. It doesn't exist. It's a fucking Reddit post. That's where it comes from, and it's just a screenshot of a poll, and the poll actually does not ever state that there's more diversity of thought. That's the conclusion that somebody else came to looking at the poll and then posting it there. So this is the actual study. It says attitudes networks as intergroup realities using network modeling to research attitude identity relationships in polarized political contexts. And then the abstract says we apply a newly developed attitude network modeling technique issue that polarized current U.S. American electorate. The properties of the network method allow us to simultaneously depict differences in structural organization of attitudes between groups and to explore the relevance of organized attitude systems for group identity management. Individuals based on a sample of U.S. American crowd workers and the representation data. We model an attitude network with two conflictive partisan belief systems. In the first step, we demonstrate that the structural properties of the attitude network provide substantial information about latent partisan identities, thereby revealing which attitudes belong to specific groups. In a second step, we evaluate potential of attitudes to communicate identity-relevant information. Results from a vignette study show that... Sorry, my screen is flashing right now. Study that suggests that people rely on their mental representations of attitude, identity, links to structure, and evaluate their social environment by highlighting functional interdependencies between micro-level attitudes, between attitude structures and identity management. The presented findings help at advancing the understanding of attitude, identity dynamics, and socio-political cleavages. That's what this was talking about. It wasn't even trying to find out if there was more diversity of thought on the left or the right. So group bias, we asked participants to rate their feelings towards Democrats, Republicans, and independents on a 100-point scale ranging from 1 to 100. We calculated effective group bias as relative group scores by subtracting Republican from Democrat evaluations. So yeah, so this is like, even the beautiful thing about this is that the study in and of itself, this in and of itself kind of proves my point when I'm saying that yes, it seems obvious that the right would have more diversity of thought when they're all consumed with different forms of bullshit and faked information and, you know, just twisted facts, that they're all coming to these radically weird conclusions, whereas the left is more so going to authorities and science and data to come to their conclusions. So the left is going to come to more common conclusions, whereas the right is coming to all sorts of different conclusions based on who they got the bullshit from. Whichever person gave them some sort of bullshit answer and made up some different thing. This study in and of itself is a fucking made up study that they like, you know, it's a real study that they made up a conclusion from and twisted it into some new fact in and of itself. And so this, like, in and of itself kind of proves why I wouldn't have trouble believing that the right has more diversity of thought.
More about these 8 statements and their answers than it is about the political left or political right. I should note that the paper doesn't actually say this. The paper doesn't make the claim that there is more diversity of thought on the political right than on the political left. I'm not certain where this comes from. If I Google for it, I get this post on the Asmongold subreddit. I'm not sure that's the right source, but this kind of language, although they pride themselves on open-mindedness, liberal thinking actually coalesces around a very narrow set of opinion, whereas the right diverges widely. That's not in the paper. And it shouldn't be in the paper, because again, the paper's experiment is just about these 8 statements, which are not the entire range of political thought. And we could easily imagine alternate statements that would split up Democrats and concentrate Republicans. So to do that, we could just think about statements where far-left people might have a different opinion than center-left people, and right-leaning people would be concentrated. So maybe you could say socialism is a force for good. And far-left people would probably strongly agree with that. Center-left people might be more skeptical, and right-leaning people would say, no, I strongly disagree.
The left doesn't really allow for inner critique in a meaningful way. The right has people where their entire existence as a figure is doing in inner critique. First off, I just totally disagree with that statement. I don't know what person on the left is, or on the right, where their entire existence is inner critique and they're not shunned by the establishment over there. I don't know who that is, that they're just allowing for this inner critique from people whose entire existence is critiquing the establishment, and the establishment does not shun this person. I don't. Can you tell me who these people are? Establishment. LOL. There's your problem. Okay, who are the people whose entire existence is doing inner critique? Who gives a shit about the establishment? I don't know what the fuck. You, for instance. Okay. I don't. I don't know what the fuck we're even talking about anymore. I thought we were talking about like major political figures, not random people in chat. I've got like 5 people who've been in chat today just whining and crying about Democrats all day. But if you're talking about inner critique, the establishment is generally what, like, who the majority of the people on that side vote for. And so if the majority of the people are voting, or at least a plurality are voting for this group of people, then they at least coalesce around some sort of group of thought. And then the outside is going to be critiquing the establishment to say, hey, we're not part of this plurality. We don't really like this. We don't like that. And then, so I'm thinking of like a Candace Owens type or a Nick Fuentes type, like these people who are shunned by the establishment. So that exists on the left. I don't know how, I don't know what you're thinking of. All of the biggest like left-wing content creators on YouTube are all people who are criticizing the establishment. This is they all fucking hate the Democrats. It's all the Hassan, Kyle Kalinske, the Majority Report, TYT. Like, it's all people who are against the establishment, which means they are doing inner critique of their own side. I'm talking much more broadly, but you gave yourself as an example. I thought you were talking broadly, but then you gave yourself. Then the establishment? Okay, I don't know what we're talking about anymore.
Or we could say that gender is entirely a social construct. I think that would have the...
I don't think you can get broader than the establishment if we're talking about inner critique. That is the broadest part of one side or the other.
Again, you could imagine alternate statements that are just as valid that would produce a different graph. Another problem here is that they're using the wrong figure to make this statement. This comes from the survey the authors did with the 400 respondents. I think there's a problem with that, which is on a categorical scale, 58% of respondents self-identified as Democrats, 28% independent, and 14% as Republicans. In other words, they have a very skewed...
That is wild. Also, it's a little weird because when you look at this graph, you see that, like, yes, a large portion of people coalesce in this spot here, but the left stretches, the blue stretches all the way to here. The blue stops here. You can see all of this up until here is blue. And so it doesn't make sense that, like, just because in this area they're all in a smaller, like, scrunch of the right, they're all like 10% of the graph and then spread out in that 10%, but the left is spread out through the majority of the graph. So it just...
If I Google for it, I get this post on the Asmongold subreddit. I'm not sure that's the right source. Republicans. There are fewer Republicans in their survey than there are independents, and far fewer Republicans than Democrats. Democrats are 4-to-1 more common than Republicans in their survey. That should tell us that they aren't evenly sampling the population, and their sample is somewhat strange, and that should make us suspicious that the few Republicans they managed to find are actually representative of Republicans more broadly. Authors go on to look at a different and much larger survey with over 8,000 respondents, the American National Election Survey. And this is nationally representative. And from those results, the authors produce this figure. And you can see the Democrat answers are still more concentrated than the Republican, but it seems less extreme. And we also have this tendril of Democrat-coded answers that extend into the center and closer to the Republicans. So as I understand it, this is the graph produced by something like a convenience sample, the 400 responses that they had easy access to, that they tested their ideas with first. But this figure is actually more representative. Again, much larger survey, over 8,000 people, and nationally representative as opposed to the weird Republican small sample. So is there more diversity of thought on the political right than on the political left? Maybe, I don't know. I don't think this paper really shows that. It's not that strong evidence. So yeah, thanks for your time.
Interesting video, because yeah, I didn't know that, and I think that I've always heard it so many times that I guess I just took it as fact. And then yeah, looking it up, it just doesn't seem as though there is anything to actually back this up. But one of the interesting things is that one of the people so this person, this was a quote tweet here, unpopular fact, the right has more diverse than the left. And they post the graph here. But this person replied to my retweet of it, and they said, one good metric to show the lack of diversity in left-wing circles is pronouns in bio. This is a signal of a particular ideological way of thinking and is almost ubiquitous with left-wing accounts. It's not even close to ubiquitous. It wouldn't even be a majority, let alone ubiquitous. That the majority of left-wing accounts do not have pronouns in their bio. So I replied, I said, it's not ubiquitous. It's a minority of left-wing people who have pronouns in bio. But the fact that you only find it on the left and never on the right is evidence that there's more diversity on the left. The opposite of what you said. Like, the fact that you will never find somebody on the right with pronouns in the bio, but it is at least, you know, you can say 10-15% of people on the left will have pronouns in the bio. This shows more diversity on the left. Yeah, just they kind of just start with an insane statement that it's ubiquitous. And I think the only reason that they're even saying this is because the original poster is Anne, who has they, them in their bio. And so
God bless that orange man. Donald Trump just comes in out of nowhere, and right before we start, he put up a rather extensive Truth Social post, which I'm going to read to you right now.
Wow.
Watch this. I'm even going to do it. This is something that happens to you. I'm doing it newsman style. I got to do it.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not doing,
it's
this
happening,
is not for
guys.
show, these
It's
glasses.
happening.
Listen
Holy
to this.
shit. Holy shit, it's happening. I've been waiting for this moment.
Donald Trump, literally moments ago. I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it, their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at their past, look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they can get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA. Or I wouldn't have.
He's literally talking about the 3 largest right-wing podcasters right now. I love that he's doing this because he's only saying that they don't go on television. That they were kicked off television. This is how you know that they're stupid, that nobody likes them, that nobody agrees with them. Because if they did, they would be on TV, not on YouTube. But they're obviously, Trump just is like showing that he does not respect alternative media as a news source. You bring up the fact that obviously he used alternative media a lot more than Kamala Harris or anybody else during his campaigning, but here he seems to think that it is the lesser form of information while talking about the 3 largest podcasters. He's talking about the 3 largest right-wing political podcasters, and Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, and Tucker Carlson. It's fucking insane, dude.
But nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA. Or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump, not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question. Or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is far more a beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and has lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now fake news CNN, the flailing New York Times, and all of the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA. They're losers just trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown, but I...
New York Times came out with an article that says this was Israel making shit up to get us into the war. 100% vindicated. Yeah. MAGA kept acting like Marco Rubio, coming out and telling us that they went to war because Israel convinced them to. It was not enough for some reason, but they'll keep denying that article as well.
No longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength in not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that, but I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump. Like, the crazy part is he writes these. You know what I mean? Like, he actually writes them. You know, Biden was signing, auto penning everything and reading off a prompter very poorly. But nobody else wrote this besides Donald Trump. Like, he has a long ass track record of writing these things. I mean, this is a top 10. This is an absolute top 10. It's also interesting, he makes the point that now that all of these guys, Tucker and Candace and the rest of them, now that they're turning on Trump, suddenly what happened with Marjorie Taylor Greene, what happened with Liz Cheney, anyone that is once in Trump's orbit.
They allow for a lot more diversity of thought on their side.
If you say anything against Trump, even if the mainstream hated you your entire life, so Liz Cheney was a Republican, she was hated by the mainstream media, then she leaves Trump, now you're a hero. Marjorie Taylor Greene, you leave Trump, even though they hated you before and you were a white supremacist on The View and everything else. You leave Trump, now they glaze you.
That she's still all of those things. I don't think anybody ever backed off it. Any of those claims.
They love you. And you'll see it with all these other guys. So the fact that he even gets that level of nuance of here, I think, is impressive. Also, dare I say, maybe he's watching the Rubin Report because, you know, he...
Like, that's literally the right-wing strategy that I've been trying to convince the left to engage in for a very long time. That is literally the right-wing strategy. That anytime somebody from the other side agrees with you or your talking point, you need to give them tons of praise and just completely glaze them and praise them and put them up on a pedestal and just show them lots of love when they agree with your side. That is something that I've been trying to convince the left of doing for a long time. And I normally, it's fucking hilarious because when I talk about this and when I say that this is what the left needs to start doing, I use Dave Rubin as my first example. That when Dave Rubin was on the left and Dave Rubin just started agreeing tentatively with some things that the right was saying and just started saying, oh, okay, that's not as crazy as I thought, they all started glazing the fuck out of him. The right started putting him up on a pedestal. They started flooding him with love. They started treating him like he's the only sane person on the left. And he moved to the right. He moved pretty quickly to the right because people tend to align with those that they like and not like them. The respect comes first, and then once they like somebody, then they will listen to what they have to say a bit more. And it works both ways. It works for content creators and viewers. And so it's a little weird that Dave Rubin is sitting here saying this is what the left does. You just say something they agree with and they start glazing you. It's literally been the right-wing strategy for the fucking longest time. It is exactly what the right has done for the longest times. As soon as you say the slightest little thing that they agree with, they come flooding in to shower you with love.
He references Megyn doing it for clicks. And it's like, there's no other way to explain Megyn. Tucker, maybe it's a mental condition, maybe the demon won, whatever it is. Candace, it's not even worth thinking about what happened there. But Megyn, it was like, she just was like, that's where the energy is, that's where the clicks are. And that's why she seems so hysterical and angry now, because she bet on the wrong horse. I'd rather bet on America. That's what Trump certainly is doing.
Speaking of Megyn Kelly.
But here,
Yeah.
we have to talk about this.
Yeah.
We have to talk about this because that's the discussion I had with Charlie at the Turning Point event last July that kicked it all off. I went out on stage with him, and Charlie wanted to make the whole thing about Pam Bondi, who had just stepped on a rake with that ridiculous DOJ memo,
right,
saying, we're not going to be releasing anything more about Epstein. And Charlie said to me backstage, he was like, let's do Bondi. And he was like, go for it. Like he said to Tucker, infamously now, go Max, famously, which we know because I have that moment on tape and I released it. But he said to me too, like,
go Max, M-A-X.
He said to Tucker, infamously now, go Max, famously, which we know because I have that moment on tape and I released it. Tucker got criticized by the pro-Israel crowd for his remarks at the Turning Point event. Charlie also had threats from donors thereafter saying, if you don't get rid of Tucker Carlson, like, we're done.
Mr. Girl, yeah, that's what they were saying. When he said go Max, he was saying, go say nice things about pedophiles. They're not releasing the Epstein files. We need to all say really good things about pedophiles.
And he had received some threats about that even before Tucker's appearance, and he said, oh, well, I'm bringing him anyway. And that's all been documented. This is kind of water under the bridge, but
maximum, yeah, that's what I assume go Max means, is he's saying, like, do it to the max. Go all the way.
I'm showing it to you for a different purpose. Tucker on that broadcast said the following about his backstage conversations with Charlie before he went out there.
Before that speech that I gave in July, we had a conversation about this backstage right before I went on. And I was fulminating and getting all red in the face like I often do, to my shame. And I was mad thinking about this and thinking about the effort by the neocons in the United States to draw us in to another forever war with Iran. Not a defense of Iran, of course. It's merely an acknowledgement that we've done this before. This happened in Iraq, which we entered into at the behest of those same foreign policy strategists, and it didn't work. And so I was going on at some length backstage with Charlie, and I said, probably not going to talk about that. I'm not going to torture you. I know your donors hate this when I say that. And also Epstein was in the news, and it was clear to me that, Epstein's probably not like a Mossad agent or something, but Epstein clearly had contact with Israeli intelligence and American intelligence and French intelligence, but the only one you're not allowed to talk about is Israeli intelligence. But it seemed true to me, and I had done some work on that. I knew a bunch of people pretty close to that story, so I thought that. And I said that to Charlie, and I said, but I'm not going to say that because I don't want to make your donors mad. I know it's just going to be like an endless flurry of text telling you to stop or you're going to lose a bunch of funding. And he looked at me, I'll never forget it, and said, go all the way. Do it. Go all the way. I said, man, a lot of things I can talk about. I don't need to talk about that. And he said, do it. So I did it.
I was recently going through some old pictures to find one of me and Charlie that I knew we took at that event. And not only did I find pictures of me and Charlie, but I found a video of me, Tucker, and Charlie speaking backstage.
Where the fuck is the video then? Where the fuck is the video? I thought that's what that was going to be. Why are you just having you and him tell us about the video?
Epstein clearly had contact with Israeli intelligence and American intelligence and French intelligence.
Megyn Kelly released unseen footage of Charlie Kirk telling Tucker Carlson to go Max on the topic of it. This is just Tucker Carlson talking about it. The fuck? Why do they keep saying that she has video of Kirk telling them? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Charlie Kirk is not in this, right? He's not here.
Intelligence, but the only one you're not allowed to talk about is Israeli.
Of me?
Go all the way. I said, Charlie. And I said, he looked at me, I'll never forget it, and said, go all the way. Do it.
It's just Tucker talking about it. That's all it is. It's just Tucker talking about it. You didn't release the fucking video of Charlie telling you guys things behind the stage. You just released a fucking video of Tucker saying the same thing you said.
Go all the
what
way.
The fuck?
I said, man, a lot of things I can talk about. I don't need to talk about that. And he said, do it.
And here's the thing, Stu. I was recently going
This
through...
It even says, Megyn Kelly releases unseen footage of Charlie Kirk telling Tucker Carlson to go Max on the topic of Israel at the event for TPUSA.
Some old pictures to find one of me and Charlie that I knew we took at that event. And not only did I find pictures of me and Charlie, be realistic. And he knew that he said, now why did he have thought in media forever? The Mark Levins of the world. And so it's one of the many reasons why I really object to this attempt to otherize, snuff out the voice of Tucker Carlson.
These people are so fucking stupid. They really are. They're so fucking dumb. It's every fucking time. It could be that you just say a lot of shit that's wrong. Not that people are mad that you don't like Israel or that you're against the war or against funding or things like that. I can agree with all of those things. Still be against all the shit that y'all say about it. That's still against all of it. Still think you're all fucking crazy. Has nothing to do with any of that. All right. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Cross-eyed one. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Tonight, we have a very important question at hand, the Hassan question, with more and more mixed media attention being given to Hassan Piker. A fierce debate has erupted within liberal and progressive circles. What should be done about Hassan? Should we embrace him, try and appeal to his audience, win it over? Should we simply ignore him, let him do his thing, and we do ours? Is he radioactive? Should we shun him? Should we push him and those with him out of the party? Should Democratic political hopefuls work with him to get elected? Tonight, we debate. We got Soypil coming in a minute. He should be in here any minute, and I'll pull him in. But, yeah, I guess that's the question. What do we do about Hassan? What are your thoughts, gang?
What do we do about Hassan?
Yeah, as liberals, as political as people who are politically active, who want to see Democrats succeed, what do we do?
I think pretty much what's happening right now is what needs to happen. He needs to be, I think, just exposing people for who they are is probably the best medicine for this stuff. Like, people want to role play as if they are someone that they aren't, and just showing that that's not the case. And the best way is using their own words and putting that stuff out there is probably the best move that you can do. Just let their own words speak for them, and then show that they are not an ally, that they are it's like a spy from Team Fortress 2, but it's on your team and stabbing you in the back. And how can you possibly win when you have someone like that just running amok? So yeah, that's my thought on it, is just exposing kind of the anti-democrat, anti-party lines from someone.
Are we
like
worried
Hassan.
that distracts from winning against MAGA? Well, I guess, who do you think's the greater threat right now to the Democratic Party, MAGA or Hassan?
If anything, the MAGA is helping the Democratic Party right now by being so.
I was just about to say I don't think MAGA is or MAGA. I don't like MAGA, but I think MAGA is not a threat to the Democrat Party. The fact that there are separate parties doesn't mean that one, like the other, is a threat to the opposing party. Them being opposing parties is not necessarily a threat. It's just how politics work, whereas people who actually want to like come in and take down your party and push the current people out, that is that is like an existential threat to the party.
So fucking stupid constantly. So
You mean Hassan and his group?
Oh no, I meant MAGA.
Wait.
Like MAGA
Oh,
being
no,
so
never mind.
stupid
You're
right
right.
now?
I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I'm canceling
Thank you.
myself. Never mind.
Good.
Fuck you.
It's okay.
You just say he's canceling
Ryan,
himself.
welcome to the show. Oh, and then we got our friend Soypill. Let me bring him on. Soypill, who's a bigger threat to the Democrats? Hassan or MAGA? Oh, we can't hear you.
No mic.
Great start, gang. Wonderful time.
Wow, this guy. He's trolling you intentionally. You
Is it
know that,
always
right?
like this, Wick?
You know, I think that he might be a Hassan plant at this point. Possible.
Okay, can you hear me?
I'm gonna end the vertical chat, so if you guys want to continue watching, head over to the other stream. We'll see you over there.
Yes. Beautiful.
Cool.
Were you able to hear the question, or do you need me to repeat it, sir?
Repeat it for my sake.
Sure. Who is currently a greater threat to the Democratic Party, MAGA or Hassan, and why?
MAGA, just obviously. I mean, they're the ones with all the power. They're the ones subverting the Democratic Party. They're destroying the country. Hassan, no matter what you think his intentions are, is just not even close to the amount of leverage that MAGA has and power.
The discussion is not politics. How is it not politics? People wanting to take over the party and gain political power for their own ideology instead of the one that's currently in power. There's literally nothing more political than that. That is just what politics is.
Or the MAGA has. I think anyone arguing otherwise has Hassan derangement syndrome.
Is that true, Mooten? Do you have Hassan derangement syndrome?
I don't think I have Hassan derangement syndrome. Everything that MAGA's doing right now is helping the Democratic Party. I mean, they're doing just the dumbest fucking things constantly, and Democrats are at an all-time fucking high right now because they're being retarded. The Strait of Hormuz, the whole shit in Iran, it is wildly unpopular, and that is what MAGA is pushing and doing right now. They're under Trump's pretty much direct order, and they're following every one of his whims.
I feel like we should clarify because I think we're taking this in different ways. My guess is, like, in terms of like who's doing more harm to the Democratic Party. It sounded like Soypill's answer was like MAGA's obviously and clearly doing more harm to the entire country and like Democrats in general and like Republicans, like all the citizens. But in terms of a question of like who's doing more specific harm to like the Democratic Party, I think it's a bit different. I feel like there's two different kind of.
Yes, when we're talking about like what the Democratic Party currently is, or like who has not. I don't even think like. I don't know that Hassan is doing like actual harm, but I think or Hassan himself. But I would say like Hassan and his ilk, Hassan and his kind, are doing harm to the Democrat Party, and that if they had their way, that they would be. They would likely be a greater harm to the Democrat Party. Whereas, like, if I was a Republican, I wouldn't give a fuck about Hassan. I wouldn't give a fuck about what Hassan wants or does. I would be more concerned with Trump and what he's doing to the Republican Party, right? Trump is a threat to the Republican Party, not to the Democrat Party. Trump doesn't hurt the Democrat Party. He hurts the Republican Party. So there's obviously like the people on the political left or the political right are going to be more at odds with somebody within their side that is a threat to their coalition. It's not that Hassan is a greater threat overall. It's not that he's like more dangerous overall. That's not what they're asking. They're asking who is more of a threat to the party, and that would obviously just be Hassan. Like, there's no other possible way There's no other possible answer to that.
Ways that you can read that question.
Yeah, we're not talking about like democracy, right? We're just talking about like the party, which I would say Hassan is doing more harm technically, and MAGA is actually kind of helping out right now by eating itself.
I think this is like bearing the lead where it's like, well, if the people who have ideals that are completely antithetical and want to subvert the Democratic Party, and specifically I'm talking about MAGA in that sense, I know that can apply to both, are doing a bad job, then therefore they're less harmful. Like maybe in the ultimate sense, because they're doing a bad job, they'll help us win the midterms. But I don't think this is, it depends like why you're measuring this, how you're measuring this. Like very clearly, it's not phrased in such a way that you would think, oh yeah, like MAGA is good for the Democrats. It's, oh, MAGA's awful and that's why we're succeeding. I think that's not really a good way of framing it. Also, is this like the beginning? Have we given intros? I'm sorry I'm late, but
No, we're not. Like I just wanted to kind of get into it. We're talking about the Hassan question. What should we do about Hassan? Should we work with him? Under what conditions? All these things. And I'm trying to spark discussion.
This isn't conversation about strategy or how to stop. No, that is what it's about. That is literally what it's about. That's what the whole conversation is about. Is that there's people like on CNN and other channels who are saying like people shouldn't even talk to Hassan, and people like me are completely disagreeing with this and saying like, no, you shouldn't refuse to talk to Hassan or like go on his show. Like that's fucking stupid. But there's like a group of people who are starting to say like nobody should even interact with him. They did this on the Bulwark on CNN. I forget what the other show was, but there was another mainstream show where they said the same thing, that people shouldn't even be going on his show anymore. And I think that is what is sparking this conversation. That is the point that we're talking about, is whether or not the conversation is about whether or not we should even engage with him and acknowledge him. And I think obviously you ought to. He is like, he's not a person that you can just not acknowledge. He's not a person that you can just pretend isn't there. He's the largest left-wing streamer on the internet. You can't just pretend he doesn't exist. That's stupid.
So you guys actually talk instead of just kind of sit there and stare at each other the whole time.
I'll jump in.
When do WIC panels result in people just sitting there saying nothing?
You know
Yeah,
what?
really.
I'm always worried at the back of my head that will happen. Okay, so I like to get to throw some wedges in there and try to get some disagreement going. So
I want to bring like a different perspective than I've heard in these panels before, and I mentioned this to Ryan and to Soybill before, but the like lower echelon of political influencers and like the bottom echelon of political influencers, people who are like organizing on a local level, people who are working for their local Democratic Party, they don't have the freedom of choice that people like you guys have. I cannot avoid my tankies. I have to work with them because they're in my neighborhood, they're in my locality, they're in my county, they vote for my city councilman. And I have I have a constant problem, right, where I'm a local political organizer and I'm casting a really wide net and I'm trying to bring in as many like disengaged, low information voters to events and to elections as I possibly can, and I'm messaging to them and I'm trying to get them to come back, and inevitably a tanky disrupts this. They're just out there. They're just everywhere. I fucking hate them. And so like something that I think is really valuable as someone that like consumes a lot of political streamer media and like political influencer media is watching people like Steven go head to head with people who are on our far left and be a model of what their arguments are and what and like how to respond to those arguments, and giving like an example for people like me of what exactly is the right thing to do when you're like confronted with these people who have noxious, like emotivist arguments that regular low information, like left leaning people are very susceptible to, right? And so I think that like I advocate for direct engagement with the far left in.
Yeah, I mean, that is, as I constantly say, that is like my bigger issue, is that I think Trump is the problem with the Republican Party. It's not that there was like just like some real distrust or some real like major problem with the Republican Party that Trump was addressing, but more so that Trump made up issues to pretend that he was the only one who could address them. And so this created a like a group of people who, if they trusted him and if they listened to him, then he was now the only person who could solve this fake problem that he created. And I think that that's something that Hassan and the far left do pretty consistently, is that they just create fake problems to whine and cry about and to argue against. Whereas I think that they do have real legitimate like ideological disagreements with the Democrats and with liberals, but I don't think that they address those regularly. I think that the majority of the time that they're complaining about Democrats, it's not a real legitimate complaint, when at least not the way that they voice it. Like if they, what the main one that I've been using over and over is that they keep saying Gavin Newsom doesn't want to tax billionaires. Like that is just the dumbest fucking thing to say. It is the most inaccurate way of possibly saying I want billionaires to be taxed at a higher rate than what Gavin Newsom is currently taxing them at, and he didn't go through with this bill, that or advocated against it. That is one thing, but acknowledging that he also currently has the highest tax rate for billionaires and millionaires in his state, and that this has been the case under Gavin Newsom, that is the accurate way of saying this. But they tend to just find the most inaccurate way of saying this, to where they're just spreading misinformation and just lying about what it is that Gavin Newsom is saying. Or when they all ran around saying that the Iran war is happening because of Democrats, or that Democrats refused to try to stop the Iran war, or Democrats blocked the War Powers Act, or like all these things. They're just fucking lies. These are just lies across the board. And I understand that they may not be happy with what Democrats did or didn't do, but the way that they express this is in the most bullshit fucking way possible. Just as Trump may he may have a coalition of people who are upset with the amount of people who came over the border, but we never had open fucking borders. Like, that was not a thing. That never fucking existed. They might be upset with the amount of people who got asylum or refugee status, but they weren't letting unloading prisons and asylum insane asylums into our fucking country. Like, they might not like how many Haitians are in Springfield, but they weren't eating the cats and dogs. Like, there might be a real issue there. It's just that they're not addressing that, and they're just lying and bringing up other bullshit instead. And this is what kind of radicalizes people, when they think that people like Gavin Newsom don't want to tax billionaires, or that he hates homeless people and is trying to just tear up their encampments all over the place. Like, this is not accurate in the least. When, if you include the context, say, Gavin Newsom, homelessness has gone down in the largest percentage under Gavin Newsom as governor in California. Okay, well now you're including information that makes what you said completely inaccurate. Like, so this is my major issue with them, is I do think that they are like a misinformation train, similar to the Trump administration.
Y'all's upper influencer echelon, because it's something that is informative for people like me and helpful for people like me. Otherwise, I wouldn't really have good examples of what to do in those fucking scenarios.
When we say engagement, what do we mean, right? I don't think, well, is anyone here against engaging with Hassan in any capacity?
I think, no.
I think Hassan's against us engaging with Hassan.
True.
Fair. I mean, I did invite him on this panel. He didn't get back to me.
He's a
What,
pussy
didn't
ass
get back to you?
bitch.
Didn't get back to me.
Shocking. What?
Well, yeah. Does anyone think that Hassan should be on the platforming Hassan panel?
Yes.
Obviously.
I think you should be here.
Yeah.
Where is his ass?
But I guess my concern, right? Because you say you can't avoid these tankies and you have to work with them. I don't know if that's true, right? I've seen what happens when these people get in positions of influence and power. Just a few hours ago, I believe, Progressive Victory tweeted, right? And I worked with them to my everlasting shame. They tweeted that they were trying to overthrow the Democratic Party, right? That was their goal. And so I worry that when we bring people in who are on these far left fringes, who are sympathetic to people like Hassan, they're not here to help us win. They're here to kind of subvert us as a
Well, I
party.
agree with that. But like as a in a local sense, I can't say, okay, you fucking tanky, get the fuck out of my
Why not?
goddamn conference hall, my community center, because I lose regular libs that way. I lose them. They see me being a dick and not dealing with it's like the reverse of streamer world, right?
Yes, well, it's not the reverse, just to be clear. This is like pretty common on the internet where people like Kyle Kowinski are considered like representative of the Democrat Party right now. This is not, they keep saying tanky. To me, it's not just a tanky issue, but this would apply to any like actual liberal. Let's say they're just mad that their candidate didn't win the primary, and now they're upset with who did win the primaries, and they're saying that they're refusing to vote in the general election. Like the same exact sort of thought process would apply to somebody like this, who is just, they're just bad for the party. They're just bad for the coalition. This is not somebody that I think is actually a partner in this venture for the country.
Where in streamer world, it's the correct thing to be like, nope, shut the fuck up. Your argument's retarded. Don't come in this space. We don't want you here. I can't stop them from walking into the community center that I rent. And if I am adversarial instead of granular with arguments and with like patience, I lose everybody in that room.
Is it because you're seen like as like a bully kind of in that
Yeah.
room? And
And like I'm intolerant. And so whenever I have to deal with tankies in my like local Democrat recruiting events, I have to be like, yeah, oh yeah, I understand what you're saying, but like, what about X? What about Y? How does that relate to A? How does that relate to B? Like I have to do like leading questions and like make them announce to the room that they think that the abolishment of private property is a good idea. And that kind of and like I have to do a lot of like emotional manipulation to get them to announce to the room that they're fucking retarded.
that makes sense.
I think that's an interesting point. Whenever I went to the No Kings protest and
Mantis tipped $5. Chat ya frozen. You probably need to check it periodically instead of sneak riding.
I have been, but it's just going to keep freezing, and it's fucking obnoxious. I don't know why it's doing this. I've refreshed it numerous times, and I've tried to like X out and start the whole thing over. I have no idea what is doing this. It just started yesterday, and now it's still doing it. I thought it stopped eventually yesterday. Even the last 2 or 3 times that I checked it, it was frozen. Like on my side, it wasn't scrolling, but for some reason the chat was still being read. So I guess it will still read it for like a certain period of time, and then once it gets like too far down, then it'll stop reading it. But I don't know. I even like totally moved it to a completely different square or a box by itself. I have no fucking idea what's wrong with this thing.
in my town in Fort Worth, Texas, there was a table with a couple anarchists that had set up a panel, a table You know, they were decked out in the full, you know, tactical type stuff. And like, I don't know, would it have made things better to make a mess and kick them out? Like, would it have made things better? I'm not sure.
I think that when you're talking
wait.
about
Actually, I might have X'd out of the wrong chat. I did. I X'd out of the wrong chat. There we go.
fighting against certain groups of people, there are different levels that you can have that fight. By the time you're at the local level, it's kind of at that point, it is what it is. Like if you have 50 people showing up and, you know, 35 of them are socialists or tankies or whatever, I mean, like, at least in the short term, you're probably more ideologically aligned with them than the Conservative Party right now. So you either work with them or you just basically disconnect from politics. So I feel like once it's kind of like distilled itself down to that level, that's where you're at, you know. But I think that's like a fundamentally different question than how do you engage with people online, or how do you set the tone from how you approach them rhetorically or ideologically. Like I think there's all kind of like different levels of how you engage with it.
I guess are we not engaging with Hasan because of his offensive bigoted statements, or are we not engaging with Hasan because he's a Marxist?
No, well, I think we're all happy to engage.
He's chicken.
Yeah,
well, you know.
Yeah, again, everybody there said that they were happy to engage, so it's not a matter of like engagement or not engaging. Not only did they say they're happy to engage, but they want to engage. Like that is a prescription to engage with Hasan.
We're not wanting to work with them in a happy way.
Yeah, he won't even vote for the Democratic candidate. So why would you want to work with him? Go ahead, Steve.
No, yeah.
I think we're talking about when we talk about
Go
like engaging with people, I think it has to be like what kind of engagement are we talking about? Nobody has any like I don't think anybody would be opposed to people going on people's shows to try to convert their audience or to have like, you know, like a friendly back and forth even maybe. It's just the idea of trying to sell these people as being on the same team as us when I think it should be painfully obvious at this point that they're not at all on the same team.
Last year, did you see the panel that Hasan was on with like Tim Miller and Jessica Tarlov and stuff? Would you say that was like good or bad?
I think it was good.
Okay. I don't know how much we're going to disagree then, because I thought that was like a very good model of like how to engage with Hasan.
Yeah, but it was pretty adversarial.
Yeah, that's
but
fine.
That's not
but, yeah, but they
mostly
mostly
usually
agreed.
It's like
I rewatched it today, like in preparation for this, because I remembered it being, you know, all right. And they argued, you know, Tim was pushing back on Hasan, saying, you know, Dems needed to be, you know, X, Y, and Z in order to get the left to vote for Democrats. And, you know, Hasan gave his take. But ultimately, they were talking about how great the elections that had just happened, like right before, how great that was. And they were talking about Democrats. You know, like I thought that was a fine model. And if I had the chance to engage with Hasan in an environment like that, I think I'd be a fool to pass it up.
Yeah, I think I'd have to go back and I guess and rewatch the totality of it. The only fear that I have is that when people like Hasan are going on these platforms, he is openly saying, like he said, that like he's mask on, and the goal for his presentation on these platforms is to, I guess, basically get more attention on himself. And I think his audience kind of like knows this. And then the goal is to, whatever further audience he grows from that, is to convert them away from kind of like liberalism broadly into like a more radical pipeline. So like at best, like Hasan is not creating Democratic voters. Nobody on the right is being converted into a Democrat from Hasan. He might grab some people from the very, very far right and turn them into like tankies or socialists, but Hasan is not converting manosphere people or anybody else like you know, MAGA people into Democrats. So
why do you think that? Sorry, my bad. No, why do you think that, like, for instance, you couldn't convert a Hasan viewer into someone that supports the Democratic Party? Like, I have people in my community that used to be more hardcore socialists and are now, you know, they vote for the Democratic Party. You know, they might hold socialist views still, but they vote for Democrats. You know, they're no longer.
Was that what he was saying? I thought he was talking.
Hasan doesn't do this.
He was saying Hasan can't move a conservative.
No.
To him.
That's.
He's saying, why can't I convert Hasan's audience?
Why can't you convert Hasan's audience?
It's hard, but the reason why it's so difficult is because the game is not equal. there are infinite numbers of liberals that will run the most hardcore defense for the socialists, and then on the socialist side, they will just openly and unabashedly try to fucking destroy every liberal they come across. I think it was Hassan and Mike from PA, and I don't know if it was FD Signify or some other guy. They were like ranking like the worst like right-wing people, and they put me as like S rank for like most right-wing person. Like this is like, you're just like unhinged. I know that's just personal to me, but like you see this time and time and time again where the socialists are constantly shitting on and attacking the liberals. And I don't know how you're supposed to convert people in that environment. Like look at the Kyle Kalinskis and everybody right now crying so much about like, why are we attacking the far left, guys? We got to go after MAGA. Why are we attacking the far left? It's like, we were all saying that around the election.
Yeah, the sad part about this to me is that like those people are all pretty well like decided that they are against liberals and pretty insistent and consistent with that framework, and that liberals are not. They are not like that consistent in that they're not that like a dogmatic in their issues with those people as those people are with their issues with liberals. And it's kind of, that's the part that's kind of annoying to me, is that like, again, I would never say don't engage with these people, even though they seem to choose not to engage with any of us on a majority part. The like people who are just straight up saying that they aren't voting for Democrats coming up in the next election, and people who are straight up saying that they would that they wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom over JD Vance, or people like even Bosch who's now saying that he would vote for JD Vance over Gavin Newsom, that like this is he's doing the thing that Nick Fuentes is doing, where Nick Fuentes is like, oh, I'm not voting Republican in the next election, I'm voting Democrat just to stick it to the Republicans. Like, it's the same thing that they're doing, to where obviously Nick Fuentes is an enemy of the Republican administration or the Republican establishment, whether it's MAGA or neocon, GOP types. Either one, Nick Fuentes is somebody who wants to come in and radicalize the entire party and turn them into a very, very different entity than what they are currently. And I think that that's the case with a lot of these people. Again, not all of the far left. It does seem as though, from what I can tell, there seems to be a difference between like the online left that we're talking about and that we engage with and that are in the same spheres as us, that paint like a picture of the far left to all of us that may not be accurate for the majority of the far left, and who like people outside of the internet are, because it seems as though a lot of people who are farther left are very active in trying to help Democrats get elected, and active in campaigns, and active in electoralism in a way that these sorts aren't. And so these we're just talking about like a smaller portion, but also like a more radicalized and more influential portion. So it's something that I think it should be pretty ubiquitous across the board, that we're talking about people who do just kind of want to see the end of what it is that all the rest of us are fighting for.
Election season, you guys are just saying that now to get heat off of you, but come election season, you guys are going to be attacking the liberals again. And mark my words, it will happen. Like,
one of the frustrations I have with this whole conversation, right, is we as liberals, right, as more liberal leaning people, we are having this conversation and having this argument amongst ourselves, is how much should we
He's literally saying the thing that I was just saying. They're not having this conversation. They're not talking about this. They're not talking about whether or not they should work with the liberals. They're not talking about whether or not they should vote for the Democrats. They're not talking about whether or not there should be more leeway, or they're not having those conversations. They are very staunch in their positions that they do not like the Democrats. They don't like the liberals.
tolerate far left influence, or how much should we work with them? The far left isn't having this discussion. they're not arguing whether or not they should work with the liberals or
Wait,
they
yeah,
should
they are.
accept
That's
liberals
not,
into
that's
their
not true.
fold.
Look, that's not true. Hassan and the lefties, are shitting on each other's audiences, discussing whether or not they should support Kat Abu Ghazala for her comments on Taiwan and whether or not that splits the progressive vote. Like, this is also a conversation that happens in left-wing circles, and the idea that it doesn't is absurd.
Okay, yeah, that's why I said the liberals. I'm more so talking about the liberals, not Kat Abu Ghazala.
Well, that's
well, no,
more
no, but
of
they're not talking about They're not talking about working with liberals. They're talking about supporting a particular liberal candidate there. The fact that they're even having that debate,
Not even. She's not even liberal.
the fact that they're even
That's
having
literally
that
what
debate,
that means. What do you mean?
they're not saying should we participate in the Democratic primary or not. They're arguing about which candidate they should support.
That's participating in the Democratic primary. Which candidate do I support? What do you mean?
They're allowed to support.
Well, they are supporting it. That's why I'm saying they're not having an argument about whether or not, like, they want to be in this, like, liberal, the Democratic Party, like, trying to fight with and convert and do all that. Like, that is their position, is to be a part of this and then to try to, like, flip it and convert it and turn it into, like, a more.
Yes, this is the primary where they try to get their candidate in, and then if they don't win the general, then they stop supporting the Democrats. Like, that's where it ends. Kat Abu Ghazala loses, and then they don't. Yes, they were having conversations about whether or not to support her after her comments about Taiwan, but that once she loses, even a lot of the leftists who would have voted for her, a lot of them are not going to go vote for the moderate candidate that beat her.
Socialist party, basically.
How.
Right, and they're doing what we're doing right now, which is, should we excise Kat Abu Ghazala from the leftist movement because she said something about Taiwan we don't agree with? And the answer is, to at least what Hassan said to his audience, is absolutely not.
They're trying to figure out if she's liberal, and if she is, they want to excise her.
Yes, and then they're arguing about whether or not that's a good thing to do and if that causes them to lose power, which is what we are doing right now with Hassan, right? So the idea that these conversations don't happen on the left is absurd.
Well, but also the point on whether or not
Yeah, I think they're getting caught up in the semantics on that. That's a little bit different than what I was saying. The way that the Soy Pill took that.
Like, we would excise anybody. It just comes down to broadly, like, would you support the party in the general election?
Why is that? No, it doesn't, because we're talking about who to support in different elections. This is, like, kind of the whole point of the conversation. Obviously, there are moments where it's like, hey, look, like, Hassan's going to be a dipshit.
Who are you talking to, Philly?
And tell his audience that it doesn't matter in the general election. But now that becomes a conversation of, okay, then what extent are we willing to work with him? You said, okay, you can do the Tim Miller thing. You can have him on. You can be adversarial. But you kind of gave me some flack for doing the PV panel. And in my view, this is supporting candidates that probably to some extent you might agree with. Some of them you wouldn't, and I wouldn't, and probably agree on probably 95% of those. So why is that necessarily bad?
Well, here, so what I'm saying is that it's, generally speaking, the Democrats will support, like, a progressive candidate. I'm pretty sure if they win, like, a primary, like, generally speaking, that's going to happen. But on the progressive/socialist side, it seems like there's kind of an abandonment if they don't get their choice in the primaries on their candidate. And then all of the polling shows, the thing that hurts even more is that all of their polling shows that they're, like, really far removed from even where the moderate Democratic voter is these days. So the fact that they are basically...
Well, and they don't believe in the moderate. They don't believe that there is a moderate. That they always talk about the, what do they call it? It's like the fake moderate or whatever, the elusive moderate. I forget the exact term that they use, but it's pretty much that, like, Democrats pretend that there's a moderate group of people that they're trying to appeal to just so that they can keep avoiding real accountability. You, Tom? I never said that. I literally just said the opposite. It's weird that you started that off by saying that I strawman lefties, and then you came in and just completely made up a fucking position for me that I literally just finished saying the exact opposite of. I've never said that the lefties hate America, and I literally just finished saying the exact opposite. But you started that sentence off saying, it's so fun to listen to strawman lefties, as you just pull a fucking statement out of your ass. Give me a fucking break, dude. That's not your issue. You just don't like the conversation. That's fine. It's like people who feel more sympathy for one side might not like it when that side is getting criticized, but that has nothing to do with my statements on this or me strawmanning people.
Saying it's all or nothing on our primaries for our candidates, and then we're going to become disengaged afterwards. And we're going to spend the entire primary attacking your party with as much vitriol as possible. Like, I thought it was really funny. I saw Mehdi Hassan tweet 2 days ago where he was like, where are all the anti-war protests against Trump? And it's like, good question, Mehdi. You're very close to figuring that one out. Like, they were only there for Kamala and Biden. Like, yeah, that's just a really
that whole
cancerous...
panel I was on was anti-war against Trump, although a lot of them were just shitting on Israel. The point was we're anti what the government is doing right now.
Sure, but not like in a way that is supportive of the Democratic Party. Like the same people that are anti-war that then talk about like the duopoly or the two-party,
The Democratic Party right now is kind of not opposing the war to the extent that the party or the progressives want them to. Like they're just kind of saying, yeah, it's illegal, but maybe we'll have to discuss whether or not this is legitimate action, not, hey, this is fundamentally wrong. That's why it's anti-democrat.
But I mean, like, if you were opposed to the war, voting for Kamala would have not had us in this position.
I agree, but that's not what the point of what I was saying was. You're saying, why are they shitting on Democrats? It's because Democrats aren't providing a voice for the people that are anti-war right now.
This line of thought is just a line of thought that no other sane political party would ever entertain. Like, you can't. There's no way that you would.
What was your point about left? Absit. What? What was my point about what?
Accept a group of people who campaign against your candidate in the primary for months and months and months, crying and screaming and baby raging, and then as soon as bad shit happens when the other guy wins, all the bad shit that our candidate said was going to happen, they then turn around and say, why aren't the Democrats doing anything about it, having a stronger stance about it? Like,
I think the left people,
to me. Like,
well, don't get me wrong. The idea that people say, "Oh my God, Democrats are feckless. I'm not voting for them. You have to win my vote," and then complain when the Democrats don't have power to stop things. Yeah, those people are fucking stupid. But the idea that these people can help us get more progressive candidates that are anti-war and want to support those candidates, hey, maybe they're going to give up when their candidate doesn't win, and that sucks. And they're not even, they'll go further than that. They'll be negative. They'll detract and drive voter apathy, and that's fucking bad. That doesn't mean I should give up their help in the short term to get candidates that I want, right?
I think it does, because you're fostering a cancerous movement inside of your own party that's going to devour you from the inside or hurt you come the generals. Which I think that.
Well, they're going to do that. They're going to do that either way, right?
No, because right now the issue is and you see this the way that they're utilized right now is Hassan is being used to attack the entire Republican Party. Or, I'm sorry, attack the entire Democratic Party. Like, everybody sees these people just launching platforms to attack the entire Democratic Party, and I think.
So what?
I don't know.
You of all people should know.
Oh, and let me read that again. What was your point about the left and positions in America? I don't know. I still don't. That still doesn't make sense to me. I don't know what you're asking. I said a lot of things about this, so I don't know which point you're specifically asking about. Like, since the panel started, the amount of statements that I've made and the amount of positions that I've stated, I have no idea which one you're asking about.
That the Republicans are going to call us fucking communists no matter what, whether or not Hassan exists and is seen on the same platform as you and I. Like,
sure,
I
agree, but you add a little bit more. Well, there's an issue though, because one, there's more legitimacy to it, which helps it carry a little bit further. But then two, Hassan is also attacking the Democratic Party from the other side. So now they're amplifying a voice that's being used to attack the Dems, a voice that's also basically exclusively used to attack the Dems. And then, yeah, I don't know. I just don't know.
The left political position in this country. What are things Hassan defenders get upset about? What are the biggest criticisms of the establishment Dems? I brought up a bunch of different disagreements that they've used that are just totally false. So I was talking about the fact that they said that like Gavin Newsom refuses to tax billionaires and millionaires, which is obviously a bullshit position. And I said, I was like, that's just misinformation. There's probably a disagreement there that's like a real disagreement that they want him to tax them more, but that's not what they say. They say he refuses to tax millionaires and billionaires. I've heard this talking point over and over and over and over, and it's just factually untrue, where he has the largest tax rate for millionaires and billionaires, and that's been the case under him in California, that they have had the highest tax rate for them. But they keep saying he refuses to tax them. Then they also say that he hates homeless people, when homelessness has literally gone down more under him, and he's had the biggest project to house homeless people under Gavin Newsom as well. Then they said that the Hassan recently and what's his name? The lawyer guy, I can't remember his name. But he is Mike from so I don't remember Mike from Pennsylvania. I don't remember the fucking name, but they all kept saying that the war in Iran was happening because of Democrats. Democrats were the reason the war was happening. They said that Democrats tried to block the War Powers Act from going through, that they refused to vote for it, that if they would just vote for the War Powers Act, the war wouldn't be happening. All of that were just complete lies across the board, just all fucking lies. And they still stood by it the entire time, when, as they just said, I mean, the vote to stop this war from fucking happening was to vote for Kamala. Like, the vote to stop the war was in 2024. The vote to stop this shit was already in the past. And when they sit there saying Democrats aren't doing enough to stop this, we did. We voted for Kamala. We advocated for Kamala. We tried to get Kamala elected. But then now, where people like Vosh and Hassan are saying things like they're not going to vote for Gavin Newsom if it's him versus JD Vance. Like, this is just more of the same. But I was mostly talking about, in that statement, the misinformation. If Mike from PA said it, Hassan said it. I forget the names of like most of these people, but there was like 6 or 7 of like the large content creators that we're talking about. And I specifically said that when I'm talking about these people, I'm not talking about all leftists. I'm not talking about everybody on the left. I'm not talking about all people who identify as leftists. I'm very specifically talking about the online left and the specific group of leftists in this conversation, that this does not apply to all leftists, that it seems as though leftists are like highly engaged in campaigns and helping Democrats get elected, and voting for Democrats and voting for Kamala. And like, I said all of these things. So I don't know. I just think you're just getting overly defensive about things that I'm not saying, while accusing me of strawmanning people, when I'm the one who's being strawmanned here.
Know what, like, would we say in 2024 were the lefties helpful or harmful in the general to us?
In the general, absolutely harmful. Yeah.
Then why would we do it again?
Why would we do what again?
Entertain them as being part of our movement, just to have, like, if they're damaging in the easy selection of all time.
If they're damaging in the general, regardless of whether or not they help us in primaries that we care about, why does it matter whether or not they help us?
How are they helping you in primaries?
How can they help you in the primary if you lose the general?
What do you mean?
But they also just go and vote for their candidate, and then they don't show up in the general.
I'm talking about multiple elections. So, for example, when I'm talking about that PV panel, there's multiple candidates for multiple different races that I think there's no way, I don't think you would deny that, or reject all of these candidates. You probably support a couple of these. And at the very least, you understand that like people that you probably would support, like I know you've expressed positive feelings about AOC, Mamdani, like these people also are saying, hey, I'm going to utilize this person to help me. And just because they're not going to vote for my candidate in the general, and if not actively detract from them, they're going to do this either way. Why not take the benefit of their incredibly large platform and incredibly large audience to help you get the people that you agree with?
Well, first of all, AOC and Mamdani don't attack other Democrats constantly, so they would pass whatever test.
Yeah, and neither do I, but they'll work with Hassan, is what I'm saying.
Do you think that
Well,
maybe
I mean, they distance a lot.
agreeing
Both of
with
those-
some of these people, these tankies, might cause you to lose votes among people that vote at like twice the rate that they will, right? Like if you go and you capitulate to a typical Hassan viewer, right? There's going to be some, whatever that's going to be at that point, that viewpoint.
Yeah, if I listen to Hassan and I believe the things that he said, I trusted him as a source and I trusted him as a political pundit, and I'm listening to him tell me over and over that Gavin Newsom hates homeless people, that he refuses to raise the tax rate, he refuses to tax billionaires because he's a corporate shill, that he's somebody who is actively working against the interests of the American people. And if I listened to him and trusted him on these things, I wouldn't want to vote for Gavin either. I wouldn't want to vote for it. I would feel like the Democrats really are just like betraying everybody and leaving everybody behind. And this is like what creates this sentiment, is the amount of misinformation that's put out about these things. And so I think just making it clear that when some of the biggest content creators on the right and the left right now are people who are just endlessly putting out misinformation and confusing the fuck out of the electorate, to where we do not have an informed electorate. We don't have people who actually understand what it is that they're voting for, or who they're voting on, or what the real issues are. This is just creating a bigger and bigger problem within the country. And I think, we obviously talk a lot about whether or not people hold those accountable on their own political side and on their own, within their own party. And I think that obviously this isn't the biggest issue facing Democrats or the left at all, but this is something that I think ought to be addressed, especially when we have a period where we're going into the midterms right now, and then we're going to have another big election right after that. There's got to be a period where there is a real conversation about this.
That viewpoint is going to be the same thing that is going to have senior citizens now having you lose that vote, as you seem less centrist, essentially.
Do we think that?
Hold on, one at a time. Let's hear from Ryan.
And also, let's not forget that young people kind of vote already predominantly Democratic, and they vote half as much as senior citizens. So essentially,
Hassan's audience is primarily young men, and young men.
Is that true? I thought that young people were some of the most politically active. I guess that's crazy to me. I didn't know that. I thought the young people were some of the most politically active. That when people were in college, that was the period that they were the most politically active, and that over time they got busy with work and jobs and families and ended up voting less and less. But is that true? Okay, Google. Do old people vote more often than young people?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Interesting.
Primarily moved away from the Democratic Party. And you can say, by the way, that's part in due to Hassan's driving a voter apathy. But if you think you can court any of those people, not Hassan, obviously you're not going to court Hassan, but the idea, look at the core movement, because I don't like these comparisons to Nick Fuentes. So you can't court Nick Fuentes' audience. The heart of Nick Fuentes' movement is anti-Jew, anti-anything but Christian nationalism, right? But if you look at Hassan's audience.
Wait, but they're not comparing courting Nick Fuentes' audience to the Democrat side. They're comparing courting Nick Fuentes' audience to the Republican side, and the fact that Nick Fuentes, his audience is against Republicans, and they hurt Republicans, they hurt MAGA, they hurt the right, the people who are the extreme right hurts the more moderate right, and so this is, I thought that was the comparison.
Is the primary audience communism? Is the primary audience, let's subvert the Democrats?
I'm glad you
Well,
asked.
I
Fuentes
don't
is
believe
saying
that's
vote
the case.
Dem in the
I
midterms. So
want to hear
be
from
awesome.
Dan. Dan, go ahead. You're glad he asked. Go ahead.
I'm glad you asked because to me, I feel like Hassan's audience is nothing. It's not even political. It's just a Che Guevara poster on the fucking wall. It's nothing to do with anything. Did America do something good? I'm against it. And that's it. That really is, at the end of the day, all there is. So there's no point negotiating with this type of a terrorist fucking audience that is either going to vote Democrat or not. I don't even think.
I need. Well, no, wait, Dan. I need to press you on this because this might be true, and I don't have polling on this. But if you were to ask the average Hassan voter, take the worst examples of what Hassan can be: pro-terrorist, anti-American, dogmatically, and anti-Semitic. Do you think the majority of his audience is in line with this?
Do I mean in line with what?
Do you think, if you were to ask 60% of Hassan voters are pro-Hezbollah?
Yes.
Okay, I fundamentally don't think so, and that might be selection bias on me. I'm obviously just basing this off the people I know in real life that watch him and are fans. But I think
it's actually an interesting question. I have no idea if that's the case or not. The only thing that makes me think that that's likely is just the amount of other content creators in that space that seem to hold similar views. Like Mike from PA, and I wish that I could remember her name, but there was a girl that I was talking about that I had a back and forth with a couple weeks ago, who's also from TikTok and who was also saying all this stuff about the Democrats not signing the War Powers Act that says the same stuff. That's the main thing that makes me think that it is likely that they probably all do hold similar views.
When you look at the core
They're
audience
at least
of
tolerant
Hassan,
of it, though, right?
Oh, absolutely. And then the
Which is
reason
also
I'm saying that is because
hold on. Hassan has been on record. It's so funny because I was talking to someone about this earlier today. If you go through Hassan's old VODs and you search for lesser evil voter, Hassan has said this 100 times, and he says, I'm definitely a lesser evil voter. I would vote for Hamas. He says this over and over and over again. You can't really claim to be naive about the idea that his audience is gonna be like, yeah, Hamas is better. I like Hamas. It's good. They're a good thing. They're the moral arbiter out in the Middle East. This is something he has said ad nauseum.
Quick question for Soy Pill. In the Michigan U.S. Senate election, the primary that's going on, do you think Hassan is going to campaign as hard for whoever wins that as he is right now for the Abdul El Sayed person?
No.
Okay. Isn't that a terrible thing? Shouldn't they be campaigning just as hard?
Yeah, in the general, they should be, but that
Well,
doesn't
I would
belie
say-
the fact that we should still use their support of any candidate that we can get, that we both.
Can I
support.
jump in for a second, please?
One at a time. Let's go. I
quick-
want to hear from
As a
Ryan.
real quick hedge, yeah, wait, I'll do this real quick and then Ryan.
Real
Go. I was
quick.
gonna say, I wouldn't expect Hassan to campaign as hard in the general as they would for someone in the primary. That's fair. You support someone in the primary, you're up. It's when you're attacking everybody else that's going to the general. That's the issue, is what I would say. But go ahead, Ryan.
Okay, Ryan.
Who is we in this discussion? Is we the Democratic Party? Is we the influencers? Who is we? Because I feel like if anyone's gonna try and take some of these people out of what Dan, I think, correctly described as a sort of nihilistic anti-politics, it has to be people that aren't directly affiliated with the Democratic Party, right? It's got to be us or it's going to be nobody. Who's it going to be?
I agree with this. But there was an interesting question posed earlier about a Fuentes viewer versus a Hassan viewer. It would be easier to convert a Fuentes viewer, I think, into a center-left voter than it would be to convert a Hassan viewer. Because in the environment that we exist in right now, Fuentes is seen as the enemy ideologically to our party. So when I'm having a debate with Fuentes, or if our audiences are going back and forth, the understanding is that
Guys, Hassan is really bad, I promise. Let's talk about him 65% of the time. It's really weird. I never talk about Hassan, and the few times that I do, you, Philly, seem to pop up here every fucking time, complaining about the fact that we're talking about him. I mean, it's rare that we talk about him at all, and then when we do, you pop up. You seem to really only care about that conversation. It seems like that is the only conversation that you seem to actually care about and show up for.
Like, we're opposed to your ideology and we're fighting on those grounds. Whereas for the lefties, the tankies, it's one way. It's always one way. Like, there's no world where Fuentes or any like Candace Owens type can cry and be like, why are you attacking me? We're on the same side. Stop hitting right. It's not fair. Whereas in the tanky world, Hassan and all these guys are spending all their time is attacking Democrats constantly. But if we say anything about them, we're punching to the left.
If you think you can convert Fuentes viewers, I absolutely encourage you to do it. I think that would be an absolute positive for the world if you can get Nick Fuentes viewers.
is converting them right now.
No. What I'm saying is that it would be easier to convert somebody on the far right than the far left, because that far left pipeline is only going one way right now. On the far right, it's seen as like a mutual fight, at least. You're fighting on the same ground.
You say this all the time.
Yeah, so somebody is more likely to go from populist right to populist left, or populist left to populist right, in far left to far right to far left. Like that's obviously true. Like people who are against, lots of times, like people who are against moderate voters are against them more so than they're against others. And even Nick Fuentes has talked about numerous times about the fact that they should probably like give some concessions to the socialists and people like Hassan, and that way they would be able to get a lot more done if they can just concede a lot of this stuff to them so that they can work within a bigger coalition. But they're not talking about doing this with Democrats. They're not talking about working with Democrats. They're not, liberals. They're not talking about that, because a lot of the, like, when you have like a specific hate for moderate groups, that hate is more likely to stick around.
And like, they're never moderating, but like, if we are to take at face value that Hassan is a Marxist-Leninist who wants to like implement communism, then is he not platforming and capitulating and kind of ceding ground to liberals, or people at least to his right, when he does support candidates like a Bernie and AOC or Mamdani who are not communists?
No, because his support for them is tepid at best anyway. Like he criticizes
he
what I said. It's
endorses them
tepid, and
fully.
he doesn't strongly support AOC or Bernie anymore. These people are like, they have like
They're-
meh-ish
that's after
reputations.
he's already gotten them into office, right? Or not?
He
But
didn't get anybody
you know what I
into
mean.
office.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like he did not turn on these people until far beyond them getting elected.
I also want to be clear when
Sure.
we talk about like regular just voter bases seeing.
I think that Hassan was more pro-electoralism in the past, though, as well. I think that like his overall disdain for voting for Democrats, I think that became more extreme over time. I don't think that was always the case. So I don't think that it's like, oh, they got into office and now he's able to criticize them over time. I think it was more so that just in general, his anti-electoral position became more and more extreme over time.
Engagement with tankies. I want to say like high information liberal voters are going to be disgusted when.
Tom's feelings are hurt. Sorry I called your stream boring. I didn't know. I don't remember you calling it. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. You saying that just because I said that you're being defensive, that your feelings are hurt? I don't get it. You only tune in things you're interested in. LOL, good one, bro. Again, you started off crying about being strawmanned. You remember that, right? You remember that you're the one who was saying that you're being strawmanned, that lefties are being strawmanned. You remember this, yes? You stated that I'm strawmanning. You remember this, yes? That is what you said about me. I'm strawmanning.
we are super collaborative and cooperative with communists. But low information voters, they hear those like communist talking points and they hear like a really good moral story about freedom from oppression and they eat that shit up because they're not that bright.
Here's the
And so
problem.
there's a
Milo,
balancing act there.
It's not just high information. They also tend to be the high propensity voters, the people who actually go out to vote. And I struggle with the idea that we should risk the people who are there day after day at.
That's not true. He's making it sound like low information voters are more likely to vote. That's not true. It's just that most voters are low information voters. It's high information voters are more likely to go vote, but they less people are high information voters. So
special election after special election, showing up, turning out for someone who's low information that may or may not vote.
I agree with that. I would never trade. I would never trade one.
But we've debated Destiny, Ethan, Israel. Okay, I'm sorry. We debated Destiny talking crap about Hassan. We debated Ethan talking crap about Hassan. My bad. I should have been more specific.
High information voter for 2 or even 3 low information voters. But I do want to say it's not a universal loss or gain when we're viewed collaborating or talking to or engaging with communists, even like in a less than adversarial way. I have to, like I said earlier, like I have to be super careful. I don't enjoy it because I would prefer to be in the like Steven line of things where I just immediately jump down these people's throats. But it's not possible for me to do. And I just wonder if like we could maybe get our high information voters on the same train as us to like agree that like, okay, we're not going to move left, but we need people in the center to understand that like we're not just being vitriolic. We have like principled stances against this problem.
Again, the problem is when you let these people in, when you let the communists, the tanky types, the Hassan viewers in, a lot of them will simply subsume whatever organization that you are a part of. And
I mean, I agree. I'd rather not
use Paths to Victory as an example.
Wick, I have a question for you. The guy who tweeted the PV thing that said they want to overturn the Democratic DNC overthrow, he just donated $500 to my chat. Should I return it?
No, you
or should I
donate
accept? Should I
it-
accept
you
the
should
support of a
spread it,
tank? Should I
okay?
accept the
It's our
support of a
donation,
tanky
brother.
to
It's our
promote
donation.
my liberal values?
It's our donation. We're going to be communists today in this case. Okay. It's
True,
our
that's part of my
donation.
property.
Exactly. Spread the wealth. Redistribution.
I just want to say earlier we were saying that Democrats aren't doing enough.
Each
or
according to
talking
his
enough
ability,
right now.
each according to his means. I get the most money,
About
'cause I
Trump
have
and
the
the
fewest
Iran
subscribers.
stuff, but we had 70 lawmakers go on Twitter and call for the 25th Amendment. I don't really know where you're looking, but Schumer was out there basically saying like Trump's a military moron and we're worse off now than when the Iran war started. I think Democrats are.
They were pushing for the War Powers Act. They forced a vote on the War Powers Act. With Schumer leading this, it is just like complete bullshit and misinformation on this crap. I don't know why. I don't know why. Like, again, I don't have problems with people having criticisms of these things. I have tons of criticisms of Democrats on a regular basis. I am consistently criticizing Democrats. The problem is when the criticism is over something that just literally never fucking happened. That's where my issue comes in.
Are out there and they are talking about it.
Yeah,
I
they
don't know what
pushed
you
the
want to
war
do. They don't own-
resolutions, war powers resolutions.
They don't own the
Act.
House. They don't own the Senate.
Mhm.
I think they're kind of just biding their time right now until midterms because they're doing really well. And if your enemy's making a mistake, don't speak. Let
Is
them do
it appropriate to criticize Democrats like Gottheimer for being insufficiently opposed to this war?
Was that the guy on Tim Miller?
Yes.
That guy needs to fucking. He needs to be shipped out. That guy's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I think so.
But
It's
that's- but
okay to
that's a lot
criticize the
different.
Democratic Party sometimes. Democratic Party
Wait.
politicians.
Like, hold on. Whoa. You just said two totally different things. Okay. I have no problem criticizing politicians. There are some Fetterman. Whoo, that guy is Yeah, there are definitely
He
people
votes
you
most
could,
of the time, but yeah.
sure, but there are a huge difference between criticizing an individual versus like shitting on the party constantly.
Yeah, agreed.
And people on the far left are never they're never having the conversation of like, what should we give to the liberals? It's literally all or nothing on everything. Like, you've got one of the funniest clips. I remember watching Austin and Hassan were watching Kamala Harris, and Kamala Harris was saying like, we need to call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza to get this war stopped so we can. And Austin was like happy for a second because he didn't get the Hassan talking points, and then Hassan was like, oh, it's just another temporary ceasefire. Like, this isn't even going to be permanent. They're probably not going to. And it's like, nothing is good enough for these people. You can never capitulate enough to them. They're always using these issues. They don't care about Israel-Palestine. They just use it as an issue to attack the left, and that's all they do. Like, the idea of keeping a coalition like that together is like impossible when it's always one way. And it is with these people. It's always one way.
Wait, why does it? Wait, hold on. I want to address that because you keep saying it's only one way, but you did address and kind of acknowledge the point that clearly Hassan and definitely his audience is in some way moderating their more radical beliefs, or at least Hassan's more radical beliefs, to support progressive candidates that are left, of liberals, but like are still in the liberal coalition that still want social democracy. So like,
you're talking about the furthest left people in the entire party. They're using these as anchor points to pipeline people to radical ideology. That's it. They're not
who cares if we both want that?
No, because we don't want that. We don't want people to become social.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we don't want we're saying that they support these people in the primaries in the hopes that those people will be like a path forward to taking over the Democrat Party. I don't know why the fuck people are. Why would we want like the farthest left candidates?
Doesn't take it, or at least I
do.
don't.
Do you like those do you like Bernie Sanders? Like, would you vote for Bernie Sanders? I would.
Yes, but
you're up against though.
These are the.
Should I deny Hassan's
people...
promotion of Bernie Sanders?
No, but that's not what we're talking about. They can promote.
It is. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
No, it's not.
I want to appear on a platform to promote Bernie Sanders and say you're in the tent for promoting Bernie Sanders. Is that bad?
We're not talking about them supporting the candidates. We're talking about us supporting them and welcoming into our coalition.
There's a huge difference. Wait, what does that look like then?
As in, like, having friendly campaigns alongside them, or pretending that we share.
Okay, so
some,
that is
like,
exactly what I just
foundation.
said. It's me and Hassan going and promoting Bernie Sanders. So I shouldn't do that.
Well, hold on.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. You opened that thing saying, should Bernie Sanders not accept the support from Hassan Piker?
And then I moved on. Okay, should me and Hassan appear on a panel promoting Bernie Sanders? That's not okay.
I would say that appearing on a panel with somebody with a massive ideological opposition to you and pretending otherwise, I think is generally bad. I would say generally speaking, yes.
What does pretending otherwise look like? Because
I think you're not emphasizing your disagreement.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes right now says he's voting for Democrats in the upcoming election. If Nick Fuentes is saying that he's voting for Democrats and you want to go on to a show with Nick Fuentes to promote Democrats, it would probably be good if you made it very clear that you guys are voting for Democrats for very different reasons. If Nick Fuentes is sitting there the entire time saying, I'm voting for Democrats because I want Donald Trump and the Republican Party to move farther right and start, listening to our base instead of the more moderate voters, then I think it's pretty important to make sure that is not why you're there. You are not there to try to vote for Democrats to try to push the Republicans farther right.
You're only going there just to talk about like some superficial agreements you have.
That's not superficial. It's we both want this candidate who's promoting progressive values. That's not superficial. That's core to my ideology, and I'm still allowed to say, "Hey, I think this." Like, by the way, I'm not trying to like play defense for the things that we all agree with, which is Hassan supports terrorist groups. What? Go ahead.
Would you do friendly panels with Nick Fuentes right now?
Because I already addressed this. The answer is no, and the answer is because his audience is fundamentally, and the core of his movement is fundamentally opposed to me, and I don't believe that Hassan might be fundamentally opposed, but I don't believe Hassan's.
Yes, I was about to say, I feel like this is literally just a perfect analogy to what it is that they're saying about Hassan and his in his coalition or his audience.
The audience is fundamentally opposed to me.
Hold on, no, stop. Soy pill. If Nick Fuentes endorses the Democratic candidate coming up,
he already did. He's like, I'm
going to. I want to
let
me finish. he's going to have done more to help Democrats than Hassan did.
It's true.
You understand that, correct?
I don't.
You
I
don't?
would, if you think that Hassan did a full-throated endorsement of the Democrat in the primary and Nick Fuentes did, you think more of Nick Fuentes' audiences would vote for the Democrat?
No, but probably more of Nick Fuentes' audience would not vote for Republicans, which counts in some sense as votes for Democrats.
Well, I think more of I think it would be easier to radicalize a Fuentes viewer to vote against whatever the next Republican candidate is than it would be to mobilize like a Hassan viewer to vote for like an establishment Dem.
Someone they don't care about.
Is
Yeah.
the vibe that I get.
Really?
If, assuming Fuentes stays on the same road.
Yeah,
now, it might
like
be
Fuentes isn't a good faith actor, I don't believe, right? I don't think
Yeah.
that we can trust him.
Well, wait, what do you mean? No, I think he's pretty honest about what he means.
Because like Nick Fuentes is like his entire movement is fundamental.
I was about to say I don't like when they say that he's not a good faith actor, as though he doesn't like actually believe the shit that he's saying. I think that like he is willing to also spread like misinformation to an extent, but I would say that he definitely believes the things that he says he believes.
Fundamentally anti-democratic, anti anything but
Hassan's.
Christian nationalism, right?
Hassan's is anti anything on the West.
Hassan is anti-West. Hassan is pro-terrorist. Hassan is like an ML, right? And yet, if you go into his audience, when you accuse him of being a commie anti-Semite, the reason that a majority of people start defending him is not because they're like all gaslighting you. It's because a majority of them are part of this like progressive, like, oh, I want to just like be anti-establishment and move the country further left. And there are tankies and there are communists, but I'm not really sympathetic or understanding of the idea that he has this like big communist movement. Like,
I'm
don't
pretty
see
sure that if you were to go
way.
into Hassan's chat and accuse him of being anti-Semitic, they would laugh and put Pepe the Frog and say like, so what? I don't think that they would. I don't think they would like fight valiantly against that claim, or they would just accuse you of being a Zionist misdirector.
It's just insane to me that you would think that more Nick Fuentes people would be beneficial in the fact that, yeah, maybe they wouldn't vote Republican, but you don't think that if Hassan was like enthusiastically mobilizing his audience for the Democrat,
But he
that this
wouldn't.
wouldn't get a bunch of. I didn't say this is a hypothetical in which he would do this, and this is about his audience, and you guys are rejecting the idea that his audience would listen to him. If he
Oh
did
well, no,
this.
wait, hold on. No, I would agree with you there, but this is not
Okay.
hypothetical. I'm sorry, I didn't hear this. But Hassan will never mobilize his audience for the job.
Sure, and I don't think he will. Okay, cool. But as long as we
But
acknowledge
that
his
wasn't what you
audience
said
will
originally,
probably...
but okay.
No, that's what I was saying. I was saying that he would be more of a benefit. What did you say, Wick? The hypothetical is like if you got one over the other, like obviously Hassan's audience is primarily going to be better. And when you bring up like, would you go on a platform with Nick Fuentes? It's like, well, Nick Fuentes doesn't.
No, the original hypothetical was over whether or not you would be able to get more people to vote for Democrats from Nick Fuentes' audience than from Hassan's.
Have an audience that I can win over. Nick Fuentes' audience is fundamentally anti everything I stand for, and I don't think that's the case with Hassan. And that's what is important when you talk about these influencers.
Do you stand for America and democracy?
Yeah.
Then
but hold
Hassan
on.
fundamentally and his audience
Hassan,
fundamentally are against what you stand for.
I'm not convinced of that. I mean, you can show me otherwise, baby. That's why I said I'm not polling on this. But like, this is just not my experience. Like, don't get me wrong. I see a lot of anti-Semitism in Hassan's chat. I do see the tankies in Hassan's chat. I'm not fundamentally convinced that this is the core of his movement, even if he is. And we can agree on that.
I've met a lot of Hassan fans.
When he says this isn't the core of his movement, is he saying the core like purpose in his movement isn't anti-electoral, like it's not to stop people from voting, or is he saying the core, like the base of his like fans are not anti-electoral?
In real life, I've met a lot of Hassan fans in real life. I've never met a Marxist-Leninist in real life.
I think you have to be careful when we're grouping fans of people too, because like when we say like the majority of people that watch Hassan, there's two groups we can be talking about, or three maybe. The first group is like the stream viewers. These are your...
The way that I've like gained my perspective, where I've started to feel as though the majority of people within Hassan's like fan base are anti-electoralism, is that it feels like a lot of times when I do a stream and he's in the title, or I post like a TikTok video or a YouTube video, the commenters that come in, all of the new people seem to be very defensive of Hassan and his beliefs. It feels like the comments that I get are all like very defensive of saying like, oh, this makes sense. Why would we vote for the Democrats? Why would we vote for them when X, Y, and Z, when they're not going to do A, B, and C? And it feels as though I don't think I ever get the commenter that says something like, yeah, I'm a Hassan fan. Like, I disagree with him on the anti-electoralism part. Like, your criticisms are valid. Like, that makes sense. I don't ever get that. And I don't think I ever have. I don't think that's ever happened. Whereas I do get that with, like, when I criticize TYT, I get tons of people who come in and say like, yeah, I've followed TYT for a long time. Like, I don't know why they're saying this shit, or just like Anna Kasparian, or those sorts of people. Like, I get tons of people who come in and seem to say that they are fans of TYT, or they're subscribers, that they're people who have followed them for a long time, and that they agree with what it is that I'm saying about Anna Kasparian. I could be wrong. Maybe it's happened, but I cannot think of a single person who has ever said that from Hassan's fan base. And not only that, but I get a lot of the opposite. I get a lot of the fucking opposite, where I get a lot of people who are coming in and defending the anti-electoral and anti-democrat positions. So yeah, just that is just from what I can remember right now. Maybe I'll think of one in a little bit. But that is just the way that's just what it seems like from my position.
Ardent supporters, these are your like most diehard fans. These are the ones that I think are like not going to be supportive of the Democratic Party. But if you go like broader and you look at like college students who have like heard of Hassan, I don't know if things have changed much in the past 10 years, but like I remember on fucking dating in fucking California that if somebody says they're a socialist, if you talk to them for like 2 seconds, they're basically just like a liberal that wants like more government shit. My guess is the majority of people that watch Hassan like on Instagram Reels or have like seen a couple videos are probably in that group of just like liberals, right?
Okay.
Or they're like far left liberals would be my guess. But those are not the people on Hassan's stream, which is a different audience. And Hassan is trying to take all those, like, broadly speaking, those liberals and try to move them, like, down the, like, tanky pipeline. Like, that's his goal.
Sure. Hasn't he literally said this in clips?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I think I just remain a little confused why we think that it's impossible for it to go the other way. Like, why do we think... I watched your stream with Francis Fukuyama yesterday. And I have to say I left, like, a little depressed because... you and Francis Fukuyama, frankly, both seemed a little dismal about the possibility of like really convincing people that liberalism is a good thing on the merits.
Because nobody has any strong defenses of liberalism anymore. The right is fully authoritarian out of their fucking mind, and then
that's why we have to do it.
Yeah, but it's not. But Hassan is not a liberal, and we're spending all the time on the left trying to figure out if we should court MAGA light on the left, and there are you can't even come up and defend anything on the center left. A defensive.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. I think that like you still can convince people of liberalism, and that it's still a possibility. It is annoying, like again, Hassan fans come flooding in here consistently saying that liberalism is what caused Trump. Trump is not a bug within liberalism. He's, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the fucking term, that he's part of the fucking program. He's a feature. That Trump is not new in liberalism. Trump is just what liberalism is. That this is what liberalism leads to. This is what, liberalism creates this. That Trump is the Democrats' fault. Like, that that is seemingly like a large part of like what they believe is that liberalism is that Trump just is liberalism, that like Democrats just act like there's a big difference between them and Trump, but that there's not. And I just I fundamentally disagree with this, but I also fundamentally disagree with the idea that we can't like keep convincing people of liberalism, that we're not able to get people on board with this.
Harris or Biden is a joke. You look like a loser doing it. You know, anybody that's on Hassan's team, and even like a lot of like just younger people or people that are online who are these populist people, the Epstein class, people like Ro Khanna push this idea, is all the liberals. Everybody thinks like Nancy Pelosi was a corrupt inside trader. Like everything is like fucked on the center left. And so instead of even, I think this all plays into the argument of like, do we court these people? It's like, instead of ever building out a strong center left identity, the center left just eats itself and then talks about having to court the far left that has no two-way street with the center left. And then so you get people like Hassan who are talking about the duopoly, the two-party system that is all the same. And then the New York Times or center-left libs are writing hit pieces on Gavin Newsom. And it's like, what the fuck is happening? There is no like liberal representation anywhere.
And again, anyone who is saying that the Democrats are struggling or failing or not doing enough, etc., we are putting up win after win after win after win at the at the ballot box. Like we've flipped what, 31 seats now? 30 seats
number.
now?
Somewhere
right?
around there,
like,
yeah.
The idea that the Democrats aren't doing a phenomenal job, right?
With what they have.
Is amazingly out of touch. And this is the insidious nature, I think, of courting Hassan or playing nice with Hassan, etc.
Just to be clear, not courting Hassan. I don't think anyone thinks that we're going to convince Hassan.
But there are a lot of people who want to like kind of tolerate him within kind of the sphere. Maybe not you specifically, right? But there are people out there, I see them in my chat, right, who are advocating for that. The insidious nature of allowing that is it distorts reality, and you begin to hear so much the Democrats are flailing and failing from all sides that you begin to believe it, and that's just not true.
Well, I don't know.
Here's my
fundamentally, I just think that liberalism is a strong enough ideology and a convincing enough ideology to win people over. I think that's possible. I think you can win over a lot of people who see clips of Hassan on Instagram Reels, like Steven said, and say like, you know, I am really mad about Israel. I am really mad about the fact that we don't have universal health care. I mean, whenever you watch Bernie and AOC, and even Hassan, whenever he gives speeches, the applause lines are not like class war now. The applause lines are not let's seize the means of production. The applause lines are we need a right to universal health care. We need a right to a good paying job. You know, this is a fundamentally liberal framing.
I mean, sometimes the
Hassan,
applause line is sometimes the applause line is, hey, you know, if you call these senators and threaten them, you know, they're not going to run for re-election. So sometimes the applause line comes after that. Yeah?
No, I've never seen Bernie Sanders do that, ever.
Oh, I've seen Hassan do that.
Do the what line?
Hassan at a rally with Taylor Lorenz, basically going on and stating that, like, you know what? When you call and you say, I fucking hate you guys, and you know, I have an AR-15, and you know what? That guy, he's not running for re-election now because that people made those calls. That's the type of stuff that's happening there.
That's okay. Yeah, he said that at the whatever it was like a sit-down private dinner that somebody recorded from under the table.
So I don't just, well, that does happen. So I think you're both right, but I think what happens is that when Hassan is in front of larger audiences, so when he's got his like PR firm that's connecting him with either weird guys or women that want to bang him that are writing these really weird glaze pieces about him, when Hassan is on those platforms, that's like Hassan at his most like liberal friendly. His lib friendly version is trying to pull people in, but then when he gets them more on his platform, the goal is to radicalize them, right? Like this is
why do you think he
that what's that lady's name? Jen Wink, Jen Winkle or whatever her name is. That is like a perfect example of somebody who went from your average like just, you know, low information liberal mom supporter Welch, Jennifer Welch, that she went from just so like your regular low information, The View sort of mom Democrat to very quickly this like radical anti-Democrat person who thinks that Democrats aren't doing anything and is spreading all of the same bullshit talking points that we've been going over today.
Feels the need to be lib friendly in those environments
Because that's how you appeal to
pull
people
people
there.
in.
You're more mask on. Like when I was doing all the rounds on the red pill shows, like there's like 50 million abhorrent things that these people are saying. I'm only fighting on like 10 of them, and then I'm trying to have a good time. And then people see me as like pretty reasonable. But then when they come to my platform, I'm obviously a lot more radical against a lot of these things. But that's like the goal of like converting people in that direction. But you can never do that to Hasan. Hasan won't let you do that on his platforms because they know that the game that they're playing is only one way.
Wait, you just said he goes on platforms where he has to moderate.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. If he's going on and saying moderate positions, that means he's not fighting the moderate on every single position either. The problem is that when he does do these more moderate positions, the people aren't pushing back on his positions. So his agreements will be when he goes on the moderate shows, right? The moderate version that Destiny's pushing, that like whatever that is, it's Hasan just criticizing Trump. It's Hasan criticizing Trump, talking about how bad Trump is, that we need to stop Trump, that we need to we need to do more to get out and fight fascism and blah blah blah. But then yeah, like when you go to his platform, obviously like the part of doing that is getting Democrats out of the way. So what Destiny's saying isn't really true in the way that he explained it, I don't think.
Maybe he won't do it on his platform, but he's clearly then moderating and capitulating to liberal ideas because he knows he has to.
So where is he now?
He's only going. Wait. He's only going to larger platforms. Notice how Hasan doesn't platform any of you guys. Notice how Hasan doesn't platform Vosh. Notice how Hasan doesn't deal with any smaller creators that aren't fully in his camp. The only time Hasan is moderating is when he's going to larger platforms so that he can try to draw people in from there and then radicalize them when he's got them on his native platforms. That's how he operates. It's always.
I have retirees in my community showing me puff pieces from the New York Times about this motherfucker going, "Oh, is this one of your online friends?" And I'm like, bitch, Nancy, no. Do not look at that shit.
But like, I'm sure with you,
well,
like what are your thoughts on that? The fact that Hasan doesn't platform smaller people that disagree with him. It's almost exclusively him.
Assuming that's true, like yeah, that's one-sided. But that doesn't mean that we're not taking from him if he's going on larger audiences and he's somehow then going to bleed people off who are like, hey,
what's
like
being taken from
wait,
Hasan? How do you ever take from him?
Definitionally, you can't because he's only going on larger platforms where he's mask on. Do
you not think that by going on these larger platforms, I mean, even Tim Miller said this, there are Hasan viewers that watch Tim Miller. I don't know if Tim Miller's larger than Hasan, but they don't watch Tim Miller and think, oh, I hate this guy, I'm not a fan of him. It's, hey, like this guy says things I like. When Hasan goes on here, or he talks about Hasan, I'm exposed to Tim Miller's ideas.
Those viewers are watching Tim Miller and actively trying to court Tim over. And then anytime they have anybody that they disagree with on, they attack them vehemently. We saw this with Sarah Longwell on Twitter. She had a conversation with Tim where they had friendly disagreements, and they immediately went to Twitter and absolutely thrashed her and brought up like the most bad faith arguments that you could possibly bring up against her.
And not just not just the audience, but all of the other people who are part of like the tanky cult, right? Ryan Grimm was out there doing it. I don't know if Mehdi Hasan joined that. Taylor Lorenz was out there. There were a ton of those like big people who the pinball machine went off and they all started coming out to shit on Sarah Longwell. Yeah, that's just what they do.
It's not surprising though. That's how social media works. Whenever Hasan says something dumb, I mean everyone was complaining whenever Hasan talked about like what did he say on Jennifer Welch's podcast that JD Vance and Gavin Newsom are like there's no difference between them.
Well, hold on. No. Hasan got a lot of defense for that comment as well. Keep in mind the majority of the people on the far left don't think Hasan was electrocuting his fucking dog to keep it in frame.
He's right. Like a mainstream, like Democrats and mainstream media and the bigger platforms were criticizing him for those sorts of comments. But it's true that like Hasan's community was very defensive of that, and so that is more so like again what I was talking about earlier when Soypill's trying to make it sound like he doesn't think that that's really like Hasan's community who will defend these sorts of ideas that they defended not voting for Gavin over JD Vance and the idea that there's no real difference between the Democrats and the Republicans right now.
There were a lot of people that showed up to defend Hasan on that.
He got
And also,
Mr.
let's
Longwell
look
got
at
defense
Jennifer
as well.
Look at Jennifer Welch. I don't know how much she got. She's getting a little bit now because unfortunately the only other organized group of people in this fucking country are the goddamn Jews, okay, who have like taken to being anti-Hassan because of the anti-Semitic thing, which is annoying as fuck to me, but they're the only other organized people that do it. So in that sense, there were people that have kind of come out on Hassan, but it's only on the anti-Semitism part. I don't think there's a similar bell you can ring when liberals are getting.
Has she talked about the anti-Semitism stuff? Did she? He's making it sound like she was pressured into addressing that. Did she? I have trouble believing that she would have denounced Hassan on any of those statements. I feel like she would either just say like, I don't agree with everything he says and just leave it at that, or that she would say like, this is people just mad because he criticizes Israel. I really have a hard time believing that she would have given any sort of criticism for stuff like that. I would have to see that myself.
Getting attacked, especially by the far left. I think the easiest example of that is Chorus. Who stepped up to defend Brian Tyler Cohen or Chorus when Taylor Loren started digging into them on our bullshit Wired hit piece?
All of us?
No.
No.
Nobody substantial showed up to help.
You
Chorus.
did,
No.
I did, Hutch did, like a lot
I'm
of
talking
liberals
like
did.
I'm talking like the big staples of media, like people that are huge and recognizable and visible.
Like New York Times, like Wall Street Journal, or are you talking like people
big,
too? Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it even big enough? I don't even know if it was that big.
I'm just curious. Would we be
like the New York
talking about
Times
this
over it.
in the same way if it was like the Green Party and like, oh, we're trying to court away Green Party voters over here? Because that's a one-way street. Like, you're not going to be getting these people to go and vote Democrat. And if they were going to vote Democrat anyways. So all you're doing is putting the most idealistic Green Party views that you're not going to be able to adopt as a run-of-the-mill Democrat. And it's like, this is not your, it's not your friend. These aren't. This is an enemy of your.
I don't know if that's true. I feel like, again, I feel like the majority of these people are like Green Party people are likely voting for Democrats at high rates. It's not as if I think the majority of those people likely want the Green Party to grow, but it's I would assume most of them are probably voting for Democrats when it comes time to go to the ballot box. Like if there's no real like substantial chance of that person winning, that they're likely going to go and vote for a Democrat in the end. I could be wrong. Like, it may be that they think that like getting larger, going from 2% to 3% in the election is, you know, the big goal there. But I would imagine not. I would imagine that like, yeah, if they think they have a candidate that's actually like doing really well and giving them prominence, and then they are not actually polling, you know, above 2% again, that I would assume most of those people are probably going to turn around and just vote for a Democrat again. I could be wrong. I have no idea.
Your candidate. This is someone that wants you to lose so that you can win, right?
It's like you're trying to court third-party voters. It's just better to go out and get like people who don't vote to try.
Well, here's my question, because we moved past this and I wanted to bring it up. And I know, by the way, this is not a criticism. I think this is a valid thing to do that seems to be the same thing on the other side. Do we platform never Trump Republicans who make it clear that they would never vote for Democrats other than to vote against Trump and don't like any of the Democratic policies?
You shouldn't. If they say
we do, but we do.
Oh, yeah, I don't know why. I don't know who the fuck is saying you shouldn't. No, you should. You 100% should. Never Trump Republicans. Again, the difference here is that a Never Trump Republican is not there advocating for you to go like vote for Republicans, and those Never Trump Republicans in large part end up voting for Democrats long term, like over and over and over, like me, like Tim Miller, like lots of people in my chat. This is a common trend where these people end up just over time just becoming Democrats. And this is part of what I was talking about before, is that like the right is always really good at like accepting people in who agree with them and pushing people out who disagree with them. And this is something that liberals have never really done in large part. And overall, I've liked it. I think that it's a good thing, and it's like brought a lot more diversity of thought. But I don't think it's good electorally. I think it's not beneficial electorally. And I think that like right now, with the amount of damage that the Trump administration has done, I think that is the important part. That like you praise people who give you agreements and put them up on a pedestal, give them their flowers, make sure that these people are feel welcomed by you and feel like if they feel like they don't have anywhere to go and they're upset that the Republican Party is not a place for them anymore, you make them feel like there is a place for them to go and there is a place where they can feel welcome and crap like that. Like I totally think that, because again, these are people who are still like trying to vote and trying to engage in the process of building electoral power. And a lot of those people, yes, they want you to vote. They want to vote against Trump because they think that he's a danger to democracy. But they're obviously seeing the decay of the Republican Party already. They're already seeing that like that ship might be sailing and they're moving away from it, and you want to continue that movement.
Oh, we're having like three different answers. Dan, tell us why you say yes. Mr. Moten, tell us why you say you shouldn't. Okay.
I think that you can be strategic about this both ways. Like right now, people be like, "Oh, are you happy? Now Republicans are using Hassan." And I say, well, that's great, because one of the reasons that Clinton won was his Sister Souljah moment, where he came out and he showed himself to be a centrist, a moderate, as opposed to other people who weren't willing to rebuke Jesse Jackson at that moment. So Hassan can be a lightning rod to be like, listen, I'm not a fucking crazy lefty that's going to make you use 600 pronouns and shit in a kitty cat box when you go to school. That stuff's crazy. So he can still be a benefit to Democrats that are running in that case. So when you're saying, can you use a Republican that's never going to vote for MAGA or something? You absolutely can. You just have to be strategic when you do this to make sure that it's not emboldening the other party and helping your party and you winning, because winning is winning. That's it. It's at the end of the day. So if you say,
right,
why should I?
Wait, pause right there. If Hassan and I promote Bernie Sanders, I'm the smaller person. We're promoting a candidate. How is this emboldening Hassan?
Can I augment Dave's argument a little bit? The thing that's nice about Never Trump Republicans is there's no confusion about what they are. They're Republican. The problem with people like Hassan is that people think.
I think, yeah, I don't understand the issue here. If Hassan is advocating for Bernie and Bernie is like a real candidate, then I have no issue with somebody going onto his platform to advocate for Bernie. I have no issue with that. Especially if we're talking about the primaries, or even more so if we're talking about the generals. Like, I don't know why I would give a fuck if somebody would do that. In instances where Hassan's community would be willing to vote for Democrats, I think that is a good thing, as long as it's not like the Democrats that we're talking about that seem to be anti-electoralism and that are going to move people farther away from that. Whereas that's obviously not what Bernie's been. Bernie has been like, true to the Democrats. When he loses, he campaigns for the Democrats. So I would be totally in favor of going on to Hassan's platform to advocate for Democrats.
Think that they're like the same. Like, that's it. Like, think about Liz Cheney and Democrats. There's no confusion that Cheney was a Republican. There's only one group of people.
There was confusion for Hassan. Hassan and his community went around lying about this the entire time, saying that Kamala was moving to the right because she was and becoming a Republican because she was bringing Liz Cheney around with her on her fucking campaigns. That they were the ones who were confused about that. I don't even know if I believe they were actually confused about that. I truly don't know if I don't know if I think they actually believed the shit that they were saying about that. Or if that, I felt like it was just a fucking massive hit piece on Kamala. That's the way it felt.
Who attacked Democrats over platforming Liz Cheney. And it was the tankies. The Republicans didn't say, oh, look, the Democrats are the same as us now that they've got Never Trumpers on. They fucking hate the Never Trumpers.
Yeah, wait, but yeah, the Republicans shit on Liz Cheney. The far lefties shit on Liz Cheney. And a lot of regular liberals also shit on the whole let's court Dick and Liz Cheney.
It was
yes, they
driven
did.
by the far left. It would only because it was driven so
Yes,
much
no,
by the
I
far
think
left.
you're vastly maybe online,
No
but you're
one-
vastly
no one-
underestimating
hold
the
on.
hate for Dick Cheney
Just-
that has
just to
existed
be
for
clear,
the past 20
again,
years.
I
And
wanna
ignoring the
be
fact that
clear
Liz
with you.
Cheney fundamentally votes against Democrats.
So
for
it's
the
a-
most
Fine, but Liz
so
Cheney
hold
was
on,
the
still-
only two
stop, hold
Republicans
on.
who was willing to be on the January 6th Commission.
Right,
Her
she's
and,
like, she's
Soypo,
not
I need you to
full-throated
acknowledge
MAGA.
this. Soypo,
but
I
I'm
need
saying,
you
but
to
people
acknowledge
knew where
this.
she was.
Just real
We
quick.
weren't pretending that Liz Cheney was a Democrat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and,
but
and
if
I
you
just
think
want to
that Hassan is
point this out.
pretending to like Bernie Sanders or
You
progressive
understand
candidate
that
we
He
both
does.
voted
He
for,
says
like-
he pretends. They're not radical enough.
Wick,
He
you
says
suck
that.
at moderating.
They
louder.
don't listen to me. No one listens to me.
Be louder.
Okay,
What
but
is
that's
it,
part of the charm. Soypo.
Yep.
Liz Cheney did more to help or to fight against Trump than Kyle Kulinski did. She did more to fight against Trump than Hassan did. She did more to fight against Trump than any of the lefties who attacked her. Right? You understand that at a fundamental level, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So when people are like upset that we are courting Liz Cheney, we're not courting Liz Cheney. What we're doing is we're allowing her to say, hey, Trump is that bad, and I'm going to vote for Democrat.
Yes, that was blatantly the message. Is I'm a Republican. I want Republicans to win, but Donald Trump is not a Republican, and he is such a threat to democracy that even me, a lifelong Republican, somebody where Republicanism is in my blood, and I come from a family of Republicans, that I am willing to throw my entire career in the garbage and tarnish everything that my family built just to try to stop Trump because he is actually that bad. That was obviously the message. The message was not, Kamala agrees with Republicans now. Kamala's become a Republican now. She loves Republicans. Like, that was obviously not the fucking message. The message was, Liz Cheney is against Donald Trump, in that Donald Trump is so bad that even Republicans should be voting for Kamala Harris. That was the fucking message. Just the same as with CNN and everybody putting Marjorie Taylor Greene all over their platforms and doing all of these interviews with her. The message was not, oh, guys, look how great Marjorie Taylor Greene is. Everybody should love Marjorie Taylor Greene now. She's pretty much a Democrat, guys. Look at that. Look, Marjorie Taylor Greene's a Democrat. She's no longer a crazy fucking nut job. No, the message was, even this fucking crazy fucking nut job who has been a hardcore Trump loyalist and one of the biggest cultists within the government, even she's willing to admit how bad Donald Trump has been when it comes to the Epstein files and how gross this has been. Like, that's pretty apparent, I think, to anybody who's watching, to try to frame it as anything else. That CNN loves Marjorie Taylor Greene, and CNN's trying to get people to like Marjorie Taylor Greene now and vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, there's just the dumbest fucking shit, dude.
Right, I'm going to vote for the party
I'm saying
candidate.
that if you can do that in a general, and just because it's very clear to me that Hassan and his audience probably won't do this in any general, but you can do this in other races where you agree with their picks, why not do that? That's
one of the reasons is then you tie yourself. It's the same reason you don't hang around someone with leprosy. You might get leprosy. And look at the way that they're attacking him, thankfully, on CNN, MSM, like the Fox News, all these channels, mainstream media. Like, anyone who's going to be working with Hassan is going to catch leprosy, right? So they're going to be able to effectively tie you and whatever cause that you want to win to him, and it's not going to be effective.
And you think you think that's more poison than winning his audience over? Like, if I saw data
I don't
on
think
that,
we can win his audience over in any real way.
But when are you winning his audience over?
I don't
when
understand.
they're voting for candidates that I want them to vote for.
Yeah, but they're going to
But
do
it's
that
only
anyways.
the candidates they want
Are
to
they?
vote for. It's only the
They're not
candidates they
voting
want to
for
vote
candidates.
for.
They're never voting for candidates you
It's
want to
their
vote for. They're
candidate.
voting for candidates that they want to vote for.
Yeah.
If you
And
want to vote for them or not,
and
that's between
sometimes
them.
I want to vote for those candidates.
Okay, I'm glad they said this finally. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. Is that when they have like a candidate that they want, it is only somebody who is like aligned with what it is that they want. Once that candidate loses, they're moving on. They're like the idea seems to be that they don't want to vote in the general at that point. So, which like as a strategy makes sense. That's not something that's like that's not something that's wrong by any means. It's just that it's not politically advantageous for Democrats to promote that sort of thing.
Candidates, and I'm willing to combine
And that's
platforms
fine, but you're
and work
not
together
winning
to
them
promote
over to
that.
your side at that point. They're
I'm
not
not
coming
convinced
to
by
you.
that.
They're free riders.
I know Hassan
you
is,
get
but I'm
nothing
not
working
convinced
with
that
them.
happens.
You get
That
nothing.
his audience is this like immovable, intractable, communist, terrorist supporting like.
I'd like to
mob.
just put something out here.
Okay.
Hold on, real
Dan,
quick here.
then Ryan, go ahead.
By appearing with Hassan and not challenging him and not pushing most of his insane stuff away,
I would say right now the majority of Hassan's audience is probably rooting for Iran. They probably think Iran are the good guys. They think that Iran has, like, we have no reason to be afraid of Iran. We have no reason to want to stop Iran from having a nuke. That there is no real danger there, and that the United States shouldn't have any reason to like want to stop Iran in these areas. I think that is definitely the majority of Hassan's audience right now. Like there's a massive difference between like Democrats where the position is, no, obviously Iran's the bad guys. Obviously we don't want Iran to have a nuke. Obviously, Obama did a lot to try to stop Iran from having a nuke, and that this was considered a great achievement at the time. The issue is that Donald Trump caused this to happen by pulling us out of the deal that Obama got the agreement to, and that Donald Trump is doing this in just the dumbest way possible, to where nobody knows what the fuck is going on, nobody trusts him, and he is making us look weak on a world stage by continuing to make threats that he's not going to back up. And that the timing of it makes absolutely no sense. Like, he said that he already destroyed all of their uranium in 2025. So why the fuck is he going to war with them now? Like, it's just that the whole thing is a huge fuck up from Democrats' perspective. Dude, Tom, that's super unfair, homie. Because they're Hassan's viewers. They don't support the US. Wait, that's not what I didn't say. They don't support the US. Wait, what the fuck is happening? Where did that come from? I don't understand why like somebody keeps saying like that's unfair, and then they turn around and like say something really unfair to me, or they say like, Tom, that's a straw man, and then they turn around and straw man me. Like, what is happening? I don't know, depending on what you mean by support the US, like I don't support the United States in this war. I don't think the United States is doing anything worthwhile. But I would more so say, like, it's not me not supporting the United States, it's me not supporting Trump. But that wasn't what I was saying about Hassan's viewers at all. Why the fuck would his audience support Iran? Because Hassan supports Iran. I'm saying the things that Hassan says about the Iran war. yes, on top of that, again, I literally have a bunch of people coming into my audience saying these things in my chat. Like, I don't think this is a small group of people right now. Hassan does not support Iran. This is the fucking dumb, uninteresting straw man. Hassan doesn't support Iran? The guy who says that he supports Hezbollah, the arm of Iran, the guy who supports the Houthis, the arm of Iran, Hassan, who is always saying that he supports Iran, does not support Iran. This is the dumb, uninteresting conversation to you. I support them against Israel as well. Well, again, I don't know what that, like, again, I don't support Iran. Like, I'm against the United States in this war. I'm not supporting Iran. I'm not in favor of Iran. I'm not supporting the Houthis against Israel. That doesn't mean that I'm in favor of what Israel is doing elsewhere. I'm not supporting like Israel or the United States war of attrition in these areas or a war of aggression on top of that. But it doesn't mean that I support the Houthis or Iran either. These are drastically different. This conversation is just walking on eggshells because I'm not against our soldiers. I want them brought home. Okay, again, I didn't say anything like that. I don't know where this is coming from.
You are... Wait, Dan, let's be clear. I'm
No,
not saying
let Dan finish.
Oh,
Let
yeah,
Dan
but
finish.
I want to make sure we're not
Soy pill,
arguing
stop.
against the straw man.
Stop.
Well, no, it's
Dan,
fine. What are you trying to say? Be brief.
I'm saying you can completely and vehemently oppose this person and still
Sure.
appear on panels with
great.
them and not constantly be adversarial.
So I disagree with that because I think that by appearing on a panel with him, by not being adversarial, people are going to use it against you, and winning is winning. And at the end of the day, if you want to be winning, you have to appeal to old people and not to people like Hassan's audience, which are probably a portion of them are going to vote Democrat no matter what, and the rest of them were not going to no matter what. There's nothing to gain by giving them an inch at all. There's nothing to gain, but there's a lot to lose.
Okay, I guess I understand. I was about to say this is starting to sound like a really fucking stupid argument, but I guess he made it make sense at the end.
Lose, because if you say the wrong thing, if you don't push back on the wrong thing, then all of a sudden that's going to be played ad nauseum on fucking CNN, and they're going to be like, I'm sorry, Mr. Saltman, when you were here in this Hassan Piker panel and he said that Israel should be annihilated and you just nodded your head, so do you believe that? Is that something that you're big about? And that's the reason. There's nothing to gain, everything to lose.
But
that's what people are doing lately, is acting like you're against America by not wanting to be at war with Iran. The comment tag, yes, but you know that I don't want us to be at war with Iran. I understand your sentiment there, and I agree people are doing that, but you know that I don't want us to be at war with Iran. So I just don't understand why you would act like I'm saying that when I obviously also do not think we should be at war with Iran.
I'm not saying if I appear on a thing where we're both promoting like a Bernie Sanders and Hassan says, let's annihilate Israel, that you shouldn't push back on that.
Yeah,
so,
but the problem is that when
platform.
Hassan, when you talk to him, like, I don't know, did you watch when Hassan was doing his little rally with Abdul Sayed? And I'll tell you, when they're in the bus together, the entirety of that bus ride, all they talked about was Israel. That's it. This is supposed to be a guy just running for senator of Michigan. You'd expect to hear like, oh, how are we going to bring back fucking auto manufacturing or make things more affordable?
Make
it was
Detroit
just
great
Israel.
again.
It was all about Israel. The entire car ride, okay, of this was based around that. And I just think that engaging in that, if you want to be taken seriously and you want to win, by sitting there and engaging it, it's going to be used against you, and it's going to cause you votes, and you're not going to win. And winning is winning. And I think that if Democrats want to win, they should do winning moves. And a winning move is not sitting around with a loser that's going to be fucking baggage and fuck you over later on in life. That's it. So I think you should avoid those.
And I'll concede this, and I just want to be clear. If you can show me data that working with this person is costing us more votes than helping, obviously I'm not going to do it. Now that this remains to be demonstrated to me. But go ahead, Ryan.
Ryan.
I just think
Ryan, go ahead.
I think when we're talking about politicians, it is just not my. It's not my position to say to know what is going to be the most electorally optimal thing to do. Abdul El Sayed clearly thinks that.
Isn't that literally the entire conversation? Isn't the whole fucking conversation about what is electorally beneficial?
Working with Hassan is going to be electorally optimal for him to do. He clearly does, or he wouldn't be doing it, right?
Well, he's in distant third. I think it was his only option. Is he was like, I got to do something here, because otherwise I'm going to get fucking crushed.
He's like, let's see if the
I
lefties
think that's
actually
probably
vote.
true, because if I was a political consultant, I would not recommend appearing with Hassan. I'd recommend, if you had appeared with Hassan in the past, you take the Mamdani strategy and you disavow on stage if you're asked
Keep
about
moving.
it. But
wait,
so I agree.
Oh, go ahead, Ryan.
But
Ryan, please.
whenever we're talking about influencers, which is I hate that term, but that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to influence people to have different political views. And we don't want the politicians to sully themselves by associating with Hassan. I mean, if we just accept that this is only a one-way street, then we're screwed. We're screwed no matter what. If it's only a one-way street, he's going to continue getting more and more support, more and more voters, turning more and more people off of politics until the country's dead. And I just refuse to live in that reality.
Well, the one-way street is when he engages with you, he's only converting from you. You can't convert from him. He's not going to have an adversarial conversation with you. He's just going to be there to slop up your audience, and then when he gets them on his platform, he's going to try to
Also, he's not going to grow infinitely. He's not like a game of Snake where he just keeps growing and growing. He's been where he's been for years at this point, right?
Why are you worried about him subverting the party if he's like
because
not going
you don't
to have
need
the
a
power
lot.
to do that?
I'll tell you why. You don't need a lot of people, right, in order to get into key positions of influence within institutions and have those people portray Hassan as much larger than he is, and have politicians or people with power and influence look at him and say, well, my staffers are all saying that this guy's the hot thing. This guy's the big ticket. Oh, he's got a puff piece in New York Times. Oh,
it's not even that. It's everything is done like on an individualistic basis. Like it has nothing to do with like how much of influence Hassan has by himself. That's kind of a stupid thing to think, that like it's ever about Hassan being like the sole difference maker in any of these elections or anything. That's fucking insane, dude. To think that like that. I don't know if that's what some of these people are saying, but that would be absolutely fucking retarded if they think that. The problem is just all individualistic. It has to do with like the way that you engage with people, promote their platforms, promote their channel, their personality, like all these things. And it would go in every direction. Like if I'm talking about the fact that like, oh, I go on to conservative panels and I want to sound more reasonable, and I want to sound like somebody that they could possibly listen to, and I'm just doing this, so that I can get these people back to my platform, so that I can convert them into Democrats. I would understand if I'm saying this often enough that conservatives would start to be like, I don't even want to like talk to this motherfucker anymore. Like if his whole idea isn't like having fully open and honest conversations and debates with us to like actually push his ideas in the moment, but to rather wait till later until he can get our audience over there and then try to convince them of something totally different than what it was he was saying here, then I don't even want to have a conversation with him. Like that's not even a like everybody obviously wants to convert people and wants to convince people. If they go have a debate, they hope that other person's audience is like gonna listen to them and want to come over and hear more. But not everybody is saying, yeah, I'm gonna act very differently here than I will on my own platform, so that people think I'm one thing, and then I'll be able, once I've gained their respect, I'll be able to convince them of something totally different.
Oh, Vanity Fair's talking about him? Oh, this site's talking about him? Like, well, maybe we should work with this guy. Maybe there's something there to it, right? You don't need a lot of people. And I don't think anyone can deny at this point that there is some kind of group pushing Hasan into the discourse. They're just pushing him, promoting him, trying to make him out to be stronger than he is. And you have to ask yourself, one, why are they doing this? And two, how can we stop it? Right?
Well, first,
what? I think you guys might be the ones making him out to be stronger than he actually is. I think that might be you guys right now doing this. I don't know what the fuck that was. I don't know. Maybe I'm confused on what he was saying, but I don't know that that's part of the analysis at all.
Well, that's based on the presupposition that we can stop this, and that
you don't think we can.
I don't think
nothing we can do?
One, I don't think we can, because it has a lot of people that listen to him and enjoy his content, and like the idea that like, yeah, if we all just came together and lived in the world where like we can just excise this person completely and now they're deplatformed on anything.
I don't need
like
it to be completely.
I mean, like Dan of all people
is
is like, you know, done the most to try to like get this guy deplatformed, and like, hey, he's made a lot of progress, but it's not happening. Like I don't see this person disappearing anytime soon. So the idea that like, all we have to do is just like ignore him, will go away, or like excise him and constantly shit talk, it's like that's clearly not happening. But two, I mean, you talk about like, oh, this is hurting us by associating with them at all. You know, you mentioned what the Abu al-Said conversation in the car was fundamentally anti-Israel. I mean, like, is that not the majority opinion of the Democratic base right now, which is like 80% anti-Israel? I think, Ryan, is that what you quoted to me earlier? Like, this is capturing, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your view, like what a lot of people are thinking about Israel.
No, most people are probably thinking about the price of gas. Most people are thinking about the price of rent. They're thinking about their day-to-day lives. Most people don't give a fuck about Israel. That's it. Now, a lot of lefties like to bring it to that and say, oh, but the ultimate cause, it's the fucking Jews, okay? The Bibi, he sat down with Trump and he fucking made him get this war.
It's a privileged online talking point.
Yeah, it is. Most people don't know what the fuck's going on.
You don't think that Israel...
Does Dan not think that Bibi pushed America into this war?
Palestine
conflict. Give it to Destiny. Give it to Destiny.
I would say I would disagree with that. I think that people do care about Israel, but I think that there's another thing that hurts us because it inhibits our ability to have a conversation about it. Like, it sounded like from her speeches that Kamala Harris had a decent position on it, that we should have been pushing for more concessions from Israel, that we needed a ceasefire in Gaza as soon as possible. Like, these were good positions to take. But now, if our anti-Israel segment is going to be captured by people like Hasan, who would see Israel literally invaded and destroyed as a country, like that is his end goal, he's tweeted this multiple times. Well, now in order to have the conversation about, oh, are you anti-Israel? Are you anti-Israel enough? You have to fucking want the destruction of the entire country. So, like, I agree that like the Democratic voter base has moved to having a negative opinion of Israel. I think a majority at this point for sure. But that doesn't mean that it's the same as like, I want to destroy Israel like Hasan and his ilk do, but I think they have like a monopoly on those talking points right now, unfortunately.
I also want to be clear on one thing as well. Like, it is true that Democrats have a negative overall opinion of Israel. Like 60-40, I think, is what the Pew Research poll. But, I mean, when you look at other countries, every other country in the Middle East has a lower by far. Iran is 91.9 disapproval. So, like, I understand that Israel bad, but it's not like they're bad amongst their neighbors of also being worse. So I just think it's crazy to have a Michigan senator running exclusively on this issue. It seems to me...
I might be ignorant. Is he exclusively running on anti-Israel?
It seems that way.
I think he will probably lose.
How is he even like doing any? Is that literally like where all his base comes from, or is he also doing the things we're talking about, where he's like, making progressive policy points that are appealing to a lot of people? Because you can't say no one cares about Israel, but somehow this guy is popular enough to be in a competitive race. Like, no, it's because he's also promoting quality of life stuff, right? And like cost of living and minimum wage. Like,
is he? Well, we know his position on Israel. What's his position on anything else? Do you know?
Well, either he's talking about something else or Israel's a lot bigger deal than what Dan's saying. So it's one of those two.
Okay. I mean, I can only know like when I watched his interactions with Hassan, what was brought up, and that's
Did you watch anything else he did?
Yeah, I watched the speech that he did. So they went to the auditorium with Hassan, and he sat there and he was doing conversations with other people. Yeah, it's extremely Israel focused. Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
yeah, but if you go on his page right now and you look at the tab priorities, you've got economy for working people, healthier
Sure.
America, housing crisis, civil rights, clean air, better education, and then the last one is sensible foreign policy, which I'm assuming is going to include Israel to some extent. Although if I control F here, I bet I'm not even going to find Israel. I'm not. Like, yeah, he talked about it a lot with Hassan because that's Hassan's like bread
Yeah,
and
but this
butter.
is
But like,
also
this is not what he's
Hassan's
running on.
That's Hassan's move. When you say, "Hey, I don't know, why does everyone come after Hassan? He just wants Medicare for all."
Who are they? Who are they talking about?
And better pay for everyone. And then you actually go and watch his fucking stream, and he's just fucking screaming about Hezbollah the entire time. So yeah, that might be his printed fucking plan that he has there. But in reality, when you fucking listen to the motherfucker or you talk to Hassan, that's all he goes on about all day. Okay, so it's a nice fallback to say I just want Medicare for all. I just want a living wage. How much of that is spoken about versus just anti-American shit?
Are we talking about Hassan?
I'm talking about Hassan.
Are we talking about Abdul al-Sayed or are we talking about Hassan?
Hassan.
Oh, well, I don't know then. But I mean, obviously this guy's campaigning on stuff other than Israel, right? I mean, we can agree on that.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that the fact of making this such a push to campaign with Hassan kind of it states the alignment that he has on that front is what I would say.
I think it's for the record, I think it's probably a bad move. And if I were his political consultant, I would say that. I would say that I think this is a bad move. I think you were right, Dan, that this is probably a basically last-ditch move to try and capture some media attention because he's in third place. I think you're probably absolutely right about that.
Like I would say that's probably what it is. It's like this lets him gear up to do something else when Mallory wins, essentially. That like now he has enough name recognition that he can go and do something else. I think that's the case. But that is what it is. It still has to be called out and it has to be seen for someone to embrace this type of insanity.
What did you guys think about the Ro Khanna's statement on this and whether or not this was an acceptable way to deal with Hassan? Because my takeaway from that was this person has platform of people that would agree with me. I'm going to capitalize on that. If you bring up the worst things Hassan has said, I'm going to disavow those and distance myself from those. And Mamdani already did this and still was able to utilize Hassan's audience. Why is that bad? Or is it bad?
You can't utilize Hassan's audience. You're saying something that does not exist.
What do you mean? It clearly, do you think
can't.
Mamdani did not get a single voter from the Hassan audience? Like
every single
do you
one.
Think wait. Do you think they would have voted for Mamdani had Hassan not said anything?
Yeah, well, they're going to be Cuomo voters. Give me a break. Hassan did nothing.
Voted for him anyway.
Well, maybe they wouldn't have voted at all. They were like, "Oh, Mamdani's not good enough, right? Like he's going to capitulate to liberals."
Are you saying that with a straight face?
Yeah. I'm saying that if Hassan didn't endorse, that maybe they wouldn't.
Well, again, I feel like they're taking it back to whether or not he changes the outcome of the election, and that shouldn't be relevant. I don't know why they keep talking about whether or not he's like changing the outcomes of elections. This should not matter at all. This is so weird.
Even like support him at all, right?
So what? Give me numbers or odds there. So let's say that Hassan had 1,000 voting people in New York, okay? And out of those 1,000 voting voters in New York, how many of them you think would not vote for Mamdani if Hassan didn't come out?
Didn't appear?
Yeah. They're going to be Cuomo
let's
voters.
say, in my mind, this might be an overestimate. I bet he doubled the support from his audience by bringing attention to him.
He doubled. So they were going to be
doubled Mamdani's support. Doubled the support from Hassan's audience.
No, I understand what you mean, but wow.
You're saying that without Hassan endorsing Mamdani, Cuomo had a chance, basically.
No. Okay, I get what he's saying. He's saying that if of the, let's say, 10% of Hassan's audience lives in New York, he's saying 5% of them initially may have been planning on voting for Mamdani. And then it became a full 10% by Mamdani going on there. So he's saying it just would have doubled the amount of people from New York in Hassan's audience that would have voted for Mamdani. Not that it doubled Mamdani's overall support.
I don't know how slim the margins were. I'm saying that Hassan's audience is going to, in mass, be more supportive of a guy that Hassan endorses than if he doesn't endorse or drives apathy about that candidate, right?
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe.
So it seems like Mamdani was able to capitalize off of Hassan's audience,
Mamdani had
and
207
also
extra
avoid all
votes.
the worst associations.
And I don't know that you can hold the position that Hassan has like no sway over his audience and no political power, and that he can't convince these people to go vote for folks, and that like they don't care what Hassan says or who he advocates for or what he advocates for. But also he's really dangerous because he doesn't advocate for the Democrat candidate, and his anti-electoralism is a danger, is like more dangerous to Democrats than Trump. Like I don't feel like you can hold both of these positions at the same time. This doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Because once, Cuomo tried to smear him on this, but then once he gets away from that, it's like, okay, well, now I'm just going to distance myself. I'm not inviting him to the upstairs after party. Like, I don't want to associate with this person and the worst things they said, but I'm able to take the good things about this and make me win. Right.
Didn't he explicitly
Can I ask a
disavow?
tangential?
Well, hold on. Destiny first, then Ryan.
Didn't Mamdani have to explicitly disavow Hassan?
Yeah, he disavowed him on stage.
At the debate. I'm curious why we think it's cool to work with like Mamdani and other DSA people, because the DSA explicitly says like that they want to take over the Democratic Party and make it a socialist institution. Like that's not a secret.
Sure. In the case of Mamdani, it's because the other option was Grandma Killer Cuomo. Okay. He was so radioactive that he was a worse option than the DSA candidate.
The other options were Republicans.
Yeah.
Well, but also,
independent.
but also in terms of what's being said there, though, keep in mind like what's going on. This is another difference: is that if somehow AOC or Mamdani even doesn't never happen, but assume Mamdani wins the Democratic presidential primary, right? I'm pretty sure like. I would hope like 90 to 95%, only the Muslim thing would be a question, I guess, for some people, but like 90 to 95% of Democrats are voting for
They would support him.
Mamdani. Whereas if Newsom wins the nomination, right, what is that?
They're not going to turn.
Half of the Hassan hardcore people are dropping off, maybe more.
How many Hassan hardcore people do we think there are? I'm curious.
Like voters
Not
in the
many.
United
I
States?
think,
like voters.
I think it's a 5-figure number or lower. I think it's a low amount of numbers, or the number of people is low. But the problem is by capturing so much of the conversation, it poisons other conversations we could be having. So, for instance, I don't think that the Israel and Palestine was not an issue that was of such high salience that I think it could have cost us the election in 2024. But I think that the obsession with the conversations around Israel-Palestine cost us 2024, if that makes sense.
Like Hassan's audience being so obsessed and being so online and like that?
Kind of,
Not
just
Hassan's
audience, but just that the obsession with that conversation.
I don't really think that cost us 2024 in any way, shape, or form.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that the fact that there were two things that you could talk about if you were a Democrat in 2024. You could either talk about whatever the Republicans want you to talk about, which is trans people, or you're like getting fucked on the left by Israel-Palestine, and that's it. There's like no time where you can ever message on your own message, because everything is constantly being either a response to crazy shit the Republicans are saying, or it's more Israel-Palestine from the far left. And I feel like the opportunity cost of never getting to have like a media apparatus that allows you to say things and message on things and do whatever, it's agonizing.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think that that's something that we should, work to build. And that's why I'm, happy to appear on your thing tomorrow, where we're going to be talking about raising money to help elect Democrats.
You're coming? Hell yeah.
So, I mean, I think that that's absolutely a thing that needs to be done. But I sent.
Who is this guy? Does anybody know?
I think if somebody's going to bring these people back from the brink, I know I keep reiterating this, but it's going to, unless we think it is totally impossible to win back people who are nihilistic anti-politics from the brink, then we should be trying. We should be trying to do it because we don't want Democrats.
So I look, I had hope for that. I think that like somebody like Adam Mockler going on to Hassan's show and like really pointing out the flaws in Hassan's criticisms of Democrats in a cordial way and in the, just very nice Adam Mockler sort of way. I think that is like a really good thing that I would love to see. And I think that that's something that would be really, really beneficial. But that's not that didn't happen. And so yeah, I think like going on and just being like, yeah, like what are your criticisms of the Democrat Party? And then every time he brings up like, oh, he hates the homeless people, like bringing up the real facts and legitimate arguments that make it to where anybody who listens to him and thinks that makes sense would find out pretty quickly that doesn't make sense and that's not a legitimate argument. But yeah, it didn't fucking happen. Ryan Geddes. Okay. I don't know who that is.
Wait, I gotta do this. Wait, no, wait.
No, you motherfucker,
you can't do it. No, because you're about to say the retarded shit.
You're gonna say retarded shit.
No, you can't bring them back
Dan
because
has only
Hassan
been
and these
saying
other people
retarded
have
shit.
intentionally designed their platform so that cannot happen. If this was just an ideological battle in a vacuum, sure, but Hassan will not expose his audience to critical confrontation, the same way that all of MAGA works right now. This is explicitly and specifically how these audiences are designed. That's the issue.
I don't know what I was going to say.
Can I respond to that? Before you respond, hold on. Let Dan get his thing.
Okay, well, then I'm going to have to
respond
respond to both of them.
Yeah,
You can. That's the way
Okay.
that'll be fair.
that'll be fine.
It's not worth going after them because the amount of concessions you would have to give to get one Hassan voter would cost you 20 other voters that would be normal in that case.
I think
that's why is it possible to get Hassan voters? Yes, it is. It
It's not worth
absolutely
your
is.
time. I just don't understand. Like, you guys are acting like Hassan has like a great China firewall around his audience.
I could have sworn Dan said earlier that it's not possible to get Hassan voters. I could have sworn earlier he was saying that it's not possible to get Hassan voters. It's not possible to convince them to vote for the Democrat position. You can't. I could have sworn wasn't this literally his argument like 30 minutes ago? Am I crazy? This is not his entire argument 30 minutes ago?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Hold on. Let Ryan go, please.
I'm sorry. I never raise my voice on these things because I think it's obnoxious. But please, I think it's wrong to assume that Hassan has every person that has ever consumed his content. I won't even be like that. I think it's wrong to assume that Hassan has his audience in some sort of mason jar where they're bottled up and he can't get out. Now, that might be the case for the most dedicated stream viewers, but as we've already talked about, there's a lot of people who consume Hassan through Instagram Reels, through these other ancillary means. I think that a lot of the people that watch Hassan casually, maybe not the people that watch every day for hours and hours and hours on stream, but the people who are exposed to his rhetoric in passing and like it and say, I'm really upset about Israel. I really want Medicare for all. Those people are absolutely winnable. And I don't think that he has those people locked up in some sort of mason jar where they're never seeing any other kind of content.
I think that you're right. No, you're right. But the problem is that we shouldn't be fighting over those people. We should be synergizing to capture those people. When the Republicans
What does that look like?
It looks like Kyle Rittenhouse going on Joe Rogan's podcast, where they have a ton of ideological disagreements, but they're recruiting every single person they can to vote for Trump. Whereas if I'm fighting with Hassan, we're fighting over whether or not there should even be a support for the Democratic Party. And also just this idea of you saying that, like, I don't believe he has this, like, lockbox on his viewership or whatever. This is how the media environment has worked for the past, 5 years. It's locking down your audience and your algorithms.
Yeah, this is the type of stuff that I think MAGA should have been doing early on when Trump was becoming popular. And and was gaining popularity within the Republican Party. I think the other conservatives and the other Republicans should have been turning around and saying, hey, you know what? Like, all of these big content creators who are supporting Trump right now and who are having his back, like, we need to have like a full court press to just really kind of push these people out and get them the fuck out of here and make sure that people don't trust them, make sure that people know that they're bad actors, make sure people know that they're lying pieces of shit. And unfortunately, that wasn't what was happening. There were some people who were doing that, but the large majority were kind of lending a lot of credence to Donald Trump and what it was he was saying. You had people like Ben Shapiro and others who were definitely pushing back on Trump being the nominee for the Republican Party, but that was kind of silenced by a larger group of people who were kind of pushing him as the reasonable and common sense choice. And so, yeah, I think that there's, when you see kind of a more radical group that's coming in that is looking to change your party or could be a radical change to your party, yeah, I think it's good to just try to nip that in the bud as early as possible and start that fight as quickly as possible.
Much as possible. How many large figures, Emma Vigeland, Ryan Grimm, Sam Cedar, Taylor Lorenz, all of these weirdo, probably Mehdi Hassan, will literally tell you with a straight face that Hassan was not shocking his dog on stream. I don't even know if most people here even know or believe it, think that that's just a fucking meme. But it was true. This is like the most like don't believe what's in front of your eyes ever in order to carry talking point. If the majority of his audience and the majority of the people on the far left over there can tell you that lie, how can we pretend that this is an audience that's readily converted into some like ideology that they all view as being
and just a real quick, social please, before
Because-
you respond,
okay.
before you respond, let me piggyback off this, and I do want to give it to Marlo because she's being very polite, right?
Well, sure. Wait, hold, but also because this is like a 7v2 panel, so I feel like Ryan and Swipe will have to.
I understand. They'll get their chance. Let me moderate my panel, Destiny.
Well, you're not moderating right now. You're
down.
attacking them.
I
You're participating.
am.
Yeah,
Shut up. I
Yeah.
am doing both. I am wearing two hats. Well, one hood, one hat, but it's a tiny hat. You can't see.
Love that
It's a
video.
yarmulke, maybe. Anyway, damn it, what was I fucking gonna say? Marlo, go ahead.
Total miss.
So I think so. There's this pamphlet that I like to reference. There's a fellow named Lee McIntyre who wrote a pamphlet called "On Disinformation," and basically the whole premise of the damn thing is that you cannot argue people out of opinions that they didn't argue themselves into, right? So like this idea of like MAGA and the far left both have this kind of like.
This is why earlier I was saying that like people are more likely, if they're already populist, they're going to move from populist right to populist left or vice versa. If they're far right or far, like these are people that are generally pushed into positions that they didn't logic themselves into, and that when they already hold strong beliefs that they didn't, use a logical thought process to get to, they're not going to disbelieve it based on logic either. It's like all of these conspiracy theorists, when they come on and they have like some crazy thought process that they believe in, well, when you start asking them for evidence for it, what you mean by evidence is already broken to this person. Like the idea of evidence and what that even means, this is already just a full concept that is completely fucking shredded within their mind. There is no way to even attempt the conversation based on evidence when they already came to this thought process without thinking that was what normal people would call evidence was necessary for them to believe it. So it just kind of like, yeah, there's not a way to like logic somebody out of positions that they didn't logic themselves into.
Like cult belief system where they're not necessarily using reasonable means to defend their actual stances. Half the time their stances is just, it's all pathos and like cult personality, right? And so I think that we are mistaken in any assumption that we make that that like the media apparatus, messaging, propaganda, any of that stuff is ever going to put a dent in a far leftist's like belief in things like Hassan or the CCP or whatever. And like that's why like I'm focused on like person to person stuff. And like it's genuinely the case that like people who are in each other's lives, who have rapport, who have social connections to each other, can shift each other, right? And so like and I know this is a little bit of a pivot off, right? But if we're in primarily all in agreement for the most part, soy pill, that it's like pretty much useless to like try to use Hassan and Hassan-like characters to get our candidates elected. Then like what, like I think it would be really cool to see like the liberal media apparatus organizing small town, hyper local arts creators, like working directly with like county parties, working directly with like neighborhoods, insular, granular. Like when I talk to Tinkies, like I have gotten Tinkies in my community to vote for like people on school boards and library boards because I needed their fucking vote. And like they understood that it mattered in their neighborhood, in their community, and that changes them. That makes it possible for them to understand that later down the line, maybe Gavin Newsom's not so bad fucking after all.
Well, here's the thing though. If Hassan is appearing on,
I agree with that argument, like on a local level. It's just that none of us are engaging with people on a local level, not on the internet, right? And when we try to have those sorts of conversations where we say like, "Hey, this is necessary," you know, Gavin Newsom getting elected is necessary for trans people to not be discriminated against in such a systemic manner, or you know, Latino people or Black people or whatever. Like when those arguments are made, it doesn't seem to matter. Like it doesn't seem to hit in the way that for me it does. Like in the way that for I think most liberals it seems to hit, and you think, yeah, dude, like I'm gonna be fine if Donald Trump wins, but not everybody else is. Yeah, it just doesn't. It didn't seem to hit when this was brought up to Hassan numerous times.
On a PV panel where he's the largest person by far with the largest audience. Yeah, it's not adversarial, but at the same time, you have people that are going to be exposed to people like Dylan Burns, who is vehemently anti-Hassan, especially on Ukraine stuff, and promoting things that go against Hassan's Ukraine talking points. They're going to get exposed to me, who will talk shit about Hassan and try to bleed those people over into being less tanky. So the idea that like you'll never ever be able to capitalize on this just because you're not adversarially going on his stream, I think is belying the point that he is constantly going on smaller platforms and exposing other people in his audience to people that will like pull them away from him. Like, does this not happen?
No, because you can't name a single person who says, "Oh, I have a lot of Hassan viewers. It was a great experience." This doesn't happen. It never happens. Like the only people that they will share an audience with are people who either have a 100% ideological alignment or at least a sycophantic obsession with defending Hassan against all external attacks, or it'll be people that they'll try to either convert or then destroy every single time. That's what we saw happen with Tim and Sarah Longwell. That's generally what happens when Hassan's audience tries to infect other people that he might get into a tiff with or whatever. But like, who are all these people that are getting platformed by Hassan who are growing that aren't like ultra rapidly far left?
Didn't that happen with the H3H3 audience too?
Yeah. Dylan is not ultra rabidly far left.
Yeah, but they don't see
Dylan
you
was
as a
not
threat.
platformed by
I don't
Hassan.
mean this, and I don't mean this.
Yeah, but I'm saying
wait.
he's appearing.
Hassan
He is
hopped off the
benefiting from
They're not watching.
Hassan's. You think they just like immediately tuned out? Like that was completely tepid, and he didn't give a shit.
100%. The main stream had like 300 viewers. How many viewers did Hassan carry?
I don't know, but I mean, most people weren't watching on the mainstream. They're watching on each individual person's channel.
And Hassan wasn't there for Dylan. So, and if what do you read?
Okay, I mean, I guess if they all just immediately logged off, but then I guess what's the issue?
Well, they logged off because
I don't know what they're talking about. I have no fucking. What are they talking about with Dylan in the mainstream and the non-mainstream, and what the fuck are they even talking about?
Because Hassan wasn't streaming it anymore.
Well, no, Hassan's not streaming the panel.
Yeah.
Once he's gone, so I don't think that they're not going to be watching Dylan.
Oh,
they're going to go turn in and be like, "Oh, actually, I'm pro Ukraine now."
Okay.
Well, he swapped to the Progressive Victory channel.
Yeah.
Okay, so then what's the issue of having him on if he's like also not even going to like have his audience?
Well, we've given the issues of having him on negatively, but you were trying to make the argument that at least you can convert some of his audience, but you can't. This never happens. You can't convert away audiences of people that try to keep their audience completely and totally insulated. This is why I know MAGA people do shows or podcasts with other people that it can challenge. This is why Joe Rogan has had all of these right-wing losers on for the 50 millionth time and won't platform somebody to actually argue with him on any of these topics, even when it's something as stupid as the Lost City of Atlantis with Flint Dibble and the Graham Hancock guy or whatever. This is how the media environment has been operating for the past basically decade.
I don't know.
And Hassan is no different. It's the exact same.
I'm incredulous to the fact that like not a single member of his audience could possibly have like been interested at all in what this panel and what this organization is doing and all the other platform like creators and candidates.
We can
like,
look at the
but
numbers.
I mean, I guess
We can look at the numbers. I have more people watching my stream than Progressive Victory did.
So Bill,
we already addressed this. I don't think
we
most
just
people
asked.
tune
It's
into
just
Oh, the Progressive Victory panel. Okay, that Hassan and Dylan were on. Yeah, but Hassan has already talked a lot of shit about Dylan. Like, Hassan has spent a lot of time talking shit about Dylan and calling him like a war profiteer and a neoliberal and all this other shit, to where I don't know if that's the best example.
super simple. It's just a super simple question. Whose careers have been bolstered by Hassan?
I mean, Little Neff, his best friend. Denims, Mike from PA.
Mike from PA.
I'm running a poll right now, and about 30% of my audience says that they watch Hassan once a month or more.
No, if you think about it,
you're subverted, Ryan.
They're all Destiny's orbiters because Hassan came from Destiny. So
good one.
Good one, you know, Mike from PA. And
Yeah, but like we're not talking about people who just tune in once a month. Like that's again, I think that's.
I'm sorry, Wig, but that is.
We don't even know what that means.
Yeah.
Like, are we saying that like they were converted from Hassan to Ryan Getty, or are these people that are slowly being converted over to Hassan?
The point is they're not.
This isn't a scientific poll.
Sure.
I think, but the point that I was making, I've already conceded. I don't think that you're winning over the people that watch Hassan multiple hours a day, every day. It's like trying to get someone out of the Fox News, you know, where it's burned into the corner of the screen type thing. But I think a lot of people have a positive opinion of Hassan that get him somewhat passively. They consume him somewhat irregularly. They consider themselves democratic socialists because they hear him talk passionately about Israel, about Medicare for all.
That to me is the problem, is that he is branded as like a sock dem, and that then people who just generally have like a positive opinion of him because they view him as just a left-leaning guy, and then when they just happen upon his streams and are like, oh, I know this guy, like, you know, and they start watching him more and more, that like these are to them just, oh, these are the regular sock dem opinions. And I feel the same about people like you know, Kyle Kowinski and Crystal Ball and a lot of these people, is that like that is kind of the view, is that this is just some general Democrat positions that they're talking about on their platforms that I don't think they are.
And about a jobs guarantee or whatever. And I think, yeah, those people are winnable. And I'm sorry I keep repeating myself on that point. But if we think that the voters are unamenable to reason, then I don't even see the point in being a liberal. Like, if we don't think we can win.
To this, look, listen, like we have already agreed here that like tankyism is a social club, right? That like it is about purity testing people and feeling morally superior and believing that freedom is just a removal of oppression, and then sitting back at the end of the day in your comfy rental and enjoying your life, right? It's a social game. They're socially susceptible to change. That is the point that I'm trying to make. We will never move them with liberal media. We can move them by having them in our neighborhood and seeing them in our lives and in our, like, the only way to move tankies is to talk to the ones that live in your neighborhood. And I'm so fucking serious.
There's another way. There's another way. Show them shocking their dog. I'm telling you. I mean, there's a reason. You type in Hassan in fucking Google, it's a number one thing.
One of these days, I'm going to hook up a shock collar to all my panelists. Okay.
Have y'all seen the Clash Royale deck? Have y'all seen the Clash Royale shock deck?
Yeah, it's fucking sick.
If we want to expand if we're talking about Hassan's audience of just like normie people that just like scroll his Instagram reels or whatever, and you want to talk about whether or not those people are capturable, I think those people are absolutely capturable. But you don't capture those people by collaborating with Hassan. That's a totally different type of. That's just ideally putting forth positive content of your own, or trying to be positively influential on your own to capture those types of
outcompete
people,
his
they're
content,
they're
correct?
just out in the ethers of consuming reels and content or whatever. That none of that requires collaboration or cooperation with Hasan. If anything, when Hasan sees those people as starting to encroach on his territory, he immediately launches into the most disgusting, personal, insane fucking attacks possible. To the point about Dylan earlier, what does Hasan say about Dylan constantly? Whenever he brings him up, he's very careful to. He's either going over his docs with that empanada, he's calling him a fucking war tourist loser who's obsessed with Ukraine, or he's trying to accuse him of being a lackey of mine or whatever, right? He's whatever he can to destroy these people that he sees who are even remotely a threat around him. But yeah, I think you can capture people in the outer orbit, but that doesn't require
Right.
collaboration.
And
or
do you think that
performance.
Dylan fundamentally made a mistake by going and promoting pro-Ukraine talking points on a fundamentally anti-war panel that was not really talking about Ukraine because Hasan was on it?
No, but Dylan is one of the few people who is like so crystal clear on his position on everything that I think that he's always trustworthy to be in those environments. I would
And we're
never
cool-
expect him to see bend over backwards on anything to defend any of these other people.
And we're cool with the, slightly adversarial, but mostly friendly panel that was last year with Tarlov and Hasan and Tim Miller and a couple other people.
It was okay because it was an okay start, but I mean, like, people just have to recognize it for what it is.
Yeah, again, they're talking about areas where there's disagreement with Hasan and that those positions are actually being stated there, whereas instead earlier they were talking about whether or not like you sit with Hasan as somebody who is like sharing major goals with him. Those are obviously different things.
It is. I don't like if people knew what Hasan was, I wouldn't care how many panels they have because I imagine it would be generally adversarial most of the time. But it's when these people pretend that Hasan is just a guy who wants single payer healthcare and strong social equality or whatever.
Well,
So
I agree with that.
If you and I know this is was a meme, but on the PV panel when all the people are like, and I disavow Hasan for his terrorist support, and I do this, and just so you know, Hasan believes this, and now we can talk. Like unironically, if people just did that before every conversation, where potentially you'd have the same support for a candidate, would that then be okay?
Be better.
Well, I don't think it does. It just doesn't work that way. It depends on what we're saying. I disavow everything, and now we're just going to have a friendly conversation. That's not the message that you would sell to people. And these tactics
I don't disavow everything. If you're going to support a progressive candidate,
that's fine.
I
But
don't
if you
disavow
flip
that
this
part.
on the other side, look at how they view people in the liberal camp. If you had a single association with anybody that they deem to be bad ever, no matter how combative your association was, they'll always use that to assassinate every single thing about your
Yeah, and don't you think
ideology
this
or
is
type.
more to the fact that they're allergic to power and will shoot themselves in the foot, but we can still capitalize on the power that they can lend us when
No,
they
that's
can?
them using their platform to exclusively try to capture from our audiences while inoculating their own audiences from ever being captured by us because they constantly poison the well. They're not making excuses for us. They're mining for any singular bad things they can find about us in order to discount their audience's opinion of us from the start. They're poisoning the well immediately.
Okay, but that doesn't negate the fact that we can use their audience for
You
power
can't use
for
them.
candidates.
Their audience will. He is deliberately engaged in a mission to make sure his audience knows that you guys are the enemy, whereas you guys are trying to make excuses for his beliefs. That radicalization pathway is only ever going to go one way. That's how it works.
But I'm not making excuses for his beliefs. That's the whole point. I will shit on
You
Hasan
are.
constantly. No, I'm
It doesn't
not. I'm
matter. You're
literally
saying right
shitting
now
on
that
him
he's a
constantly.
worthwhile coalition partner. He's a person that's like worth working with. We do have some overlap in belief. Meanwhile, he's saying that all of the liberal beliefs are fake. They're just like, it's just here it's the pressure valve to ease some of the tensions while they try to
Okay.
distract from corporate issues. It's the Epstein parties.
Well, how do you square the circle with and again, I don't think this is bad. I think this is a good thing. Like you work with counterpoints, right? And I'll work with counterpoints. And this guy has clearly said he'd vote for JD Vance in an election. He's not a Democrat. He's
I don't know
avowedly
how
a
many times I
Republican.
can repeat the same thing. Connor Points is a Republican. Everybody
Right.
knows where he stands. If he
Right.
started showing up on my stream, okay, with a tutu, pretending he was a gay liberal or something, and I knew he was lying, I don't think I'd have the same conversations with him. But people know who Counterpoints is. He's a Republican. He's open about that. But nobody
Right.
in my
But
audience is
you're
making
working with
excuses
someone
for-
like this is what I'm saying was there's this moving target of who's in the tent. It's okay, are they going to support the general?
Wait,
and
I'm
it's
so sorry.
well, he's not.
It's not a moving
right?
target. It is not a moving target. It's never been a moving target. You keep moving the target, but it's not a moving target. The question is do they support the party and the candidate?
He doesn't.
That's always been the question.
Counterpoints
He's not-
doesn't support the
Counterpoints
party
is
and
not
the
in
candidate.
tent. He's an adversarial debate partner, just like Fuentes is not in
But
my
that's
tent.
not
but I would
that is not
debate
how you
him.
platform counter. You bring him on sometimes to agree with anti-Trump stuff, right?
Can I ask?
Wait. Anti-Trump stuff is adversarial. It's attacking the conservative
But
party.
you're not attacking him.
No, but that's because people
you're both
clearly
fighting the
people
conservatives.
already no.
Okay,
People-
so
no,
if
no,
me
no, no,
and
no, no,
Hasan-
no.
Yeah, I'm not sure Destiny's making a whole lot of sense here because if you're the question that Soy Pill should have asked right there is immediately he should have immediately before anybody else got in, Soy Pill should have said, so will you go on a debate panel next to Hassan and debate against Republicans or against MAGA people who are in favor of Donald Trump? Like, that should have been immediate, dude. Make sure that nobody else gets in before you can make that fucking point, because that sounds like the difference maker.
That was
progressives.
I don't know why we said that. No, we're not agreeing. People know what counterpoints is. Counterpoints is a conservative. They're not coming here under the assumption that.
Yeah, this is. I don't know. It definitely shouldn't have moved away from that point, because the other points don't really matter. It is like whether or not they are like engaging in a psyop. That seems to make the difference to him, and so you should have just stayed on the psyop point. Like, I guess maybe that is what he was saying with, counterpoints. Everybody knows he's a Republican, blah blah blah. If he came on in a tutu acting like he was a gay progressive, then he would act differently. Maybe that is all the same thing.
Me and counterpoints have this huge similarity where they know that we have massive differences. We're just fighting Trump. If the liberals and the tankies had that relationship, then I'd be okay with that. That's fine. If it was like, we know that Hassan is a fucking cancerous leech that wants to destroy this fucking party from the inside out, but at least we're both opposed to fucking Trump, then fine. That's okay. I'm okay with that.
You
But
don't have a problem with working with Hassan. You have a problem with the deception that Hassan is promoting. So all that needs to happen is that you need to. Okay, well, yeah, you have zero problem with the platforming. You have zero problem with any of this. It's, hey, we can do whatever we want in the same capacity.
That's not him having zero problem.
No, it's only the caveat that everyone needs to understand what he is. But after that, if we have the same views, we can work together.
Correct, but the issue, Soy Pill, and I know you think you've got a point here, the issue is that Hassan will not allow that platform to take place. That's the other point that I'm making. Hassan will not be on a platform.
You don't have to have him on the platform to be able to discuss this. And you can say this if he does appear on you, and maybe then he'll never work with you again, and so be it. But like, it seems like it really isn't the working with him part that you have an issue with. It's literally just the deception. So as long as we spread that message enough, like, okay.
I'm just curious. So essentially you're saying that, okay, so in this case, you have someone that is against foreign military intervention, against big tech censorship, against economic populism, and criticism of the donor class, all this stuff. And you think that essentially, like, these are good things. You should talk about this as long as you dispel kind of the bad stuff, the crazier things. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, that's Nick Fuentes I just described. So you're okay talking with Nick Fuentes, and you said you weren't. The thing is, in your mind, Hassan, hold on, in your mind, Hassan and Fuentes are totally different people. That Fuentes is like, he's crazy. He's a white nationalist. He's a racist. We can't be with him. But I'm like, but I just gave you his positions, and you said, well, if we get past that, we can talk. And
I already addressed
you can't
I
already address that.
The difference,
you can't.
No, I did already address
Why?
this.
These are very realistic democratic things. We can move these people to be Democrats, can we not?
The difference is the fundamental viewpoint of the audiences of these people. And like, again, maybe I'm wrong about this. If you fundamentally believe that Hassan's movement and his audience is like completely the same as Nick Fuentes is, and they will never, ever, ever support a Democrat. None of these people are on board with Hassan because of the progressive things that like a Bernie or an AOC. Wick, let me finish, please. Like Nick Fuentes' core audience is, I hate the Jews, I'm racist, anti-DEI. They will never support a POC candidate. They will never support a Democrat. And so the idea that like, oh, if I just have these conversations with like a Tucker Carlson or a Nick Fuentes because sometimes they get something right about being anti-establishment is ridiculous. You can't convert. Those people are fundamentally intractable because their core belief and their core movement is against that.
Their leader is a Mexican saying they're going to vote for Newsom.
Yeah, and they're irrational.
And what?
I agree. But if you're saying that Hassan's core movement is communism, I don't believe that. I truly don't believe that's not why a majority.
Well, we would agree that Hassan's
core
core movement is fashion, fast fashion, more than anything. But Hassan is a anti-American terrorist promoter. That's what he is.
And do you think the core of his audience is anti-American terrorists?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
I don't.
Well, that's because you're deluded on that side.
Terrorists, but I think they support him.
Because what has happened is people have sane-washed him to you.
Yeah, you just don't see
no one has sane-washed Hassan to me.
He goes onto platforms. He puts on his mask, and his audience puts on their masks too because they all understand. And you're like, well,
yeah, I'm sorry. It's a little weird for for Soy Pill to just now say that he doesn't think that that's like the fuck. Fuck, that was so stupid. Fuck. I was killing that. I was killing that motherfucker. Was that loud? Was it?
Watch Hassan to me.
He goes onto platforms. He puts on his mask, and his audience puts on their masks too, because they all understand. And you're like, well, he's not so bad, you know. He supports us in these things, right? And you don't understand that his primary mission, his primary goal, which he has stated, is to overthrow the Democratic Party.
I already understand this.
All right, I hate to do this, but I'm just gonna read a Fuentes tweet from 30 minutes ago. I don't trust.
On my side, it shows that Wick was way lower than literally everybody else.
Anybody who just started criticizing Trump after this year, but continues to shill for the GOP and JD Vance. Time to be unreasonable. Burn it all down. I want retribution for this betrayal. Democrats for Congress in 2026. And America First presidential candidate in 2028. So they believe the only way to get there is full accelerationism. It's like Hassan on the same platform. They're the same people, except now Hassan is doing less for Democrats.
I gotta read this one. $10 for 1980 rules. Soy Pill, is your role the learning part on Live and Learn?
The main thing I don't understand is why you're so willing to be like, oh, Fuentes is crazy. Can't work with him. Not even worth trying to get a single person there.
You keep saying that. I didn't say this. I said the core of his audience and his movement is fundamentally opposed to everything that I believe, even when they're saying the shit about the Democrats. I gave you
multiple things that you agree with.
I truly don't believe.
But that's not true. You're saying something that's not true.
No, they're not going to be voting Democrat as the point. Groypers are fundamentally opposed
okay, so
to
now we're
the Democratic movement and DEIs. No, this is exactly the point, right?
You said they're fundamentally against this. They don't want foreign war spending, right? You agree with that? So that's something they're aligned with.
Yeah, there are parts of their platform where it's like, in the same way, like I could look at a fucking black pill like incel and say like, yeah, your criticisms of how society treats the way people look are valid, but when you look at their prescriptions, they're not going to overlap at all. And so when you look at, hey, can I convert the Nick Fuentes audience? Absolutely not. Like these are neo-Nazis, right? Versus, hey, a bunch of Hassan's audience who's watching him, not because they're like, oh boy, I fucking love Hezbollah and communism, but because they're frustrated with the establishment. They want universal health care. And I'm not saying this about Hassan. I'm not trying to do that. Oh, that's all he wants. I think this is Hassan's audience.
No, that is what you're doing is you're giving Hassan's cover. That's what Hassan does when he starts getting criticism. He says, boy, I'm sorry, guys. I just want universal health care and a fair living wage.
I'm not saying that about Hassan.
Is currently a greater threat to the Democratic Party, MAGA or Hassan?
Most people here even know or believe that think that that's just a fucking meme, but it was true. This is like the most like don't believe what's in front of your eyes ever in order to carry talking point. If the majority of his audience, the majority of people over there can tell you that lie, how can we pretend that this is an audience that's readily converted into some like ideology that they all
wait,
before you respond, let me piggyback off this, and I do want.
Shut up, Wick.
I am doing both. I am wearing two hats. Well, one hood, one hat, but it's a tiny.
Who wrote a pamphlet called On Disinformation. The assumption that Hassan, like, it's genuine, like, if, and I know this is a little bit of a pivot off, right? But if we're
I know a bunch of people talk about Soy Pill's chat as though it's like really far left, whereas I mean they seem to be kind of soy. So I was checking to see if they're all like super defensive of Hassan, or even mad about what, like, you know, Soypill's criticisms of Hassan or anything like that. You lost me on Sam Cedar. We're anti-Sam Cedar now. Liberals will pick fascists over socialists. Fuck off, Destiny. You have a Hassan tattoo. Destiny self-admitted stalker talking about the fake dog shot collar shit. The fake dog collar. The fake shot collar, okay. Yeah, no one gives a fuck about the shot collar. That's exactly the point, Destiny. You're not focusing on the issue anyone cares about. Destiny and Hutch are in the top 1% of Hassan watchers. Ask Destiny about his hard R logs. What's your tattoo of? Is the shot collar in the room with us? OMG, Destiny needs to go, bro. What is he cooking? Destiny cares about dogs and shot collars, not the average voters. I died. Don't be too centrist. Yeah, it was what I looked like they were telling Soypill not to be too centrist. Mike from PA is like a 5 or 6K Andy, and now he is not going to promote you if you do nothing but call him anti-Semitic all day. This is Callan's father. He has a Hassan tattoo. I think my son wants you to mention tortas. Is this pretentious idiot pretending people didn't deny Biden's health? Okay, there.
If we're in.
Okay. Top right making a good point, but Destiny thinks liberals being mad about Israel is just propaganda and not well thought out. What the fuck is the far left cult belief? We are critical of capitalism and are anti-imperialism. These are fundamental beliefs. Fuck off. Well, again, yes, that is part of what we would say. Yes, is that like you're against things that we believe in. You have a totally different ideology from us. Your people, but again, like that isn't Soypill's belief. That isn't Soypill's position. He's not anti-capitalism and, you know, doesn't think Democrats will vote for fascists before they vote. But it does, yeah, it does seem as though the majority of these people do seem to be pretty far left. Is this pretentious idiot pretending people didn't deny Biden's health? What the fuck is far left? Everyone is delusional except for me. Everyone, okay.
Largest being going on small.
What is this point? Oh yeah, because Destiny definitely doesn't run a cult. There's a guy on a panel who addresses him by dear leader. Gavin Newsom is terrible. What the fuck do you mean? Hang on. Nice. Hope you're hungry. She just cooked up nothing. Arabs are trying to steal the Jewish struggle. I will avenge your spirit. Yeah, it does seem like the majority of these are fairly far left, at least the ones who are like stating anything emphatically. There's Ogre Boy at Soypill. The framing is wrong. Hassan cares about policy. Chris Von Hollen would be supported by Hassan's. He's mentioned him plenty and favorably. It all depends on the policies and stances. Okay. This is a bit farther left than I expected. These people would rather appeal to ex-MAGAs than Hassan viewers. You don't capitalize on power by handing it to a cannon or to a loose cannon. Steven seems effing noited. If politicians goes on Rogan, should they disavow Rogan's crazy positions at the start of the show? I think I joined late. I don't know what's going on. So does Destiny even support the progressives? Also, I fucking mocked Mike from PA during my section of the panel and said I disagree with the SA philosophy to their face. I mean, a lot of these might just be actual like Hassan fans just flooding in, instead of it like being Soypill fans. Because like a lot of the people with green names, people who are members, a lot of them seem to be a bit more reasonable in their positions. Okay.
I'm aware and agree with you of the criticisms of Hassan's more extreme views. I just don't believe his base and his movement is fundamentally about that. That's why he has to mask on.
No, he's trying to grow his movement by masking on.
A couple things. One is that Hassan is only masking on when he's on other platforms where he's trying to convert people. Number one, and number two, we have to be careful when we're talking about like who is his audience. Like if we're talking about the people that like are scrolling reels and see him or whatever, then I agree with you. But if we're talking about his core audience fucking hates the United States. Like these guys cry when terrorist leaders die. They cheer for like terrorist attacks and shit. Like there's no world where I could watch a Nazi takeover of a ship or whatever, and like the majority of my audience is like cheering it on or whatever, like Hassan did for the Houthis, the takeover of that ship or whatever. Like I think a really good illustration of this point also, that this weird false dichotomy you guys are trying to throw up, I think came out in that one debate that I had with Pisco, where it was the one where he came in like ultra fucking heated, and he was trying to roast me over my association with Myron because I have a friendly rapport with Myron. But my point was that everybody in my audience knows who Myron is. How many people in my audience are going to mistake like me and Myron as having the same views? It's like nobody. But then when I asked Pisco, how many people do you think in your audience might think that you have like much further left views than you have, he tried to say no, and then he immediately caught himself because he realized that that wasn't the case. And I think this is just the issue, is that people are treating Hassan like he's just somebody that's slightly to the left of us, but all of these socialist entities have an explicitly corruptive and corruptive anti-democratic party
right. And so if I make it clear to my audience all of the extreme views that Hassan has, and then I say, and that said, I'm going to combine and work with his platform to promote a Bernie Sanders type person, then clearly they're not going to have any misconceptions about my views if I make it clear what I think about the person I'm working with, right?
Yeah, I agree.
How big do you think Hassan's like core audience is, the people that watch him on stream versus the people that consume him in other formats, like we're talking about, just getting served up in the slopgorithm?
Probably 1 or 2 orders of magnitude smaller. The people that like are just slop enjoyers or whatever. It's
okay, so I think we can think about this from a somewhat utilitarian perspective. If you're Tim Miller and you have the opportunity to appear with Hassan on a panel with Tarlov, with all these people, and you're not going to convince any of the people that Hassan talks to you about on stream, but you also know that by appearing with Hassan on this panel, you're going to get recommended in the algorithm to all these people that consume Hassan content. Is that a worthwhile trade or no?
I'm not sure if that'll happen. I mean, I guess it depends on what your clippers and everything looks like, but I just don't see.
You don't think that someone put like Tim Miller, or Hassan roasts, whatever.
Is he going on there
in the
insane
thing.
washing Hassan, or is he going on there and being adversarial? Because I think these are two completely different outcomes.
I mean, it was a friendly / adversarial conversation. This is a real
you're
thing.
You're talking about the actual Tim Miller conversation. I think it's fine that they did that because according to everybody, I haven't watched it myself, but people are making it seem like he had like some adversarialness to the nature and stuff like that.
Yeah, but it was friendly. I mean, you wouldn't come away from that conversation thinking that they hated each other. I'll say that.
But it was clear to the audience. I didn't watch it, so I'm asking you. Was it clear to the audience that they didn't agree ideology on everything?
On some things, they didn't talk about communism.
I'll watch it. I might have a different opinion later.
I mean, I think my audience probably think me and Destiny disagree on a lot of stuff, and I probably am like 96% aligned with like the shit that he believes. So like, it depends on how you're like. Half of our fucking conversations are fights, but like, I'm going to now like tomorrow work with you to try to raise money for all the candidates and canvas for the candidates that we both agree with, right? Like,
yeah, but no one's in doubt that you're going to vote for a Democrat.
And also Hassan is never doing that with anybody else.
Okay.
Hassan's never platforming a smaller person who disagrees with him and is going to be critical of him. It's only to absorb audience. That's the only way that these people function.
Yeah, we've covered that.
So I just don't understand where maybe in terms of what Ryan is talking about, like maybe you can get in the algorithm with them, but I mean you could get into the algorithm with them reacting to their content or just doing your own content. I just don't think that requires collaboration.
Do you think that when he platforms like a candidate or like a person in Congress, like this isn't kind of him lending his credence to smaller platforms like a Ro Khanna or someone who's not even like in office yet, like a Mamdani?
No.
It's for
almost
political
like
clout,
it's almost like a
First of
sword
all,
versus a
Ro Khanna, Bernie Sanders, and AOC. These are normalizing clout grabs for Hassan. Mamdani, he skipped his second interview with him because he didn't even think he was going to win the primary. It wasn't until after he won the primary that Hassan became the full ultra time Mamdani dicksucker. And then Mamdani has had to distance himself from him publicly just because of all the insane shit he said. Like the idea that Hassan is doing this is like there's going to be people
about Abdul again.
Yeah, there's going to be people that you'll vote for regardless, and Hassan is not like changing anybody's mind on getting them to vote for Mamdani, but he will try to pull people away from the Democrats to vote for either more radical people or to disengage them.
I'm aware that's a one-way street. He won't promote like center-left candidates, but if he's platforming smaller people, candidates that otherwise his audience wouldn't have heard of, that you and I might have alignment with, is this not him lending his platform to them, even if it's a one-way street?
Democrats. It's like all the fight with Democrats. If Hassan was out here, if these people were out here platforming people in like ultra-competitive districts, like trying to win some seats from fucking red candidates, then we'd be having a different discussion. But it's not. It's always just infighting with Democrats. Always.
Can I say, I feel like this debate, started with the question, like, how should we engage with Hassan? And I feel like we've sort of gone off the rails a little bit because now we're not even accepting the premise that like engaging with Hassan is possible, right? Because y'all are saying, he doesn't ever engage with people,
right?
Right?
At the very beginning, we all said like, yeah, we would engage with Hassan in a fighting manner.
way.
Yeah,
in an imaginary world where he would allow this.
Yeah, but that's the crux of the issue.
To be
he
clear,
doesn't allow it anymore.
Right.
I'm just confused about the point of the debate at this point then, because if it doesn't change anything that we're going to do, because he would never engage with any of us.
Because people are trying to.
What's the point of having this debate?
Let me explain.
Wick tried to get him on the panel himself.
Let me explain, Ryan. It's because people are advocating that we try to, that we make concessions to him to get him to come to us, right? There is I don't know how large I would describe it, but there is a concerning amount of people who are advocating that Democrat politicians and Democratic influencers do just that. And so we are telling you, we're warning you, basically, and saying that this isn't going to get you anything. You're going to give up more than you gain, and do not do this.
Can you play the Ro Khanna clip? I'm curious what disagreements we have
give me
with
a second. Let me pull it up. Boom. People, everyone decided to DM me at once. Hold on.
You're not just moving, you're moving in the right direction.
How am I going to play soccer in Connecticut?
When life changes,
You guys want to
lead
help me
tax
start
changes. Don't navigate.
That sounds so weird out of
organization
context.
that
Okay, this is 3 minutes. Do you have a specific thing
God forbid your
Okay,
audience
if you want to,
watch
if you
3
think
minutes
it's,
of an
I'll
opinion
make it
after
go a little
watching an hour
faster.
and a half of rambling.
All right. I'll make it go a little faster, and we'll see what we got. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
midst of the midterms. You're someone who's been quite outspoken. You have made several appearances on a show hosted by socialist commentator Hassan Piker. Some of your fellow Democrats, though, have raised alarms about his views. Here are two members of a left-leaning think tank. This is how they put it. They wrote, quote, "No left-wing agitator is more influential and extreme than Twitch streamer Hassan Piker. He's referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as inbred, employed anti-Semitic dog whistles, bloodthirsty, violent pig dog against an anti-Hamas viewer of his stream, compared liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, and said Hamas is 1,000 times better than the Israeli state." Now, Hassan Piker says some of his comments have been taken out of context, but he largely stands by them. Do you have any regrets about appearing on his show?
None, and I would go again. But I, of course, condemn those comments. I mean, I've described Hamas as a terrorist state, and we need to unequivocally condemn anti-Semitism. But Hassan Piker was at the DNC in 2024 covering Vice President Harris. What should the standard of the Democrats be? Should we not go on Theo Vaughn? Should we not go on Sean Ryan? Should we not go on Joe Rogan? Should we?
Well, and then he said that he got kicked out of the DNC because he was calling them like Nazis and shit like that. Like he did. From my understanding, he didn't get kicked out of the DNC. He didn't get. He was not forced to leave. So what? So because the conversation is about whether or not he's making it sound like him being there to cover fucking Kamala Harris was somehow beneficial to Kamala Harris, if in the end Hassan's bragging about the fact that he was there like shitting on them the whole time and got kicked out for it, which he didn't, but he's willing to even lie to sound like he's that adversarial to Democrats that they would be willing to kick him out over this shit. So, like, again, the misinformation that he puts out is a huge part of the conversation that we're having. And the fact that he is, like, advertising himself and branding himself as the anti-Democrat guy. Like, that's the whole fucking conversation. What do you mean, so what? That's the whole conversation, is that, like, that's who he is. And to the point that Roe is making generally, that is the point that he's making. He was saying he was at the DNC and he was covering Kamala Harris as though he's somebody who's friendly to the Democrats, as though he's a guy who is on the Democrat side. That is the point that he's making. That's what I'm engaging with. What do you mean? That is the point.
The standard of the Democrats be? Should we not go on Theo Vaughn? Should we not go on Sean Ryan? Should we not go on Joe Rogan? Should we just have these purity tests of canceling folks? The lesson of the last election is we've got to be out there. We've got to engage. It's a complex, messy, multiracial democracy. I will defend my views, but the people...
He said, I don't regret going on Hassan's and I'd do it again. Oh, sure. I've already stated my position on this like 20 fucking times. I don't want to just keep repeating my position over and over.
People who are saying don't engage will cost us future elections.
Do you run the risk of legitimizing
pretty much
some
the
of
point of the
those
clip,
views?
if you want to pause it there.
Okay, sure.
Like, to me, that was kind of the embodiment of what Destiny even, or you guys were all saying, which is like, so long as he is able to condemn and sufficiently distance himself from the worst parts of this, but then utilize the platform, like, I agree that this is somehow not beneficial to him.
Because that's not happening. He misunderstands what everybody is asking for. Like, the fact that he immediately ran to compare Hassan Piker to Theo Vaughn and Joe Rogan, like, demonstrates his lack of understanding of what people are even talking about. Like, if he went on to these platforms to argue with Hassan Piker about substantial disagreements, like, do we expect him to go on with Joe Rogan and just be agreeing the whole time that
Probably
COVID was created
but not no,
Okay.
that he's
I
not
don't
going to
know,
go
man.
on
I
Joe
don't know
Rogan
what
and have
you're
a
asking for.
conversation about COVID. They're going to go on, and he's going to, I know, like, speaking of like someone who's interact with Ro Khanna a lot, when he goes on adversarial platforms, he's usually not arguing. He's like, where can we find common ground? Where can we like push this forward? Like, hey Joe, like, you're frustrated with this, I'm frustrated with this. Like,
Would
he's
you
not
be
going to go on
okay
and
if he did
argue
it
with
with,
Joe Rogan about the vaccines.
Sure, would you be okay if he did that with like Fuentes or Asmongold?
No, because I think it's a completely different story. Like I said,
Asmongold?
Asmongold maybe, but Asmongold is I'm not sure. I don't know enough about his politics or his
I feel like
audience.
you-
I know his politics are fucking insane, but
You really put yourself in a corner here by not conceding that you would do this for Fuentes or Asmongold. I don't know why you don't just bite
I mean,
the
you
bullet.
don't agree with my position, but I think fundamentally these audiences are completely different. So,
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I agree with Soypill here on the difference in the audience question. I know people that watch us on regularly. They are not tankies. I
You should
mean,
go watch
they
the
are.
stream when he had a Houthi terrorist on.
That's bad. These are bad. This is
Okay,
bad
but go
stuff.
look at his chat and you can actually see how his audience
Okay.
reacts.
Wait, I'm
Have a
curious, for the people that
disagreement
you
with
say,
him.
wait, for the people that you say that watch like Hassan regularly, like, are these people that are voting for a conservative? Like, if they were to stop watching Hassan, are they going to become conservative?
No, probably not. No.
Okay, but is there a chance in watching Hassan that they're going to be moved so far that they believe that like the Democratic and the Republican Party are more or less the same, and there's no point in engaging with the elections outside of like the most radical primary wins ever?
Probably
anyway?
so. Yeah, there's a chance of that. That's why it's important to reach out to those people, get them to watch something else.
But
I agree with you. Yes, they shouldn't
Yeah.
watch Hassan. Yeah.
They shouldn't. They should watch me instead.
Yeah, so
they
I feel
should
like
watch Ryan Getty.
But I feel like then Sane watching him, or the fact that he's so what you just said, Hassan knows this, which is part of his platforming strategy. This is why he doesn't go on with adversarial content creators, because he doesn't want any of his audience to be taken away. Like that's
Well, and even the other people that they're talking about who are friendly with Hassan, he doesn't platform any of those people. Hassan doesn't have Denims on. Hassan doesn't have Mike from PA on. Hassan doesn't have Frogan on. Hassan doesn't have any of those people on either. Like, he doesn't have on smaller content creators and pal around with them on the platform. Like, he literally just allows them to just kind of hang around and promote him. But he does. I don't think I've ever seen any of those people on his show. The closest I've ever seen to them being on his platform is when what's his face did like the hit piece on Ethan and had Denims and Frogan and all of these people over to Hassan's house to do his like little clip of all of them say, "Ethan, wake up, Ethan," like all of them doing that thing. That I think that is the closest that I ever saw.
I just find
you'll only lose
the idea of the debate, as I understood it, was should we go on the same platform as Hassan? And the things that I was thinking of were like Soypill going on that progressive victory thing, or the instances where Hassan is engaged with creators like that panel I keep bringing up at CricetCon. I just don't. But if we're moving the debate to like, does Hassan ever engage with other people that don't agree with him? Like, I just don't really understand what the debate is, because there's nothing actionable here. There's nothing actionable here. There's nothing we can change.
So they stated their positions on it, but then added that like Hassan doesn't allow smaller content creators on. So if we're talking about smaller content creators going on there to try to utilize his platform in order to gain viewers from his audience, that would make sense. But that's not something that Hassan ever allows people to do. And then instead, the criticism is that larger platforms have Hassan on, or go onto Hassan's platform, larger people, politicians and folks like that, who go onto Hassan's platform that ends up promoting Hassan and growing his platform instead, that this is where the difference is. So where they keep trying to make the argument that we could use Hassan's platform to grow our coalition and our audiences, they're saying, but that's not a thing. That doesn't exist. That doesn't even exist for people who agree with Hassan, let alone disagree with him, versus the people who are much larger, who are going on there and helping him. I thought that that's where the conversation had kind of moved to, because having a conversation about whether or not you would do a thing or should do a thing that will never fucking happen seems kind of odd.
Okay, here, this is what I foresee. This is the path that I feel like we're on, and unfortunately, I feel like it's the path we're probably going to go down. Or you can tell me if you disagree at any point of this, okay? I think that We're going to spend the next few months with a whole bunch of people debating on whether or not the far lefties or people like Assange should be welcome into our coalition. And at some point, it's going to come down to this kind of strategic big tent thing of like, well, yeah, we should let more people in, not understanding how big tents work. We're going to end up having these people as being larger parts of our media and campaign cycles than they ever should be. They're going to advocate almost exclusively for completely unelectable candidates, and they're going to be pushing the Democratic Party into having strong positions on issues where the majority of voters are not at, that are only going to turn off people from voting. And once those unelectable primary candidates, most of them are going to lose their primaries anyway, all of those far lefty people are then going to mutate into the next thing. You bring up all these people on the Progressive Victory panel. One of those people is Nina Turner, who as soon as she started losing her race, started blaming AIPAC and the Jews for funding her campaign opponents anyway. So all of those people now that you worked with, that you were making deals with the devil with, are now going to become your number one haters. Just like when Bernie lost the primary to Hillary the first time, they said that it was because the super delegates were rigging it against him, and then when he lost the second time, it's because all of the moderates came together and backstabbed him and worked with Biden. Like, all of these people are going to be the new big enemy you've made. You're not going to get any electoral gains whatsoever. You're going to have turned off moderate voters, and now you're going to be fighting another two-flank war on an election that should be like a steamroll for you to finally put forth a strong, liberal, like center-left platform. I think that's the most likely.
Can I-
Big tents are about
Who's-
shared values.
Who's
Shared baseline values that make it so that it's possible for you to cooperate, right? You cannot have a big tent with people who are fundamentally in opposition to democratic processes.
I just really need to know who is you and who is we, and like who, because we streamers, YouTubers
Sorry,
cannot
I just mean
do anything
Democratic
about
Party
this.
voters. When I say
We
I mean
cannot
just the Democratic
change
Party.
what the Democratic Party is going to do.
Well, we are. That's
What
we're
we
all
can
having
do
a
is we can
influencers.
decide. We can
Influencers.
decide. Okay, listen, please. We can decide whether or not we want to engage with him or not. That's what we can decide. We can decide if we want to engage with him or not. If I wanted to influence the Democratic Party, I would go work at a think tank and go work someplace where they actually pay attention.
We're having a conversation about like, what should the engagement look like? This is the point of like the influencers arguing, the people writing the op-eds, the people that are writing the Substacks, the people that are on Twitter. This is the argument right now: is what do we cooperate with these people like they're our ideological teammates, or are these people adversaries that we need to be doing combat with? That's the big debate right now, right? And everybody's having a little say in like what direction they want to push the party towards.
Yeah, and the disagreement comes from fundamentally, do you think getting Hassan to help a person like Ro Khanna into Congress does less to help than he's going to hurt the Democratic Party by engaging with him? He's going to do that anyway in the general. But if you think
path
that
I just laid out was the path that I think is the most likely to happen. If there's some part of that you think is unlikely or unreasonable, then
I have not seen the data to say that this is potentially going to be the case, and I'm confident enough that it's going to happen. And also, when you say like all these unelectable candidates, but a bunch of these guys do get elected on like the people that he does platform.
Aren't we currently dealing with the fallout of the last time we ignored fucking progressives? Like
Yes.
they fucking retconned our entire set of rhetoric. They like dragged the entire country into a mire of goddamn identitarian bullshit, and MAGA learned their full set of goddamn tricks from these people, and we're gonna let them do it all over again. Is what you're saying?
Terrible.
I don't think it makes any sense to say that MAGA learned their tricks from the far left. I think that's not.
Are you kidding?
accurate.
Cry-bullying, snowflake, woke, like woke scolding,
No,
like purity
I think-
testing. I think absolutely the structure of MAGA falls directly in line with a lot of the structure of
Yeah,
the.
I think
this
that's
Well, I'm
is
sorry,
literally-
and I know we're supposed to be on the same team here, but I think
No, we're not,
that's-
unfortunately.
I think
I'm
that
sorry.
I know that we're supposed to be on the same team here, but no, I think that is removing agency from the neo-fascist Republican Party. I don't think that they learned from the left in terms of implementing their agenda. They have a full-throated, fully developed system where they can do this stuff all on their own. I think it is crazy, actually, to blame the far left for MAGA.
That's fine. I did though.
Okay.
I would say the far
Yeah,
left
you're
are-
wrong. You're wrong, incredibly wrong.
Hold on.
More than
I'm not
MAGA left
saying
from the far
that
left, but
the
like,
far
do we
left
think?
has to-
Hold on, let Destiny go for a minute.
Hey, wait, do y'all agree with this? Do you blame the far left for causing MAGA?
I don't blame the far left for causing MAGA, but
I
I
don't think
blame the
that's
far
what they're
left for
saying.
like
What are you
getting
saying
us
then?
for getting
Well, the far left blames Democrats for causing MAGA.
us used to the kind of like from pathos, from ethos, like bullshit arguments that like
The
no
style
stances.
that the far left
Nobody stands on a
engaged in,
stance.
MAGA
Yes.
has copied it. I don't know if I agree with this. I think it was
No,
probably
I
the other way
disagree with that
around.
entirely. The far right has been a problem in this country for far longer than the far
It
left.
has. Of course it has.
Hold on. You say this, but who was bombing people back in the 60s and the 70s? Was it the far right or the far left?
What are you talking about?
The Weather Underground. Are you unfamiliar?
Well, hold on.
Are you unfamiliar with the KKK?
Sure. I asked you a
Yeah,
direct.
I was about to say, if you're talking about the fucking 60s, as though the far right didn't exist before that, like the far right's been around a lot longer. Like what we consider the beliefs that we today consider far right, those sorts of beliefs have been around a lot longer than the fucking 60s. So yeah, it's just not really a great point.
Question though, the weather. How many bombs did
This
the
is
Weather Underground
ridiculous,
start
man.
planting?
I'm not gonna sit here. I'm not gonna sit here and have y'all say that the far left is the reason that MAGA is a problem. That's
I said that
ridiculous.
the far left taught MAGA its current rhetoric.
No, that's ridiculous, man. I'm sorry,
okay.
that's ridiculous.
Go ahead, Dustin.
I don't agree with this perspective, but if we look at 2024, like, do we feel like the far left flank? Do we feel like this was helpful or harmful when it came to the general election?
No, but that's not what I'm vehemently disagreeing with here.
No, I agree. I'm not representing that argument. I'm just bringing it back to in terms of like courting them again. Do we feel like the far left was helpful or harmful in the 2024 election?
They were harmful because they didn't vote for the Democratic candidate, or at least the ones that didn't vote for the Democratic candidate were harmful. Yeah.
Well, then
actively drove voter apathy.
Why do we think it's going to change this time when the election choice in 2024 was the easiest election choice it's probably ever going to be?
It's not, but we're not saying it will. We're saying why not use them to promote other candidates that we agree are good if they're going to help us.
I'm telling you that was a disaster in 2024. So why do we think it's going to work? What's going to change this time?
When did we work with the far left to promote candidates we agree on, and it was a disaster?
The far left was part of the left. What do you mean? We were all seen as being on quote unquote the same team.
What do you mean? Like, can you address
Bernie Sanders and
specifically?
AOC was on Hassan's stream multiple times. Hassan was out at marches, giving speeches to people or whatever, talking to people. I'm sure there are other far left examples but there's three of them.
Did what I'm suggesting happen when Hassan promoted a candidate that liberals also want, and we used that?
The candidate promotion is like one of the least important parts of this entire model. So I don't know why you're fixating on that.
Well, that's the utility that I'm talking about. I mean, I don't know what else you're talking about, but
I'm talking about the control of the rhetoric, the thing that like was the most important thing, the thing that like actually mattered. It feels like the whole anti-Palestinian marches movement and the obsession related to the Israel-Palestine, all of these issues were driven from the left, and all it did was damage the Democratic Party and the ability
but you don't think Hassan started the Israel-Palestine rhetoric, did you?
I didn't.
No,
Yes,
but he's a big
I think
voice in
Hassan. I think Hassan started all of the Israel-Palestine rhetoric.
No, I know you
actually.
didn't,
That
but
is my
like
point.
the idea that like the far left was the issue that drove this wedge, and not that people in general were upset with the Israeli policy, is like this is a consequence of the policy, not let's make this bad.
No, it wasn't, because any intelligent, reasonable person that has an intelligent or reasonable view on foreign policy would have known that if you cared about Palestinians, that the easiest option there would be to vote for Kamala. It's not even in question.
Yeah, the far
That
left
wasn't
is the
Hassan's
part that's
position, it was the
driving
far
the
left
wedge.
position.
But, but the Israel-Palestine stuff disaffecting voters did not come from Hassan and Israel-Palestine and
I
the
agree.
leftist.
No, it did.
Like that
It
came
did.
from the policy.
No, the Israel-Palestine should have been a mobilizing issue for us on the left. It became a divisive issue for us on the left that the far left used to attack us. That should have been a rallying cry. Kamala Harris calling for a full ceasefire.
Yes, the Israel issue should have been a reason to vote for Kamala. The Israel-Palestine conflict should have been a reason to vote for Kamala. They used it as a reason to counter-signal Kamala. That makes absolutely no sense. Like to say they're like, oh, Israel-Palestine was a real issue. Yeah. Why people should have voted for Kamala. They used it as a way to discredit Kamala. This is very different.
Kamala, do you think like there's no context?
Yeah,
there's no
but
world
so
where
was
you
Joe
would view
Biden, and
Kamala.
he said he had red lines, and so the signaling from the Democratic Party is we're not going to stop this, and that's what everyone assumed.
But Biden did. Biden stopped several things from happening. He delayed their encroachment into Rafah for.
Yes, he stopped them from going into Rafah. He also got the ceasefire. The ceasefire hadn't happened at the point that they had that we voted, so I don't know if you can include that. But at this point, he has done the ceasefire, and at this point, they still hold the same exact positions. Like, once he got the ceasefire and pushed for this and actually had the successful deal, and even the second ceasefire that was negotiated by Trump, where they all praised him and said, see, this is why we didn't vote for Kamala, is because Trump actually got a ceasefire. See, he's actually better than Kamala. They don't even include the fact that Trump's ceasefire was Biden's ceasefire. It was Biden's deal. It was the very first ceasefire that we got. That was Biden's. And then Trump used the same framing for the second ceasefire. And they don't acknowledge that, and they don't acknowledge the fact that even now, after, where they're like, oh, okay, if she was going to follow Biden, it would have been good to continue fighting for a ceasefire, but they don't say that.
For like a week or two until they moved 1 million
For like a
people out of
week
there.
or two, right? But the point is, it wasn't enough. So the Democrats' inability to prevent it was driving the disaffectation. It wasn't the fact that the left was like, guys, I know they're good on it, but this is why they're actually bad. It was like, no, people have legitimate criticisms of the way the Democrats are handling
We literally tried to like fucking.
No, hold on. They actually believed the things they said versus they had legitimate criticisms. These are two drastically different things. The legitimate criticisms, even the ones that I will agree with them on, it still would never stop you from voting for Kamala Harris. Like, and especially not if the Israel-Palestine conflict was a big issue for you, especially if that's the case. Like, to me, it is just a virtue signal, and that's that. There is nothing more to it. It is just that you want to look like you really care about the Israel-Palestine issue, but that if you actually cared about it, you would have voted for Kamala. Like, the fact that after Trump is talking about building his fucking statue in the middle of Gaza and turning it into the next Las Vegas and giving Palestinians no right of return and all of these things, like, the fact that this is somehow something that you think is the same as what Kamala would have done, or that Kamala would have followed Israel into Iran, or like any of these things. This is, and the problem is that even while this is happening, none of them turn around and say, okay, this has gone like so fucking far. Like, okay, we were wrong. We totally should have voted for Kamala, or Kamala would have been better. You know what they do instead? You want to see what the fuck they're doing instead of saying that shit? The thing that you would think is just the most pressing on their minds in this moment right now, where they just are proven to be abundantly wrong in the entire fucking scenario about politics and what matters and what doesn't, and how you should react to things. This is the response. Hassan saying Democrats. So Donald Trump threatens genocide. Donald Trump threatens to genocide Iranians. And Hassan's response is, Democrats, you got something to say about this strong language? That's the fucking response. Hey, Democrats, you got something to say about this? We said it in fucking November of 2024. We said that shit. We fucking said it. There's no way that you can read him saying this shit and think, well, he's just critical of the Democrat Party. The fuck he is. The fuck he's just critical of the Democrat Party. This is bullshit. Absolute fucking bullshit. If he actually gave a fuck about this, he would have been voting for Democrats. And the fact that after Donald Trump is threatening to genocide people, he doesn't turn around and say, yeah, okay, like, I fucked up. I probably should have advocated for Kamala, and I was wrong. Instead, it's, oh, Democrats, come on! Donald Trump's threatening genocide. What are you going to do about it? We did it. We fucking voted for Kamala. This is where we're at now. This is it. This is what happens. The situation is, we allow Trump to just continue fucking everything up, and we leave it alone, because it's going to continue to help Democrats when it comes to the midterms, and hopefully when it comes to the election in 2028. Or impeach Donald Trump and then allow JD Vance to come in and be the more reasonable version of Donald Trump and then run against JD Vance as the fucking incumbent in 2028? Fucking bullshit, dude. Hell no, that's not what I want to do. That's not, I don't know what the fuck you want Democrats to do now. You guys have been sitting around shitting on Democrats for years, and so now Democrats don't have a majority in the House or the Senate. There is a large sentiment that Democrats are weak and that they're just as bad as Republicans. So this is what you get. This is what you get. There's nothing they can do. They can go and scream and yell in the House and the Senate all they want. They don't have a majority. They don't have enough people to do anything. It doesn't mean anything. It's a fucking waste of breath. Here's top comment. Fuck off. Don't ask Dems for anything. You aren't one of us, you fucking LARPer. Next Democrat. Us Democrats actually voted for Kamala because we knew her foreign policy would be better. But we know you can't say the same, Hassan.
Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing. 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris will be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen to them. Democrats, if...
Next comment. If both sides are the same, why aren't you asking one side to, or why are you asking one side to save you from the other? Next comment. Trump, I want to nuke Iran and kill them all. Hassan, why do the Dem liberals hate me when I told them I hate them first? Next comment.
Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing. 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake.
Next comment.
But they would do the exact same thing. Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing. 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone
who... Next comment.
You're just a fucking punch card. You go in and you fucking do your job and you survive somehow. You go through every single day somehow. I don't know how. If you're that fucking stupid. Yeah, fuck workers. Yeah, exactly. Those workers can suck my dick. I've never said that like all workers are incredible or they're all smart.
Next comment.
Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing.
Next comment. Y'all are worried about Hassan when the president literally said he's going to wipe a civilization off the planet. And I'm not a Hassan Glazer. Priorities, people. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. But I thought both sides were the same. Same video again.
100%.
Hassan Piker proving again he's not a Democrat ally. We and have the Trump isn't Hitler convo if you... Oh, we can have the Trump isn't Hitler convo if you want, though something tells me you just wanted to propagandize something and not speak truth. We are not dealing with anything like what happened in... Oh my goodness. You can tell by the fucking grammar that this is a MAGA person. Holy crap, that is painful. Your own words.
Thing. 1-to-1.
You equate Trump and Democrats every time Trump does something insane. No shit, the Dems shouldn't work with you. We are watching silence of Democrats. I will never vote for any presidential candidate who isn't silent today. Or sorry, who is silent today. We need contenders. Go out today and tell the American people, if I am elected, I will make everything to prosecute war crimes occurred during Trump administration. Person said, why did you delete this? Hannibal directive, urgent. Tasnim agency citing an Iranian military source, U.S. forces are bombing areas where their missing pilot may be located in the southwest of the country. So he posted, he thought that they were trying to kill their own fucking pilot. What the fuck is this? Somebody said, Rock, just to clarify, CCP has killed the most people, followed by Nazis, followed by Trump's MAGA. What the fuck? No, CCP primarily under Mao killed 40 to 80 million via famine. Purges in camps, Nazis under Hitler killed 17 to 20 million via Holocaust executions and war. Trump's MAGA is a U.S. political movement. In a democracy, no state mass killings, famines, or genocides on any scale. These aren't comparable categories. I literally have no fucking idea what this is about. This is insane. But anyways, this is... I guess they keep saying this because he tweeted out what Trump calling for a genocide and then saying Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler, but then immediately following it up with saying, you know, Democrats got something to say. And again, we said our shit. We said it when we voted.
Fucking science fiction in like a floating fucking pier that we brought in from like the ocean. If you were looking at this issue and going like, I know, but what I'm telling you is that voters are not being disaffected by the bad Democratic policy. The attachment to hating the Democrats as well as the Republicans over Israel-Palestine, that came from the far left. Absent the far left, the Democrats would have had, that would have been an energizing issue for our side, would have been to fight against that.
Because again,
like,
the far left,
as someone who like does not listen to the far left at all or take their talking points, like I was just watching how the Democrats operate. I was like, this is like unacceptable. I'm still going to vote for them, but like this is not enough. Like this is a very common sentiment.
What wasn't enough? What do you mean? What would
the fact that they weren't able to prevent Israel from doing the worst things they did?
What would
like
you
the
have
idea that like,
doing?
okay, I think they should have done more of an embargo. I think they should have leveraged more of our power over Israel. But like
prevent them from doing what?
Like starving like the Gaza, like trying to do this like ethnic cleansing of like, let's push all these people out. Like that's like kind of the policy that I think is unacceptable. And the fact that America doesn't use this leverage to the extent that which I think we could have. Like maybe there are geopolitical reasons why, but like I didn't get the far left talking point.
For Yoav Galan or whatever, when did he get kicked out? When was that starvation plan? Was that under Biden or was that under Trump?
I don't know.
I don't
well,
know
it's kind of important, right?
I do want to say that I do have to read super chats so I don't forget.
Sure. Okay. This was under Trump. Like the idea that Biden, you know, was weak on Israel. Like I feel like the only way
was Biden strong on Israel.
Yeah,
well, he didn't go into war with Iran like fucking Benjamin Netanyahu wanted.
True, correct. Yeah, that's one huge issue.
That's the whole point. The whole point is obviously I'm still going to be someone who says ultimately Kamala is better. This is why we have to vote for them. But I didn't get like the far left didn't tell me, hey, Joe Biden's doing a bad job right now. I looked at the fact that it's like, hey, they keep drawing red lines that Israel clearly is not like obeying.
What are the red lines? I don't understand what the red lines they drew were. One was
he literally said Rafah is a red line. As soon as they go into Rafah, that's when we're going to like stop sending them money, and then they didn't.
The red line was making sure that they evacuated Rafah. They took like a week off of combat.
Yeah, they were. Yes, they had. He said they had to wait to go into Rafah, and had those threats if they didn't wait. It wasn't you go in whatsoever ever, and we'll, you know, you'll have problems.
Operations to evacuate 1 million people to the north. That wasn't like you can never ever attack there. The fear was that if they went in when all the refugees were down there, which they were, that they would have killed fucking 100,000 people. Which is why they told them to stop and wait to have everybody evacuated, which eventually they did.
I'm sorry. So are we saying that Joe Biden was strong on Israel? He prevented them from doing the worst things they possibly could have, and like the only reason anyone thinks he wasn't good enough is because the far left told them that.
Yes, I think that if absent the far left, if you're a pro-Palestinian, that's great, but that's because you either don't know anything about the conflict or you have a maximalist position on it, which is not compatible with winning elections. So your voice is irrelevant anyway, right? That's the only. There's no reasonable person that looks between Kamala and Trump and is like, man, it's probably going to be about the same for both.
I agree.
Like that's just not possible.
Well, Hassan does, but yeah, unreasonable.
But I'm agreeing with that point.
Would you want the United States to go to war with Israel over this?
But wait. But what I'm saying is then that this shouldn't have been a mobilizing point against Democrats. It's like saying that
Why not?
healthcare should be a mobilizing point against Democrats because we're significantly better than the Republican Party on that point.
No, I know, but if you're seeing the Democrats not stopping a country that we're allies with from doing something abhorrent in a country, and you're saying this isn't good enough, you need to change this, and the far left is saying awful things like they're not going to be different than Trump, so don't worry about it, don't vote for either of these parties. But the liberal Democrats can look at this and say, hey, this isn't good. Like the far left is not the people that are driving the anti-Israel, anti-foreign policy sentiment against the Dems. That's the Dems and the way that they're handling it.
I feel on the exit polling for 2024, it was like 6% of people had this as their number one issue.
Talking
like
about
Israel
the voting.
No, but
we're in alignment on like 90% of this.
Yeah, but I'm saying that like if you look at the far left, this is their single unifying issue. This is what Crystal Ball wants to talk to Slotkin about. This is what Hassan, when Ro Khanna stupidly mentioned that Hassan went to the DNC. He went there to join the unaligned or uncommitted Palestinian people who were protesting there to protest against the DNC. Like, this is what he went to the DNC for. This was their singular mono issue. And even if it was your singular mono issue, like if healthcare was, that should encourage you to even harder to vote for the Dems. But it didn't for these people. It was what they used to divide people from Democratic voters.
Agreement about this part. I'm just saying that the idea that liberals or anyone else that's not listening to the far left on Israel-Palestine only think that this was bad or were disaffected by it is a ridiculous statement to say that like, oh, the left are the ones who primarily drove this and not, they're looking at the ultimate consequences of what is happening and the way that Joe Biden is incapable of stopping them. Now, don't be wrong. Maybe this is Green Lantern theory. Maybe he couldn't have done anything. And it doesn't matter whether or not that they would absolutely be better on it than Trump. But ultimately, looking at that and seeing all these people die and say, hey, why aren't we stopping this? That's the part that made people go, hey, I don't think the Democrats have a good policy on this.
The problem.
What policy did you want them to have?
I don't know how you solve Israel-Palestine. I think we should have used more of our leverage, but I don't know if that's going to have made it better.
The problem
but
is
whatever they
that
were doing, it sounded
the idea
too
that Biden wasn't doing enough was primarily driven by people in the far left who were trying to leverage things to the non-committal movement and all these things. That was the message that they were putting: is Biden isn't doing enough. Kamala won't do enough. Right? That was pushed by those people, and without that voice, I think that people would have been much more understanding of the limitations that.
Can I just ask,
people
what action would we like people on this stream to take? What action should we either do differently, or stop doing?
I want them to vote down the line blue.
No, not Hassan people. Us, streamers, content creators.
Get involved in neighborhood-based political organizing. You can only reach these people through their social groups. I'm going to keep saying it till I die.
Go to tomorrow. We're doing a stream for DGG Ground Game. It's basically an organization that is going to do a bunch of on-the-ground stuff. So that would be my thing.
I would say that like the goal, I think your question is like, what do we do in regards to like the far left people, is to understand that like these people are ideologically like they're enemies of the Democratic Party, and any kind of like association or engagement you have with them should just be treated as such. So like, it doesn't mean you have to never engage with them. I'm the guy who debates the fucking radicalists. Like, I think debating Fuentes or going on Joe Rogan, things are fine, but you have to understand that the type of engagement you should have with these people, because otherwise their goal is to just subvert the party. That's literally their goal. There's a stated goal. They just want to destroy the Democratic Party.
They're parasites.
I would say that what we as streamers or YouTubers or whatever can do is up to your imagination. I think that a lot of the shit that Hassan is going through right now, and a lot of the reason that he's neutered, and whenever someone appears with him, it's an immediate negative, and they have to start denouncing everything, and they don't have more influence than they do, is because I, as a streamer or as a YouTuber, have put effort into making sure that that type of stuff is easily accessible for the general public to understand what's going on. And a lot of people do this for people that they don't like. I mean, this has been done to Destiny, it's been done to Hassan, and it's to great effect. So if you're saying you can't have any influence besides hitting the pavement and doing, direct canvassing, that's not true. You can have a fantastic influence on changing policy and on what's being talked about, and even who wins elections and who doesn't win elections as a result of being strategic, working with the correct people, not working with the wrong people, saying the correct things and not saying the correct things. But this means that sometimes you have to sacrifice your pride. It means sometimes that, you might want to go and yap about something or give someone a really hard time, but instead, fuck it. This person, they're going to win and I want them to be successful, so I won't. You have to be 100 times more like Roger Stone or Stephen Miller and 1,000 times less like a soy cuck. How do we do it? So there needs to be a level of scheming, a level of getting shit done that you as a person embraces to have what you view as a more just political democratic system come into fruition.
I
And
think
that's
that for me, what I would like to see is that influencers, streamers, etc., speak more honestly about who Hassan is and what he is trying to do. Raise the alarm, sound the alarm, tell people in your
Okay. Let's see.
The New York Times reporting makes it very clear now that the people who have been alleging that Benjamin Netanyahu talked Donald Trump into this war now have tremendous support for that position, according to sources within the Trump government and possibly the Israeli government. The Times does not reveal the sources, but does include details in the Situation Room that can only be described by Trump people who were actually in that room and then secretly revealed it to the New York Times. Vice President J.D. Vance emerges from the reporting as the only clear opponent of Donald Trump's war in meetings with Donald Trump. The rest of Donald Trump's advisors and cabinet were clearly afraid to take a position that Donald Trump might not like. And so Marco Rubio, who was in the room as both Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, has proved himself by this reporting to be the worst National Security Advisor in history, who gave the president no advice about what to do, no advice about whether he should go to war or not go to war. Right-wing provocateur and Trump voter Tucker Carlson is quoted in the reporting in a telephone conversation with Donald Trump, which is an indication that Tucker Carlson may well be one of the sources for this reporting. It was just a discussion between those two people, so the version of that discussion would have to come from one of them. In a discussion about going to war in Iran, the Times reports, a couple of weeks before the war began, Mr. Trump, who had known Mr. Carlson for years, tried to reassure him over the phone. "I know you're worried about it, but it's going to be okay," the president said. Mr. Carlson asked how he knew. "Because it always is," Mr. Trump replied. The rank stupidity of Donald Trump, as it appears in that passage, is in every paragraph of the Times report.
I think Tucker Carlson might also be the source for this, and obviously, like as he said, one of the two would have had to have said something unless somebody was sitting there listening in on the conversation, which is also possible. It's pretty common within the White House that you have like other people and advisors sitting around with somebody on speakerphone. But on top of that, right after this article came out, Tucker Carlson has been very fence-sitty about blaming Trump for the war the entire time, and has instead just been saying, "I don't like the war. I wish we were at war. Why? How is Iran our enemy? How is this America first?" Like, but he's never saying Donald Trump is wrong for this. Donald Trump should not be doing this. He always tries avoiding blaming Trump for anything. That's not the case today. It's very different now.
On Inauguration Day, the president did not take his oath of office with his hand on the Bible. His wife stood next to him holding it. I was about 15 feet away and saw it, but he did not put his hand on the Bible. And that should have been maybe a clue that we need to pause and think about, what is this? Why wouldn't you put your hand on the Bible? If you don't believe in the Bible, there's no cost to you to putting your hand on it, just kind of following the protocol, going along with the tradition. All presidents do it. Why aren't you doing it? And you're not doing it intentionally. You're choosing not to put your hand on the Bible when you take that oath. That suggests not that you don't believe it's real, because if you didn't believe it was real, why would you care? That suggests you know it is real and you're rejecting it. You know what you're doing and you're doing it anyway. But nobody asked questions about that either. It seemed kind of inappropriate, given the celebration then in progress, to ask, why wouldn't you put your hand on the Bible when you take the oath of office to lead our nation? But pretty much nobody did. I didn't. I'll admit that. I saw it and didn't say one word. Bothered me ever since.
That wasn't what I was looking for. Crap. I fucking hate Discord so much. It seems as though the link did not go through again. All right, let's see if we can find this.
Who do you think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning? You'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah.
Oh, that's right. Okay, we went over this the other day. That's right.
So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran. Okay. If you seek a religious war, that's a good idea. But by the way, no decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology. Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself. And we should never mock that, because at its core is the acknowledgement that we are not in charge of the universe. We did not build it. We won't be here at the end of it. We can destroy life. We cannot create it because we are not God. The message of all faith at the biggest picture level is the message in our Bible, which is you are not God. And only if you think you are do you talk this way. But it's not just mockery of Islam. And no president should mock Islam. That's not your job. This is not a theocracy. We don't go to war with other theocracies to find out which theocracy is more effective. We are not a theocracy. And God willing, we never will be, because theocracies corrupt the religion. No, this is a mockery not just of Islam, it's a mockery of Christianity. To send out a tweet with the F word on Easter morning promising the murder of civilians and then saying praise be to Allah without explaining any of it, you are mocking me and every other Christian because we're Christians. We can't support that. That is evil. That is an intentional desecration of beauty and truth, which is the definition of evil.
These are the top podcasts for 2026 so far. Top right-wing podcasts: Ben Shapiro, The Dan Bongino Show, Tucker Carlson, Matt Walsh, Megyn Kelly, The Verdict with Ted Cruz, The Charlie Kirk Show, The Michael Knowles Show. I think Candace Owens would... I don't know why Candace Owens isn't on this list. There she is, right below Megyn Kelly. Okay. Yeah, so it's Ben Shapiro, Dan Bongino, Tucker Carlson in third, Verdict with Ted Cruz, Matt Walsh, then Megyn Kelly, who has obviously jumped off the Trump train, then Candace Owens, obviously off the Trump train. So you got, out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 of the top 6 podcasts, maybe it's 7. But yeah, 3 of the top 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 of the top 7 podcasts on the right are anti-Trump now and have jumped off the Trump train. So this split that we've been talking about since, midway through 2025 has made a huge. This is going to make a huge difference in the coalition on the right moving forward. This is going to be a huge shift for them. I am a bit surprised that Ben Shapiro is still up there. Everybody on the right always talks about Ben Shapiro as though he's fallen off, as though he doesn't have a popular podcast anymore, as though they're all getting way more views than him. I've literally heard numerous people say that Ben Shapiro is mad because Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Megyn Kelly are all more popular than him now. I've heard Megyn Kelly say that Ben's mad that she's more popular than him now. I wonder what they're using for this list. Oh, okay, let's see. Yeah, still the same. Okay, so yeah, so it actually is the Apple Podcasts, Edison Research. Okay. All right. Yeah, fair enough. Damn. This top tier consistently includes Ben Shapiro, Dan Bongino, and the Tucker Carlson Show.
When Donald Trump went around the room to get everyone's opinion before finally announcing his decision, he got absurd responses from everyone there except Vice President Vance. His CIA director, according to the New York Times, offered no opinion on whether to proceed. His always incompetent White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, according to the New York Times, quote, told Mr. Trump that if he felt he needed to proceed for America's national security, then he should go ahead. It is exactly.
Actually, now that I think about it, some of this had to come from Susie Wiles as well. Like, I remember a while ago, we listened to an article that went and interviewed Susie Wiles, and she was so over the top with a lot of the stuff that she said that she should not have said, a lot of the criticisms of Trump that she probably should not have aired that publicly. And in that article, I forgot about the fact that they literally talked about Susie Wiles' like thought processes, that like she wouldn't, you know, say her opinion in front of everybody else. It's not her place. So she's going to have the conversation with him in private instead. So, okay, so now she's having the conversation with him in private. So again, only one of the two could be like this. I forgot it. So Susie Wiles had to be one of the people who came out and talked about this too.
Exactly the kind of spineless, mindless counsel you imagine the most ignorant president in history, who has chosen his cabinet and his advisors for their weakness and for their blind and stupid loyalty, would get. When it was J.D. Vance's turn, the Times reports, Mr. Vance, whose disagreement with the whole premise was well established, addressed the president. You know, I think this is a bad idea, but if you want to do it, I'll support you. There will be more reporting like that for years and years to come. And most of the people in those meetings, in those rooms, will be lying for years to come to try to extricate themselves from Donald Trump's decision to start a war for no reason, to achieve nothing in that war, and to then issue the threat, a whole civilization will die tonight.
Ryan and his colleagues over at Dropsite News have found themselves in the cross.
Oh my goodness, I've been wondering who the hell this chick is. we've pulled up a couple of her videos where she says some of the dumbest fucking shit. She's blatantly a right-wing populist and is just a conspiracy theorist as well. And I keep getting her videos in my feed, and I've asked a bunch of times, who the hell is this chick? And nobody ever knows who she is. She's apparently from Breaking Points. She's one of their right-wing, versions where they always get the most populist people, to where the left and the right are all so populist that they end up agreeing with each other on 90% of the stuff that they talk about. But this is interesting. I didn't know who she was.
Crosshairs of people who are in support of, or were in support of, the Iran war, including Ben Shapiro, who, I think, Ryan, I'm catching a stray in this clip as well, because he talks about how you're part of the horseshoe, which would involve your right-wing allies.
There you go. Are you the woke right?
Oh, let's not open up that can of worms. Let's just roll the clip. People can make up their own minds.
Ryan Grimm, who's become a favorite on the horseshoe right and the grievance party right, suddenly quoted by all of these people who have decided that isolationism is the way. He put out an actual tweet saying this. So Sean McGuire, who's an investor, put out a tweet saying, how did we get to the point where so many Americans are rooting against America? And Ryan Grimm, over at Drop Site News, which is a left-wing misinformation propaganda site, put out the statement, quote, if this is an honest question, I'd say Americans are rooting against America because we facilitated a genocide. Presumably this would be Israel's action against Hamas, which was not, in fact, even remotely close to a genocide, and followed it with a surprise attack on a girls' elementary school, followed by attacks on universities, medical centers, more schools, a world-famous pharmaceutical research center, a volleyball team, an unfinished bridge we claimed was transporting weapons, and then a nuclear power plant. We are now promising endless attacks on civilian infrastructure. Okay, so again, every single thing he is saying there is a lie. And the reason I say it's a lie is because we have hit those sites because they are dual-use sites, except for the ones that we hit by accident.
So I just realized Ryan Grimm, I just went and looked it up just to make sure, but because I didn't know who Ryan Grimm was. But apparently Ryan Grimm is the guy who's sitting next to her at the table. That's him as the other guy on Breaking Point. So that's who he's criticizing here.
If you truly believe that the American military is so evil that we target girls' schools for the fun of it, that there's no military usefulness, no mistakes made, that we just decided to get up one morning and murder a bunch of schoolgirls, get the hell out of the country. Seriously, you hate the country and you hate the military. There's no other way to explain what you are saying. There's no other way to explain it. You think Pete Hegseth and President Trump are sitting around drawing up a target list and they say, you know what, just for good measure, let's kill a bunch of Iranian schoolgirls. Is that what you think? If you think that, you despise America. Again, you can oppose.
I'm sorry, but the problem is that if the United States, meaning Donald Trump, okay, the Pentagon has admitted that we were the ones who bombed the school. Donald Trump, from last I checked, still refuses to admit that that's the case. And last I heard him say anything about this, Donald Trump was saying that it was Iran who bombed the school and that they probably had a tomahawk of their own. Everybody has tomahawks, is what he said, which is totally untrue. Iran doesn't have tomahawks. Not everybody has tomahawks. And he is, as far as I know, still holding the position that it was probably Iran who bombed the school. So that is part of this big problem here, is that if Donald Trump instead came out and said, hey, this is a horrible tragedy, we really fucked up here, we're going to find out what happened and we're going to do an investigation, we're going to make sure that there's some accountability, like, you know, we're going to fix whatever process, whatever part of the process is broken. Like, if that was the case, that would be one thing. But if instead they do something this fucked up and then seem to have no regrets about it, I'm sorry, but you don't get to sit there and be like, oh, you think United States is the bad guy? Wow, how could you possibly think United States is the bad guy? Because we have a president who is literally threatening genocide right now. I don't think the guy who is threatening to wipe out an entire civilization cares that he happened to just wipe out one school, when he's now threatening to wipe out all of the schools. Fucking stupid. Yo, IDF kills children. Thank you for the gifted membership. Let's go. IDF kills children is my favorite. I love that. Gifted sub. I love that. IDF kills children. Thank you very much.
Oppose the war. You can oppose the way that the war is being fought. You can have problems with the general overall strategy. You can have honest questions about the war. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about people openly hoping that America loses because they do not like America, because they think a more powerful America in the world is a bad thing. And Iran is counting on these people to undermine support. Again, this is nothing new. This happened throughout American history. If you go back to the Vietnam War, the Viet Cong were counting on moron university students to claim that the real bad guys versus, the communists who were murdering hundreds of thousands of people, that the real bad guys were actually the United States. And that's why you had them literally chanting in solidarity with Ho Chi Minh. Same sorts of people now, and they span a large swath of the left and a large part of the right now, or at least a significant part of the online right. I shouldn't say a large part of the right because, again, it's not true. But Ryan Grimm and Tucker Carlson are holding hands, walking off into their common isolationist, anti-American future together.
That's sweet.
It's very sweet, isn't it?
It does often occur to me that one of the biggest problems I have with you is you're not sufficiently supportive of the Vietnam War.
Well, I mean...
You cocked on Vietnam.
You know what's funny is that just yesterday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio posted a tweet that was laudatory of the Vietnamese Communist government.
Mm.
So, hey, if Rubio can recognize that.
I mean, that really is like the point that he's pushing here is that in order for you to be pro-America, you had to have been pro the Iraq War, and you should probably still be pro the Iraq War here today. That if you think that George Bush and his administration was wrong in the way that they went into Iraq, well, then you're anti-America. You have to support everything that America does, even when they bomb a girls' school. It doesn't matter if it's an accident. Again, like the accident part, I will grant you that they probably didn't do it on purpose, but it doesn't seem as though they care. That's the bigger problem here. It doesn't seem as though the Trump administration cares that they bombed a girls' school. It doesn't seem as though Donald Trump cares. And why would he? Why would he care when he's willing to threaten to kill the entire civilization?
The virtues of Ho Chi Minh. Why can't university students in the 60s, 70s? Also, the Vietnamese were fighting off an occupying power.
If it was an accident, that's even more concerning to me. I mean, the intent there would be like, what is the concern is what matters there. Like, if they are intentionally killing a whole school of girls, like that would be fucking insane. And there's, people who come in the chat on almost a daily basis will have some nutcase come into the chat being like, oh, why aren't you mad at Iran for putting a girls' school next to a military base? That's a war crime. First off, that's not a war crime. That's absolutely insane. Second off, the United States has tons of elementary schools that are close. The United States has tons of grade schools that are close to military bases in the same fashion. But thirdly, there are no international laws about this, either war crime or not. There are no international laws making something like that a crime. It's just not a thing. But the intent would matter a lot. If they were doing it intentionally, they just wanted to kill a bunch of little high school girls or elementary school girls for no reason, that would probably be worse. That would probably be worse in terms of how evil they are. Whereas if instead they do it on accident, okay, that's still bad, but it's worse for the type of systems that we have that are fucking up here apparently. And from the information that we have, it seems as though there was a period where that girls' school was listed as part of the military base, and it wasn't a girls' school. It was just a part of the military base. And so the United States, supposedly from the theory, is that they went off of old, outdated information where it was still listed as a part of the military base, and so that's what they bombed. Tom, why is Ben supporting the Vietnam War? It was not like U.S. was in imminent danger. It was a Cold War strategy to fight global communism. I didn't hear anything about the Vietnam War. I might have been reading something while he made that statement. I heard them say that, but I thought that they were making an analogy. Did he actually say that you have to have supported the United States in the Vietnam War?
are in their own country.
Well, this
they liberated their country from the two occupying powers, French and the United States. Obviously, like, on what planet is that appropriate for us to even be in there? There was, yeah. Anyway,
we need not.
We don't need to get into Uncle Ho.
When
Also, yeah.
I was gonna say, when I saw this clip, I flashed back to this discussion that we had right before Christmas where we interviewed each other. One of the questions I asked you, I was like, Grant, you love the 4th of July. Do you love America? And you responded, I can't imagine loving a country.
That's right. Yeah. How do you love a country?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ben
Weird.
should go watch that clip if he wants the full download on Grim.
I mean, really, we shouldn't even be talking about the Iraq war right now, or the Iran war right now. We should be talking about the Dow. The Dow right now. That's what we should be talking. I don't know why you're laughing. That is what we should be talking
I'm ready
about.
to go to Iraq, and I flew to Iraq. I was extremely brave. In fact, so brave I wanted to give myself the Congressional Medal of Honor. I said to my people, am I allowed to give myself the Congressional Medal of Honor? And, you know, I've given out so many to guys that are seriously brave. I mean, they come in with the arms are missing, the legs are missing. The stories are so unbelievable. And I said, no, it's a little stretch if I gave myself one of them. But it's one of those things. Someday I'm going to try. I'm going to test the law. Brandon, I'm going to say, let's give it a shot. Maybe I'll win in court after everyone sues me. If the radical left lunatics sue me. Now watch. The fake news, you know I'm having fun.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure he says at the end of this that the fake news is going to report this as though he really thinks he should get the Medal of Honor.
Donald Trump wants to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor. But he was rebuffed by the audience, who stood up and booed the hell out of him. No,
There was no audience. There was only 5 people there.
they say that kind of stuff.
There was no audience. Nobody showed up.
Hey, what was that messed up thing you were telling me about Mark Rubio? Oh, you mean how he's banned from entering China since 2020? No, the other thing. You mean how the parents of both he and his wife are immigrants? No, the other thing. You mean how Marco and both his siblings were actually born before his parents were naturalized in 1975? Interesting, but no. You mean in January of 2005 when he was caught making personal purchases on his party AMX card? No, not that thing. Oh, you mean in October of 2006 when he was making personal charges on the party's AMX card? Totaling over $7,000? No, the other thing? You mean in February of 2016 where he said that Donald Trump was a con artist and unfit to be president? Oh boy. You mean in June of 2016 when he said that nuclear codes must not be in the hands of someone so erratic? Wow, really? No, but really? You mean in 2016 when he said that Donald Trump was vulgar, egregious, and that no one should ever speak about women that way, even in private? Really? You mean in 2017 when he defended Trump's removal of DACA and said that it was unconstitutional? No. You mean in March 2025 where he bypassed Congress to send Israel $4 billion in guns? No, the other thing. You mean in January of 2026 where he was described as the driving force behind the plan to kidnap Maduro? Oh, do you mean when he said he owed over $100,000 in student loans when he was elected into Senate and he got out of it by using $20,000 of PAC money to hire a ghostwriter to write a memoir with which he then used the profits to get himself out of debt? How many weird things has Marco Rubio done? You're gonna have to be a lot more specific because he's done a lot of really messed up things. And this is the same guy who wants to be president someday? You mean in February of 2016 when he said that Trump was unprepared to be president? You mean in February of 2006? You mean in February of 2016 where he said that... Do you mean in February of 2016 where he said that Donald...
Trying to record a fucking video with a script is hell. It really is hell. This is why most of the time I don't even try scripting my shit, is because I hate doing that exactly. The majority of my videos are me just hitting record and just talking to the camera. and then just editing out all anytime I'm like gonna say or like I gotta think for a second, I just stop. Because if we, and I just like go right back into it, just edit out all of the pauses and leave it at that. The Candace Owens video is one that I did heavily script. That is one fully scripted video essay that I did, whereas Bear versus Man, not scripted. The Balenciaga video, not scripted. I think literally every other video essay that I've ever done, I think none of them are scripted. Just the Candace Owens video. That's the only one.
All right, I'm not sure why we're all still having trouble with this. Let's try it again from the top. This is a victory for the U.S. because our goal from day one was for Iran to open the strait that didn't close till after we attacked.
It's a victory for us because we're back at the position that we were in before we attacked, except now Iran is charging people to go through the strait. And they were not doing that before. So technically we're behind where we were before we went and started bombing Iran. So we won. We win.
Which was completely controlled by their military we had total dominance over. And it was a waterway that we could have taken over, but instead asked for help that we didn't need, but we'll remember that our allies did not give us. All because of the negotiating power of a FIFA Peace Prize recipient's threat to annihilate a civilization in order to liberate them from a regime that changed.
A FIFA Peace Prize winning candidate. This is the guy. Don't forget, okay? This is the guy who won the FIFA Peace Prize, guys, okay? Let's not forget. There's no way you think the guy could bomb a girls' school when he won the FIFA Peace Prize. Okay? We got to get that straight.
Which was not our goal, but we will take credit for, from an old man who hates us to his younger son who hates us for those reasons and that we killed his father. And while it is not clear the status of Iran's nuclear capabilities that we obliterated last year, but were going to be a problem in 2 weeks, one thing is for sure. They now have more money and control of the strait than they had when they made the old deal that we ended because it was terrible. Now, I think that is enough about authoritarian propagandistic regimes. Does anybody have any questions about the Trump Library golden statue?
True. True. It's a total W.
I'm puzzled here, Kate. I don't understand what it is that Zoe wishes would happen. Does she want...
Is this Hitchens again? Why the fuck am I getting a bunch of Hitchens stuff today?
I think it's crazy that the Strait of Hormuz is being held hostage by these people.
Well, that's just stuff, isn't it? I want to know what you think the United States and Israel should be doing that they're not doing.
I think it's almost we dare not speak its name, but I don't see how this can be won from the air. I think there has to be,
so you want...
Bro, Hitchens died a long time ago? Wait, that's what I said earlier. And they said, no, that was the main Hitchens guy, Christopher Hitchens, who died. This is Peter Hitchens, who didn't die. I thought the brother died. But apparently, no, the brother's alive. Christopher Hitchens died. He doesn't even look like him? Wait, that is him. What do you mean it doesn't look like him? That is him. That's him.
Do a war, I suppose.
You
because
want
otherwise
troops. You want Israeli
I
and
think
American
it's
troops.
not that I want troops, Peter.
Well,
It's not like
hang on.
I
This
sit
is.
there
I'm
and
just trying to
thinking,
get some
I
idea of what
love,
it is.
yeah,
Hang on.
it's not like
You had a
I love-
long go. I'm trying to ask you a question,
Yeah.
and you talk over
I'm
me
trying-
while I'm asking you the question. Can I please ask you the question? Is it the case then that what you want to see is the Israeli army and the United States army to actually invade Iran? Is that your proposal for
Peter,
bringing peace to the Middle East?
Well, can I send it back to you and ask? Do you think negotiations, quote unquote, with a regime as genocidal and sadistic as the Iranians, who have such clear intent?
Barely, though. Wait, what do you mean barely? That's him. No? Clark Micah? Peter Hitchens. That's him. See, I told you, that's fucking him. I'm not fucking crazy. Are you treating me like I'm crazy? That's him. Why is his at Clark Micah? I know he is Peter. I thought you meant Christopher. You didn't know he was Peter, because when I said he was Hitchens, you probably would have thought, oh, he's talking about the brother, because I know he's Peter Hitchens. I know that that's who he's talking about. Because in the possibility of him talking about Christopher Hitchens or Peter Hitchens, probably makes sense. If I know this is Peter Hitchens, that he's probably talking about
Me while I'm asking you the question. Can I please ask you the question? Is it the case then that what you want to see is the Israeli army and the United States army to actually invade Iran? Is that your proposal for
Peter,
bringing peace to the Middle East?
Well, can I send it back to you and ask? Do you think negotiations, quote unquote, with a regime as genocidal and sadistic as the Iranians, who have such clear intent, do you think that's going to be effective?
Well, good heavens!
You're a clever man, Peter. You can infer from that. It's not what I mean.
Can I answer it? I think the negotiations have been very effective with Iran. I think that 2015 JCPOA was an extremely effective agreement, which placed huge restrictions on Iran's ability to make nuclear weapons, and also removed sanctions and gave a chance for Iranian civil society to recover. If you want the mullahs in Iran to be removed from power, then what you really want to see is, as I've many times said, is a recovery of the Iranian.
Damn. So this is the first time I think I've ever heard Peter Hitchens talk, and he's actually the reasonable person in the conversation. Holy shit. I think this is the first time I've ever heard him in a debate or in a conversation or heard him say anything ever where he was the reasonable person in the conversation. This is the first time ever.
Iranian middle class, which can only happen if these sanctions come to an end, which reduce everybody to the most total misery, which you yourself, if you were subjected to, would find completely intolerable. The way in which Western countries impose sanctions on countries such as Iran, lightheartedly as if it was nothing. We did it to Iraq as well. The destructive misery which this measure imposes on wholly innocent people is disastrous. It's no good name calling. This current war is one which was started in an act taking place during negotiations by the United States and Israel. And they actually started a war while Iran was negotiating. All accounts that we have are that those negotiations were making progress when Iran and Israel decided to launch their attack, when Israel and the United States started to launch their attack on Iran. All the information is that you really must
sorry, guys.
stop name calling.
Okay.
Judge people by their actions.
Peter, Zoe.
I don't understand how Peter exactly thinks that a middle class in Iran is going to overthrow hundreds and thousands, this army who have all the weaponry. I mean, how's that going to work?
No, you don't understand it, Zoe. That's exactly your problem. You do not, Zoe, understand anything about Iran. I doubt you've ever been there or know anything much about it or its history. You don't understand what a far more complicated society it is than you believe it to be.
Well, I don't
That's
think you
your
know what
problem.
I do and do
regret
not
it, but it is the
understand
case.
about it.
Help us out then, Peter.
You have to understand.
Help us out. Help us out by and Zoe, Peter, Zoe.
I don't think I need
hang
to
on,
be
both of you,
insulted because I have a different view on this.
Peter, Zoe. It makes for a really difficult listen if we're all talking over each other. So rather than jump on and accuse, Peter, please do tell us. You have experience that we may not have, and it's important to hear it. How could the dropping of sanctions and the mobilizing of Iranians help to overthrow the regime? How does that mechanism work?
The regime.
So he's taking like the super far left position where he's saying that getting rid of sanctions makes it to where they're able to grow the economy, and if the economy grows, then the people there will flourish and have more money and have more capability, and if those people have more capability and more power, then they're going to be more capable of overthrowing their own government. That's what he's saying, but from my understanding, there is like I think they have a similar to what people would consider to be communist, but I believe they have like a state-run economy to where like they pretty much decide what money everybody gets and who gets what, and that it's all just kind of pre-run in a way.
Loves the hatred and the hostility of the West. It thrives on it. It's what keeps it largely in power. Iran is very close to being a civil society. It has the makings of, as I say, of a strong independent middle class. If you really seriously want to bring to an end the dismal regime of the Ayatollahs, it seems to me that is what you should encourage. I do not think that armed violence and the frankly crazy idea of sending troops, Israeli or American troops, into Iran has the slightest hope of producing anything other than more blood, more rubble, and more war. And if people really seriously want to think about this, they should think about it. We had an agreement in 2015. It took an awful lot of effort to make. A lot of Iranians, particularly the hardline Iranians, greatly disliked the JCPOA, the agreement, and wanted to end it and were furious about it existing. The people who destroyed it were the Israeli government and Donald Trump. And since then, the world has been on the path to war, which was consummated by Mr. Trump's.
Okay, never mind. Okay, yeah, he's still spot on. Like, yes, again, like it is true that yes, you want to kind of use soft power in a way to mold Iran and push them in certain directions, and that they seem to be amenable. They seem to be moldable. They seem to be willing to bend. And that if there is, that they seem to care more about like money and, those sorts of, they seem to care more about soft power than anything else. That you can kill them, they don't give a fuck. But if you start to hurt their pockets and hurt money and things like that, that's what really matters. Just as when it comes time for war, they're like, okay, we'll just start cutting off the fucking oil supply and start filling our own pockets here. But in the meantime, they're all probably looking around thinking they're about to get bombed at any point and die. That I think that he's completely correct here, that the better position to have is to do things like what Obama was doing.
Attack in concert with the Israelis on Iran a month ago. How much use has this been? Can somebody tell me if what you want to see is a free and civilized Iran living in comity with its neighbors in the Middle East? Do you really think that these actions have made that more likely or less likely?
Damn.
Breaking news coming out of Qatar. Qatar becomes the first Gulf nation to decide on withdrawal of U.S. troops. Who could have told y'all this was gonna happen? Who could have told y'all that Qatar was gonna be next after Oman? Which handsome, beautiful, sexy, intelligent, confident, smart guy that's always everywhere could have told y'all this? Let me see if y'all can put a picture of him in the comments.
Wait, did he just say what I think he just said?
After Oman.
Qatar becomes first Gulf nation to decide on withdrawal of U.S. troops. Did Oman withdraw U.S. troops? They're a fucking Gulf nation. Right? Am I crazy? Oman's a Gulf nation. How can you say Qatar is the first Gulf nation? They're following suit right after Oman. That would make them the second Gulf nation, not the first. How the fuck is... Based on reports early 2026, Oman has not officially ordered the total withdrawal of U.S. troops from its territory, but it's experiencing a significant reduction in U.S. personnel due to safety concerns. Okay. So yeah, so that did not happen. Okay. I was gonna say, this guy just doesn't know that fucking Oman is a Gulf nation, apparently. As of early April 2026, reports indicated Qatar has taken steps to reduce or withdraw U.S. troops from Al Udeid Air Base, making it the first Gulf nation to do so amid surging regional tensions. While not a complete instant removal of all forces, this precautionary move follows warnings that U.S. bases in the region could be targets. Okay, Google. Is Oman a Gulf nation?
On the website globaledge.msu.edu, they say, Oman is a country in Southwest Asia on the coast of the Arabian Sea, Gulf of Oman, and the Persian Gulf.
Yes.
Neighboring countries include Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen.
So yeah, this guy just doesn't know where the fuck Oman is.
Rich, handsome, beautiful, sexy, intelligent, confident, smart guy that's always everywhere could have told y'all this. Let me see if y'all can put a picture of him in the comments. Which guy told y'all this was gonna happen? All right? Which guy told y'all? I just want to know personally for my own research purposes, right? But anyway, Qatar becomes the first Gulf nation to decide on withdrawal of U.S. troops. And I know what y'all are gonna say. Fake news. You sell fake news. You're always making up stories about the Gulf. You hating on the Gulf. You don't like the Gulf. I know that, y'all. I know that. This is what y'all are gonna say. I know. Now, before we get into the specifics of this post, in an unprecedented move in escalating tensions in Persian Gulf, Qatar has announced the start of U.S. troop withdrawal from its territory, making Doha the first Gulf state to formally take such a step. I love when I'm right, y'all. This development comes as the U.S. bases in the region have faced repeated attacks in recent months, prompting Washington to relocate part of its forces from Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar as a precaution. Qatar's foreign minister, in remarks on Wednesday evening, stated Qatar has paid a heavy price for hosting foreign bases. Our relationship with Iran is fraternal, and we will not allow harm to come through Qatari soil again. I wish Kuwait could learn from Qatar. All right? I wish Kuwait could learn from Qatar, because Kuwait, y'all thought y'all were sneaky, but y'all didn't know I got the facts, all right? But anyway, let's go to the specifics. But y'all know me, 99% of the time I'm coming with receipts, all right? But before we get into this, before we talk about the receipts, y'all know I like Qatar, right? I've always expressed to y'all that I like the government of Qatar. I like the government of Qatar because they prioritize their people, unlike the UAE, but don't tell UAE I said that, all right? I like Qatar because they always put themselves in strategic positions, whether it's with good intentions or bad intentions. This is what I like. Y'all know I was defending Qatar for years, all right? And even though some of y'all were mad at me for defending Qatar, especially, you know, during what happened in recent years, but y'all know I tried my best to stand by Qatar's side. And this is just proven that I was right about them, right? Even though, by the way, Sheikh Tamim, if you see this, it took you long enough. It took you long enough to reach this conclusion, all right? But still, I rock with you, Qatar. I'm with you, all right? But it took you too long, to be honest, right? But anyway, let's get into this. Context. Reports indicate Qatar is unhappy with the cost of hosting foreign bases and seeks to prioritize its relationship with Iran, preventing its soil from being used in regional conflicts. preventing its soil from being used in regional conflicts. Kuwait, are you listening? That's a story for another date. Kuwait got a lot of explaining to do. The action, while described by some sources as a demand for full withdrawal, other reports suggest it is a precautionary relocation of personnel or a reduction in footprint due to escalating regional volatility. Significance: if confirmed as a full expulsion, Qatar would be the first Gulf state to formally make this decision against the U.S. presence, which houses approximately 10,000 troops at El Udeid base. The current status: the situation remains dynamic, with reports of hundreds of staff leaving during heightened regional tensions. Now, this would not only be good for Qatar and Iran, this would also be good for the United States, because we don't need any more soldiers in the Middle East risking their lives for a third world nation that keeps dragging us into their problems, right? Send all 10,000 of them home. Bring them back to the USA. Let them enjoy their lives with their family, all right? They don't need to be in the Middle East, meddling in the affairs of the Middle East, meddling with the peace and harmony that Qatar has created for its own citizens, meddling with the sovereignty of Iran. Our soldiers need to be at home, enjoying their lives, raising their children, enjoying time with their friends. Like, this is good all across the board. All right, but let's continue. Based on April 2026 reports, Qatar is in the process of reviewing the presence of U.S. forces at El Udeid Air Base, with some reports labeling it as a formal move to withdraw troops. This follows regional tensions and safety concerns regarding the potential use of the base for operations involving Iran. So, yeah, y'all. Did y'all put that guy's picture? The guy that told y'all that Qatar was gonna be next after Oman. Did y'all put his picture in the comment section? Because I want to see what he looks like. I heard he's handsome or whatever. I heard he's like very intelligent, like, you know, kind of like a genius.
He said it again after Oman, bro. The Sultan of Oman stopped hosting permanent foreign military bases in March 1977. Expulsion, not withdrawal, there is a difference. Trump promised to bring all troops home, and this is the beginning. Unfortunately, the United States won't pull out of any country they are stationed in because it was always the idea. So the first comment saying expulsion, not withdrawal, there is a difference. They're not. It's not an expulsion. They are asking them to leave during the conflict because of the danger. They're not kicking them out. What the fuck? What the fuck? Every time I think the popularity of the entire murder mystery genre, it falls apart as pure fantasy when 300 unidentified people are piles of dust no one gives a shit about. I think they are illegals that have disappeared personally. Amy Pike, what the fuck are you talking about? What 300 people? How can 300 people be missing if they're also unidentified? How do you know that they're missing if you don't know who they are? How does any of that make sense? Somebody only goes missing if you know who they are, they're supposed to be in a place, and then they're no longer there. They were found in the desert in BLM land in August of 2025. 300 piles of remains. Oh, I remember this. Over 300 piles of cremated human remains were discovered in July 2025 on the Bureau of Land Management, land near Searchlight, Nevada, south of Las Vegas. Officials recovered 315 piles with investigations suggesting they were likely dumped by a recently closed commercial funeral home. A federal investigation is ongoing, though some remains were identified. All While scattering ashes on public land is generally allowed, improper dumping of commercial remains violates both BLM policy and Nevada law, prompting a large-scale investigation. The BLM confirmed in early 2026 that the case is still open, but they have declined to provide specific details to protect the integrity of the investigation. Investigators successfully identified 3 individuals using physical tags that survived the cremation process. However, experts from the Nevada Funeral and Cemetery Services Board have stated it's highly unlikely any further identification will be made because DNA cannot be extracted from pulverized remains. So I don't understand how the fuck did they find out that it was 315 people? How the fuck does that make sense? What integrity? Well, it's like if they say like, hey, we're investigating this big company for doing this, but the company doesn't know they're being investigated, they can't come out and tell you that they're investigating that company. And especially if that company did it, even if they don't say the name of the company that they're investigating, let's say they just say, we're investigating a company that we believe was behind this. Well, the company that was behind it now thinks, oh, okay, they're probably investigating us now. We have to be a lot more careful with what we say on telephone lines and, you know, how we do things moving forward. So yeah, that's about the integrity of the investigation. But yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. How the fuck do you know that it was 315 people if you can't get DNA samples from it? Like, how the fuck could you possibly know that it's that many people when a large portion of it could literally be just like boxes and clothes and shit like that? Sources close to the investigation suggest the remains likely came from recently closed funeral home. A representative from the out-of-state business linked to this theory has denied any involvement. Officials have explicitly stated the remains are not connected to McDermott's funeral home, which was shuttered by state regulators in August of 2025. All recovered remains are now interred in a crypt provided by Palm Mortuaries and Cemeteries in Las Vegas. This was done to ensure they are treated with dignity while the legal investigation into the commercial dumping continues. The BLM continues to seek information. Tips can be submitted via email, BLM law enforcement. Investigators rely on physical evidence and specialized forensic analysis to determine the origin and number of cremated remains, even when DNA is absent. While ashes look uniform, to the naked eye. They are actually pulverized bone fragments, calcium phosphate, that retain identifying characteristics. Forensic anthropologists can use microscopy to examine osteons, microscopic bone structures. Human osteons have distinct patterns and size compared to those of mammals or animals. Bone has a specific ratio of calcium and phosphorus. Scientists also look for trace elements or chemical signatures consistent with a human diet or environment. Large metal items like hip replacements, screws, or pacemakers are often found. These typically have serial numbers that can be traced directly to a specific patient. The remains were not scattered. Okay, so so it says that they identified some of the people. If they identified some of the people, it feels like at that point, I think they said they identified 3 individuals. At that point, there has to be some sort of common link between the 3 people for you to know who was responsible in some way, shape, or form. You have to have, like, there's, how the fuck? So yeah, people didn't go missing, just to be clear. There's nobody went missing. The idea is that these were people who were already dead, but there's not reports of people who just went missing. And then now they're thinking, oh, these are the people who went missing. Like, that's not part of this. They're keeping something secret about this? How do you know that? I'm sorry, but when you're talking about the murder mystery genre, that is the most bullshit fucking genre that ever existed in the world, because they are the most illogical, dumb motherfuckers who don't use evidence or investigations to come to their conclusions. They jump to conclusions in the most illogical fashion possible, kind of like in the way that you're doing right now, where you just say, like, oh, I think they're hiding something. Why? Like, to just say I think this without like any hard evidence to lead you in that direction, it just doesn't make sense. On top of that, you were even claiming in the beginning that these are missing people when they're not missing people. Why aren't the murder mystery people going after this huge mystery? I don't know who the murder mystery people are that you're talking about, but I don't know that they're not. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, it doesn't sound like there was a murder involved in there, so. People have disappeared while in ICE custody. Yeah, the people who likely escaped and fled the country. U.S. government could be covering up crimes of the U.S. government. It's my hypothesis. Well, I'm sorry, but first off, the majority of people who go missing are people who, like, we know what happened and generally know where they are. We just don't have custody of them anymore. 2, the United States this year, people in ICE custody, they set a record for the amount of deaths in their custody. If they were trying to cover this shit up, they wouldn't be setting records, right? They would be covering it up a lot better than setting records in deaths while in their custody. They're doing a really bad job at trying to cover shit up if that's what they're doing. But it's obvious that they're not, because we have records showing that a lot of people are dying in their custody. On top of that, if it was the US government who had anything to do with this, they have a million places where they could store shit or drop it off or hide it or scatter it. And we never would have heard, oh, there's an investigation into this. This is a huge thing. We never would have heard that. And the case would be closed by now, especially. The case would definitely be closed if the federal government was involved. So yeah, but all right, I'm gonna head out. I should be back on tomorrow or tonight. Do me a favor for a minute. Hang out for just a second. We're gonna end the stream. Leave a comment when the stream is over. Let me know what you thought about the Hassan panel on Wick's stream with Destiny and Soy Pill and all of them. Let me know what your opinions are on that case, and let me know if you think people should go on Hassan's stream, or if you think they should just be open about their disagreements with him, or if they should only go on to disagree with him. Let me know. I'll be back on later. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Waiter fools.